V09, Chapter 111 Battle of Legrath. Fort Almas, Ranger Command Post, December 13th, 2025. First Lieutenant Sarah Rose is standing there looking at the main screen. The view is from Major Sharpe camera, looking directly at Talon. During the raid on Sadera 1, the military hadn't yet set up the NETT network, so she wasn't able to watch that raid live. But she and everyone else here heard everything. This place is the place where the Ranger logistical officers can communicate with their teams and direct resources and new information. A special force unit is only effective if the information they have is up to date. The worst part is standing there watching your team right, and there isn't anything you can do. As the old G.I. Joe shows that Sharpe watches says, knowing is half the battle. Everyone here has the same fear. Watching your unit get slaughtered because there is nothing you can do about it. That is why she works so hard to make sure her team has everything they need before going into battle. She leans forward in her chair and holds her headset tight. Major, you're kidding, right? There is a short delay in his response. Don't second guess. You can't. She stops herself from speaking. The last thing he needs right now is her telling him that there is no hope or criticizing his decision. She might not agree. He always has a reason why he is doing it. You said you had a plan? Be my second pair of eyes. Stay focused on him and what can beat him, Sharpe says over the radio. Roger, she said. She knows she has no choice but to trust him. She begins looking at a list of the gear he has and looks for anything that might help the situation. While he has all different kinds of grenades, a magazine of explosive .45 rounds and more gear, nothing that jumps out at her. Only Rory can challenge him. Wait. She mumbles and realizes what Sharpe was really saying. He cannot just say Rory's name because that would tip off Talon. Stand by, she says and mutes herself. She looks over to the desk behind her and sees her friend Lieutenant April Elliott. She is like her, Vanguard 5 logistical officer. She remembers Lelei giving her a report of the current situation and what Rory might be doing. April, is Rory with your team? Hold on, Sarah. Confirming, April said. Confirmed. Captain Bailey said she arrived about 3 minutes ago. She takes a breath of relief. Okay, passing on coordinates. Tell her Major Sharpe needs her. I am passing a high alert note that Talon has been spotted. I am requesting backup on that position. Getting a confirmation on her HAN. She looks back at her screen and looks through Sharpe helmet camera. She takes a deep breath and watches how things might unfold. Fortress Legrath, Southern Wall. Princess Pina blocks this sword from one of Herm royal guards. She finds it strange. Not the long ago these royal guards once had the duty to protect her. Now they are trying to kill her. She screams as she pushes forward against her opponent. Her sword slides down and she brings her sword back and then rams her sword into his neck. The royal guard falls as she pulls her sword out, falling dead. She catches a breath and looks forward. The next 2 guards rush towards her, but both of their heads explode from one of the Americans' bullets. Johnson ordered a 2-line formation. Boxes, Gray and her up front attacking anyone get close while Scoot, Frost, and Johnson are in the back picking off Herm guard. While outnumbered, doing this is allowing them to chew through Herm defenders with much ease. Keep pushing forward, she yells, feeling the adrenaline flow through her body. She can see Herm right there, trying to figure out what to do. They are on the southern wall pushing against each other. While the wall isn't thin, it does limit the amount of royal guards that can attack once. She looks to her right and sees Gray easily block this attack and cut down that man down. She watches and sees how easy it is for him in killing these royal guards. He has fought many wars for the Empire and won her many battles during her Rose training. She moves forward, taking on this other guard. To her left, she sees Boses take on another guard. She looks back while they took out a few Herm guards. There is still a lot to go through. Princess, inbound, Gray yells. She slashes her sword and looks past Herm and sees these soldiers rushing to defend their general. At this rate, Herm will be able to escape just because they can get through his defenders. He is just tossing their lives away to save his own. She turns around to face Johnson. Lieutenant, we need to do something. Agreed. Hold on, Johnson said. She sees him getting on his radio, which allows him to use invisible waves in the air to talk to his friends. She has no idea how that is possible, but accepts it. Turning back around, she dodges out of the way and swings her sword down hard, cutting the man. She then looks back and charges her next target. It was not long before she hears this waving sound. She heard it before in Italica, their attack helicopter. She stops and looks out past the wall. Everyone around her stops fighting as they're confused about what is happening. While her knights and she are used to the sound and the presence, Herm and his people are not. This helicopter that they call Apache hovers over to their position. She has learned some of the names of their equipment and weapons, like the chain gun underneath the cockpit. She sees the two pilots inside, and the chain gun begins firing. In front of her, she watches the Apache shreds Herm Royal Guard in just moments. She has seen many of their powerful weapons, and still, she feels a combination of fear and disbelief. She turns back around and sees Johnson talking on his radio, talking to the pilots. She looks back to the Apache as it flies around, and then takes out the advancing force. As she is about to cheer, she sees this spear from a defensive ballista just barely miss the flying machine. If the Apache was an animal, it acted like one now as he readjusts itself and flies around. It fires these strange flares, coming out the rear. The Apache flies higher up and fires one of its missiles towards wherever that spear came from. After that, it begins flying off, attacking new targets. Where is it going? She asks. They're engaging new targets, Johnson said. This side of the fortress is still heavily defended. Their job is to knock out their AA batteries, too. Okay, she replies and looks forward. There are only a few guards left, all scared to death. She sees Herm looking like he is freaking out. She remembers the feeling, but that was against bandits, not her people. Herm, she yells. Herm looks to her and sees that he is about to get captured. Get them, hurry. As he orders that, he turns around and rushes down the wall, trying to head down below. The last few guards charge them. Cover me, she yells, seeing him trying to escape. She has no intention of failing in capturing him. He knows too much about what her brother is planning, and she wants to know why her brother ordered her death. She runs and then jumps down the inner ledge and lands hard on the other stairway. She takes a breath, realizing what she is doing, and charges forward. She sees Herm down before and jumps, landing on top of him. Both fall in the dirt, and she rolls forward. She quickly gets up and barely dodges Herm's attack. She moves around and swings her sword, but he blocks her. You want to do this, fine. I've been wanting to knock you down on your high horse and put you where you belong, Herm says in an angry voice. She glances up and can see the battle still raging on up top of the wall. For now, she is alone. Looking back to Herm, she is determined not to lose. You have this coming, Herm. You call yourself a general. Your barely half a man compares to the ones you killed. Herm smirks. And yet they're dead and I am alive. He then charges forward. She blocks, impressed by his reach. She is forced to go backwards as Herm keeps attacking. She is struggling to find a way to break. His arms are longer, and he swings with all his might. That is when she notices that weakness she is looking for. Gray told her and her knights that only an amateur uses their full strength in a swing. This is funny. You once were a rose knight and now you're about to lose to one, she says as she focuses. Maybe you should have focused on your training besides hitting on the ladies. Herm blocks a jab from her and keeps pushing forward. That parade show of yours? It was a joke then, and it is a joke now. Deep down inside you know it. She glares at him and charges forward. Both of their swords clash and both struggle against each other. He slowly pushes her back, using his weight against her. She pushes him away, now able to get some distance. What is wrong? Herm says, holding his hands out. Scared already? You don't belong on the battlefield. You should go back to Sad Era and do your job. That is, she asks, spreading your legs and making babies. Why else did you think your father put up with you? Herm says with an arrogant toned smirk. She knows that part is the truth. She wanted to control her own destiny, but as long as her father ruled, she knew one day she would be married off to someone she wouldn't love. She never could accept that then, and she won't now. She holds her blade out, ready to attack. She then smirks. And yet I still have a purpose. Why do you think Zorzel sent you over here? To win? Please. He sent you here to be his scapegoat when this place falls. She sees that arrogant face turns into an angry face. You know it's true. You were given a command that was doomed to fail. You failed on Earth, and you are going to fail here. At least I have achievements under my belt. Shut up, you horses, bitch. Herm yells as he charges. She gets her sword under his sword and glides it up above her. She then moves around to his side and brings her sword down, slashing the side of his armor, breaking it. She spins around and looks back at him. Herm slowly walks forward, holding his side. You're rusty. I remember you beating me in sword fights when we were kids. She thinks and then smiles. What happened? Screwing the slave girls made you soft? Herm charges at her and begins to swing his sword. She remembers Grey training. While she is still knowing to the world of war, she remembers all the drills Grey made her do, him pushing her to her limits each time. While everything was handed to Herm, she chose this life and worked every day for it. She dodges each attack and then blocks the last time. She pushes against him and forces him back. I remember I was pissed at you and Calasta for leaving the Rose Order when we were young, but I am glad now, she says as she swings her sword at him, making sure he cannot recover. As a man, he might be stronger, but she can see the barley practice since he left the Rose Order. His skill and stance are like a peasant who never picked up a sword before. You only use people, and that is what you have lost, she says and grabs her sword into him, breaking his arm and forcing him on his back. She pushed harder and pushes her blade deeper into him. She then stops her foot on his sword arm. Seeing him below and in pain, she glares at him. You want to know why you lost? You're not a man, barely a boy. Coming from someone who betrayed her people, you sided with the otherworlders for what? Herm said. She takes a deep breath. You don't get it and never will. I know the real reason why you killed Mwilk and Crisis. 3. Why you want to continue the war against the otherworlders. They have something you never will have, and it scares you. Respect. You can't buy it, you can't steal it or demand it. You can only earn it, Herm. And that is something you and Zorzel can never do. Now heal, you bastard. She then tightens the sword to add more pain to him. He begins to whimper until he surrenders. She then hears Grey walks up to her. Good job, princess, Grey said. Fortress Legrath. Internal barracks. After leaving Sharpe, Lelei stops suddenly. Wait. Everyone stops, but Randy walks forward. We can't keep stopping every 5 minutes. They need our help. But Sharpe, she says. You heard him, Tuka says. He ordered us to go help the others. And no, you don't like it, Lelei, Randy responds. I don't like it too, but if we all stayed, he would be easily picked off being boxed in like that. If we all left, Talon would have just chased off and the same thing. Hearing that, she waves it off. Not what I mean. And he didn't order us to leave. She sees this confused look on all of their faces. Lelei, what on earth are you saying? Alicia asks. I have been thinking. What did he say before we left? What did he say to you, Tuka? She asks them. It is a rule. What is the difference? Tuka asks. I don't get it, Andrew says, thinking he got it at first. She sees Hamilton pat him on the shoulder, but she seems just as clueless. She closes her eyes, shocked they don't understand the context. Are you sure, Lelei? Randy asks, crossing his arms. She opens her eyes and looks up at him. Yes, Major Sharpe is incredibly careful. Everything he says and everything he does has a purpose. It might sound like a joke, might there usually a hidden message in it? Wait, the whole lying honestly is an actual thing? Alicia asks, baffled. Correct, she responds. You are right, Sergeant Major. Both of those choices would result in our deaths, but he created a third option. We go back. He couldn't just tell us that because that would tip off Talon. That is a stretch, Lelei, Andrew said. It makes sense though, Tuka said. You should see yourself through an elf viewpoint. Humans act very strangely at times. Still, he said, rule besides order. Big deal. Alicia counters. What is rule number 1, Alicia? She asks. Alicia was about to resound but stops herself, seeing her viewpoint. Rule number 1 has been a joke that means many things. But it is a joke nonetheless. She is convinced that he switched the words to mislead Talon. I agree with your Lelei. We must remember he is X-Delta. That is his world, Randy said. But we have our orders from command. Head to the crash site. That is where we are heading. She holds up a finger, wanting to challenge Randy. If you want a Lelei, you can go back. I think that the element of surprise might turn the tide for him, Randy says. I will go for her, Tuka says. She smiles, glad to see that Randy has trust in her. A long time ago, she notices that Sharpe has a hidden code. Sometimes she thinks it's just natural for him to relieve stress, that he might even know he does it. But it helps in situations like this. Everything has a purpose. She looks to Tuka. We better hurry. Fortress Legrath. Shinook crash site. Rory walks forward after slaying 8 Imperialist swordsmen. She looks around and sees what remains of the Empire forces leaving the plaza. Bailey, you're wounded or safe. she says. After saying that, she looks around again. Since she arrived, more NATO forces came to help. 2 more Vanguard teams plus SEAL Team 3. Bailey was not kidding when he said he needed help. She is impressed with how well he holds off against an overwhelming force. Now she wishes what happened to her team. She regrets running off like that now, but maybe helping Vanguard 5 could justify that. Still, she wonders what happened to Talon. Maybe he had enough after that attack and she overreacted. Talon is many things, but he is not stupid. He knows when he had enough. Thank you. If you don't mind, we have a battalion strength force coming up the main stairway, Bailey said. I am coming, hold on, she said and rushes to his position. She heard this nervous tone in his voice which puzzles her. They're winning and have enough troops to push back against anything the Empire throws up that. On top of that, she can hear the French forces battling as they get closer. When she sees why Bailey was a bit nervous. 5 trolls charging forward and probably 800 soldiers behind them. This is probably their last push with their remaining force, but an impressive one. Okay, Rory mumbles as she swings her halberd around. Got to do this the hard way. Before she charges, she feels this gust moving around. It quickly picks up and a strong wing flowing around, forcing her to hold down her skirt. Maybe Sharpe right about the skirt. She mumbles to herself in an embarrassed tone. The gust gets extraordinarily strong, even stopping the trolls. She realizes that this isn't natural but magic. It is like her friend Mutewing magic. Since Mute isn't her, that means there is another siren around, and that has to mean it works for the Empire. She looks around and sees this pink siren standing on the 2nd floor balcony. Before she jumps up to kill the siren, she hears this loud noise coming from her left. She looks to this stairway that leads into the hill. She sees all these Imperialist soldiers rushing out the door. She wonders where the hell did they come from. What confuses her the most is seeing a few Rose Knights with them. She then sees some of her friends from Vanguard 7 right behind them. But she doesn't see Sharpe, Lelei, or Tuka though. She was about to rush over to Randy and ask questions, but hears the trolls yell as they approach. Seeing the siren wind magic now focusing more on the trolls and not on the rangers, she is going on a limb and say that the siren is also helping out. She charges forward and slashes a trolls down. Gunfire behind her picks them down, and once the trolls are taken care of, she sees many of the Imperialists with the Rose Knights. They move out and attack the advancing Empire troops as the NATO soldiers fire at them. She decides to rush over to Sergeant Major Randy to get some answers. What is going on? She hears 2 more soldiers rushing up, Lieutenant Commander Daniel and Captain Bailey. What is going on here? Daniel demands. Sir, we ran into a small rebellion, Randy says. Randy then explains what has happened, them running into the soldiers who switch sides, that Johnson and Pina are chasing down General Herm. Then he gets to the point where they ran into Talon and Sharpe stayed behind. That fucking asshole, Daniel says out loud. He is doing it again. She looks at Daniel and holds up her halberd to him. Don't start. She knows he and Sharpe have a mixed history, and right now she doesn't care about their egos. Where is he? She looks back to Randy, but Bailey responds. I recently got information from April that she got from Sarah. Take my helmet and April will help guide you back to him, Bailey said. She takes the helmet and puts it on and looks at the net hub. She has been willing to accept a radio to stay in communication. She didn't want to accept too much of their technology, not liking how they can track her so easily, and is somewhat still scared of it. All right, once the French arrive, I am taking GROM and we will go reinforce Sharpe and Pina's position. Bailey and Randy maintain your position here. Sergeant Major, you are in charge of your new friends. I don't trust them, so keep them in line. When the French arrived, I want both of your teams to move out to our position and begin looking for them, Daniel says as he points to everyone. Sir, Bailey said. All right, I am ready. Bye, she says and then rushes back inside. Fortress Legrath, inner barracks. Sharpe stands there looking at Talon. He is a little confused about why Talon hasn't attacked yet. Feeling comfortable that his people got far enough away, he starts moving to the side, looking for a more open room. What do you want? He asks. Talon walks forward. I want you to release Rory. He frowns with confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Do not push me, Talon said in a cold voice. You know my meaning. He keeps his hand on the trigger of his rifle, ready to raise it. He sees to this large barracks room to his left and starts heading towards it. I am not pushing. I have no idea what you are talking about. Rory is free to stay and go as she pleases, he said. I don't believe you. Talon responds. There is no way she would follow you. I figured not. Still, you really think I could control Rory? She is a demigoddess after all. He responds as he heads into the large room. He sees Talon enter the room from the other side, matching his pacing. He quickly glances around and sees this room full of bunks with clothes and gear all around. It is like the soldiers here were in a rush to their stations. He sees other doors that lead into other rooms, which probably leads into other rooms since this fortress has to hold tens of thousands of soldiers. They need a lot of space to house them. Why do you even care? She is free to do what she wants. You of all people should know no one can control her. He asks. Don't tell me you are this angry ex-boyfriend who's still holding a grudge. Talon pauses before he responds. I refuse to believe she would willingly side with people as destructive as yours. She might be the apostle of war, instability, and chaos, but this she never would allow for pointless death and destruction. Your presence is tearing apart this world, he states, ignoring his comment. He thinks about what he just said. None of that made sense to him. Before he can respond, Talon continues. You are seducing Rory somehow, and I am going to kill you to break that spell. She talks about you and follows you everywhere. You have to be the source. Out of respect for her, I gave you the chance to do it peacefully, Talon said. What Talon said just baffled him. He even stops walking just to look at him. He even pointed to himself. Me? Seduce her? You're kidding, right? I only had one girlfriend in my life, and she cheated on me. Trust me, I can't seduce a paper bag. He hears over the radio. Sharpe, we can all hear you, Sarah said in an embarrassed, soft tone. He just turns off his radio, not needing to hear that right now. Look, I know you are very protective of the Empire, but we're not going to stop. They attacked us, remember? We were happy on our little rock, minding our own business, he says. Talon stops and points his battle axe at him. That is the problem with you. You have no idea of the damage going on. The dark races are regaining power because of how weak the Empire is getting. Villages are falling victims of attacks, and you don't even understand that. The Empire has brought order to these lands for hundreds of years, and you're undoing everything. Before he responds, he sees Talon jump forward, starting his attack. He seems slower for an apostle. It could be from being hit by that MGM-140 missile. That is only a guess, though. He dodges out of the way, but he feels Talon grabbing his vest. He gets tossed around and tossed through the wall and into the next room. He falls and rolls around on the ground. He uses the rolling to roll onto his knees. He takes a quick look around and sees another barracks room. He gets up and jumps into the room right as Talon breaks into that room. I am going to kill you. Where are you? Talon says. When he gets into the other barracks, he reaches down and grabs an M18 smoke grenade. He pulls the pin and places one on one mattress, and then he quickly moves to the other side and does the same. Quickly, the room fills up with white. He starts to move around the room quickly in the crouch position and hears Talon enter the room. He raises his M4A1 and fires 5 rounds in rapid fire and displaces from his spot. As he moves, Talon lands right where he was at and swings his battle axe right there. As he walks away, he takes out another M18 smoke grenade and tosses it into the other room, this time being a green color. He aims his rifle, looking for Talon. On his HUB, he sees a blinker telling him there is a message from command. He turns back on his radio and aims his rifle. Sharpe, this is Sarah. He is right there, 6 feet away but facing to your right. He doesn't know you're right there yet, Sarah said. He gives a thumbs up at the camera, not wanting to speak and make a noise. Besides the smoke grenades and the sound of battle in the distance, it is dead quiet. He lowers himself again and grabs this cup that is on the ground. He then tosses it to the corner. He sees Talon move to where the cup landed, and he unloads half a clip into him. He then rushes away as Talon attacks the stop he was just at. Stand and fight, you coward, Talon says with frustration. Noticing the smoke disappearing, he moves into the next room with the green smoke. He moves towards the back of the room and aims to the direction he just came from. I don't see him, Sharpe, Sarah said. He ignores her and keeps aiming. Slowly, he reaches to his vest and pulls out a tear gas grenade. He knew he was storming a fortress that had Talon in it and decided to bring anything that might give him an advantage. He pulls the aim and waits. Right then, Talon appears charging right at him. His eyes widen as he drops the tear gas grenade and he rolls forward, just missing the axe. He rolls back to his feet and turns around, letting loose with his rifle as he backs up. The grenade explodes and Talon is consumed by the tear gas. What is this? Talon yells in pain. He takes his axe and spins it around very quickly. He sees the green smoke clearing up faster than he planned. He rushed out of the room and looks for a new hiding place. Talon rubs his eyes. His face feels this strange pain. He realizes he has underestimated this man and sees why Zorzel is afraid of him. He fights like he is the Grim Reaper. Maybe there is the reason why Rory likes him, more than he wants to admit. Noticing Sharpe is gone, he bursts into the next room. I will admit, you are fighting well, but it is only a matter of time before I find you and kill you. Get in line, Sharpe says. He looks over to the right, thinking he picked up where that sound came from. You do not understand, Sharpe. This must be done. This world will fall if the order is not re-established, he explains as he slowly walks around. Stability is the key to peace and tranquility. Otherwise, it's rape and murder. Is that what you want? Rory wouldn't even support that. You know, my people actually agree with what you said. The first part, Sharpe says. He looks and sees where Sharpe's voice is coming from. It is coming from behind that shelving unit. I do not believe you. I mean it, Sharpe responds. My country is the world's sole power. Like it or hate it, it is the most basic foreign policy of the United States. We want stability around the world because that means there isn't genocide and wars. It means the trade of goods and ideas pass freely. We side with some evil countries because that's better than global anarchy. As Git gets ready to attack Sharpe's position, he cannot help to under what he said. It does seem like his people might understand Idos a mite more than he thought. I see but one problem. What is? Sharpe asks. I do not care about your world, he says and charges forward. He flies forward and slashes the large shelf unit. His axe goes right through and cuts anything that is behind it. As the shelf falls over, he notices nothing was on the other side, which confuses him. Then he hears this laugh coming from below. He then sees this small black box with a pointy end. Oldest trick in the book, Sharpe says from the talking back box. Then he sees this other black twig-looking object, and then it bursts. This burning chemical explodes all over him. His skin feels like it is burning apart. He couldn't help himself but scream from the burns. Suddenly, he feels Sharpe's bullets going through his body. Not like the smaller ones, but the thicker ones. These thicker bullets seem to have the same effect as the burning chemicals. Ever short, just increase the burning effect. He can tell the direction from the bullets, and he takes his axe and throws it in the direction. The bullets stop hitting him, and he moves for cover and sits down. That strange ballista shot hurt him far more than he liked to admit. Their weapons are far more powerful than he expected. Getting his by those shells in Sadera, he thought that was the best they had. Effective, but it didn't take him long to recover. It took longer to regenerate from that missile attack. Now he is covered in burns, and it hurts to move. He has suffered worse before and knows these burns will heal in moments. Skills. He notices how quiet it is, and that means two things. The first means that he killed Sharpe, but the other means he is lurking around. He is starting to see this as embarrassing. A mere mortal is putting up a fight. Is this why Rory bent the knee to him? Is she afraid of him? No, he mumbles. He knows Rory isn't afraid of him because he isn't. This is just delaying his death. No more games. He gets up as he feels his strength returning and head to his axe. Sarah sits in her chair as she watches. She isn't alone as 9 other women from other ranger teams and other support stands are around her, all watching her screen. She sees Sharpe laying on the ground, looking up at Talon axe that is sticking into the wall, just missing him. She watches him pull out his knife and hit his pawn. What is he doing? April asks, her eyes glued to the screen. She watches as Sharpe bleeds his pawn and wipe his blood onto the wall, directing the blood to this other room. He is trying to set up another trap, making it look like he is wounded. Holy shit, Sarah. You know how to pick them. Sandy from Vanguard 8 points out. She usually gets embarrassed and Sky hearing those jokes from them. Right now, she cannot think about anything else. Her heart is pounding as she watches her man fight an apostle alone. Yeah, but everything he does seems to do nothing. How do you win? April asks. Can you please direct Rory to his position? She asks, eyes still looking at the screen. Seeing him plant his last 2 M18 smoke grenades into this room. On his camera, She can see Talon through the thermal setting grab his battle axe and entering the room. Talon begins to swing around, cutting everything in his path. Sharpe begins firing his rifle at the boy, shooting 3 times before stopping. He then moves out of the was as Talon reacts to being shot. She watches as Sharpe pulls out his knife again and gets around Talon and starts cutting the parts that make the body move. He gets the arms and the Achilles tendon. She cannot believe how efficient he is, getting an insight into his past life. What he was forced out. He might act as an adorable idiot, but inside that is a perfect killer. As she watches, she sees Talon grabs his arm and tosses him into the wall. Her eyes widen as she watches him fly and rolls onto some beds. He gets up, moving slower, and rushes away. She then watches him being pulled back. He looks back and sees that Talon grab his leg. He grabs his vest and pulls out a flash grenade. It goes off, blind her from the camera viewpoint. Jackson, she yells through the radio but regrets it, struggling to try and be useful but not wanting to distract him at the same time. Where is Rory April? As the flashbang goes off, get up and grabs his M67 grenade and toss it to the side. He runs as fast as he can and jump through the open hole in the room. He flies through as the grenade explodes in the room. He falls and rolls around. Once he stops, he aims his Colt 1917 in the room, waiting for a moment. Seeing nothing is coming, he gets up and starts limping to the next room. "Let me help you," Talon says in an angry voice. He feels him grab his jacket and gets lifted. He then finds himself flying into the room he wanted to go and starts rolling on the ground. He starts slowly getting up, but hears Talon walking into the room. "Will you release Rory?" Talon demands. He gets onto one knee and holds up his hand, telling him to wait a moment. He is still trying to catch his breath. "You don't get it at all, do you?" He takes a long breath and looks to her. "She isn't property. I never asked her to join me. It is her and every else choice." "I don't believe," Talon said before being interrupted. Shut up," he says in an annoyed voice. "Look, we fucked up, but we try. Look where you are at. You attacked and killed the people who serve you. Your leaders hide in their fortress while others fight. I am here. Christ was here, who is really fighting for a better world because from my point of view, and more importantly, Rory, you are just afraid to admit you screwed up." Talon walks up to him and grabs him, lifting to his knees so they're eye level. "Maybe, but you won't be alive to see that." He looks and then smirks. "If I had $1 every time." "I heard that. Now you might kill me, but remember one important thing, Talon," he says with a cough. Talon looks at him. He looks past him and sees Tuka readying her bow. He looks back to Talon with a smirk. "You might kill me, but always remember this. Whatever happens to me, you will always know that Epstein didn't kill himself," he says in a smartass tone, and then gives him a "fuck you" wink. Right in front of him, this arrow goes right through Talon's head. His head bursts into flames. Talon lets go as he tries to pull the arrow out of his head. He moves to the side and sees Tuka standing as she reloads another arrow. "Tuka, fire best effect," he tells her as he looks for his pistol. "Don't worry, Major. I got your back," Tuka says in an angry voice. She begins chanting, and her arrow tip bursts into flames. Talon pulls out the arrow and looks at Tuka as another arrow hits him in the chest. Fire engulfs his chest, but it doesn't stop him. Talon moves to Tuka and starts swinging his axe. Tuka, being an elf, has better reflexes and vision, able to predict his moves. She takes her bow, grabs it around his arm, and uses his own momentum against him, leading to run into a wall. Seeing that he is stuck for the moment, she rushes to Sharpe. "Are you okay?" He picks up his Colt and looks around. He is about to reply with a smartass comment, but no longer in the mood. "Let's go." "Oh, shirt." He grabs Tuka and both jump away as this massive chest flies through the wall and goes past them. He rolls off her and moves away. "Spread out. Do not bunch together." "Sharpe, this is Sarah. This better be good," he replies as he fires his last magazine for his Colt. "You are having some effect." He is limping too, showing signs of wounds. He might be able to heal, but you are beating him down too. All you must do is keep moving, and he won't be able to keep up. For now, at least. "What do you mean too?" he asks, confused. "You are limping too," Sarah points out. He stops and looks down and just notices. He looks up and moves around the corner. He sees Tuka to his left, arrow ready. Also, Rory inbound, 60 seconds, Sarah says in a stressed out tone. He is slightly annoyed by her being stressed out. She isn't the one getting her ass kicked, but it must be frustrating just watching. More he thinks about it, it must be killing her. It was only recently the two of them had a fun time back on Earth, the Christmas dinner and what she called a bar date on New Year's Eve. The more he thinks about it, the more he understands that stressed-out tone. When Crisis and Fryen took her, he felt helpless and it tore him apart. He waves to Tuka to make a distraction and she nods back. Command, everything is okay. Just trying to get that physic bonus. Nothing more, he says over the radio, trying to calm her down. He sees Talon rush forward, heading to Tuka. He smirks and jumps at his back, grabbing him. Now, Tuka fires her arrow, but Talon spins and kicks it away, shocking Tuka. He can grab him and toss him at Tuka, knocking her down with him. Talon grabs his axe, angry on how the fight went down. He walks over to them and gets halfway there. Talon walks over, finally seeing the fight was over. He has been in tough fights before. All the times he fought Rory in battle throughout the centuries, fighting other apostles and legendary monsters. He even had some interesting fights against mortals, but never to this level. He takes a heavy breath as he gets halfway there. He is done and plans on killing them now. Hey! He stops hearing something from his left. He looks over and sees the wall tearing apart. Once the walls around tear apart, they hover in the air and flying around this girl. He quickly notices it is that blue hair girl. He cannot believe that he has forgotten about her. He was even worried about her strange speed spell that defeated him in Sadera. His eyes widen as he sees all this material flying around her, all glowing blue from her telekinesis. He tries to say something but knows what is about to happen. He stops himself and faces her, getting his battle axe ready to deflect anything that comes for him. You hurt my friend, Lelei says, and she raises her staff towards him. He looks at her eyes and sees this sadistic, angry look, this deep fury from within. Die, Lelei states. Right when she said that, he sees hundreds of objects coming right at him with such intense speed. He swings his axe, blocking as much as he can. His defense is working as the objects are not as strong, just being the items nearby. But he has learned from these people that there is always a hidden attack waiting. To his right, he sees Sharpe, and that elf women get up and move to the safety of the mage. No, he yells as he sees his objective getting away. He sees this strange glow coming from the mage and is hit by this large energy blast. When the energy blast hit him, he feels this intense electric charge, like he was hit by lightning itself. He flies back, hitting a pill and crashing right through it. Sharpe walks over as he holds up Tuka. He sees Lelei powering down. Lelei looks over to him. Are you okay? He smiles and gives her a thumbs up. Nice job. Lelei powers down and falls to her knees, sweating and breathing heavily. He looks down at her and understands what happened. Tuka helped buy time, so Lelei could summon as much energy as she could. Thank you, both of you, even you, he says, talking through the radio. Tuka walks away and sits down on the bench. Wow, you people know how to pick fights. Maybe, he says as he feels this pain on his back. But I'm more worried about the fight I am going to get back at base. All three of them look at each other and start laughing, but then they hear noise from the rubble. He blinks and looks over in disbelief. Oh, for fuck's sakes. He watches Talon gets out of the rubble. He sees his arm that is halfway disconnected with him and starts to heal. He sees his battle axe and one side of the blade is black and destroyed while the other is still fine. Seeing that, he believed at the last second Talon blocked Lelei attack with his axe, cutting the blast in half. Clever bastard he is. Talon walks forward, however, unbalanced. It seems he is also tired and Lelei's attack did do some damage, but it is only a matter of time he will recover. He glares at all three of them and gets ready to attack with the good side of his axe. He takes one breath, trying to think of anything. Sharpe does not move. Keep looking at him. Just trust me, Sarah says over the radio, more confident this time. Not knowing why, he just stares right at Talon, stating right in the eye with an undefeated stare. As Talon begins to charge forward, the wall bursts to his right and Rory comes right through it. She is screaming with all her might and fury. She hits Talon hard and starts bashing him hard. He kneels for cover and hears Sarah smirking on the other end. Never mess with a female furry, Sarah mumbles. Noted, he replies and watches. Rory swings her halberd and hits Talon hard. He flies over and breaks through another wall. Rory grabs him again and swings him around a few times. She finally lets go and tosses him hard into the wall. She looks to her friends and sees them beaten up and tired. She is proud of them for how long they lasted, but now this has become personal. Talon, with all his faults, crossed a line now. You guys stay in safety. He is mine, she says with a divinity tone. She charges right at him before he recovers. She grabs him by the head and rams him into the wall, breaking the outer wall until she can see daylight. She then grabs him and backs away. With all her might she swings him around, and at the small hole she made with his head, Talon flies through the hole and flies outside. He falls below and hits the ground hard. She was about to rush after him, but looks at her friends. This place is becoming safe as most of the fortress has been taken. But if there are any imperialist stragglers, they are vulnerable. Even Sharpe looks like he has had it. She walks over to them. Get on me, we're jumping down. Rory, we are fine. Sharpe begins to explain. No, I can't fight Talon down there and watch you. Not leaving you here in enemy territory. She is glad that Sharpe just agreed to her, probably because he has tried and has no energy to argue. She grabs them and jumps down from the hill, landing on another level of the fortress. She is making sure she doesn't do anything crazy as she carried all three of them. She just jumps a few levels at a time. As she flies down, she spots Johnson and Pina on the southern wall. They can watch them while she puts down Talon. She lands and hopes over to one section of the south wall and lets them get off of her. Wow, you're all heavy, she says with a giggle. Hey, what are you applying to? Lelei asks her, placing her hands on her hips. Yell at me later, she says. Hey, Pina yells as she runs over. We have a problem. She sees Pina and the other rangers and knights coming. She can see they are dragging someone with them. Their job is to capture the leader of this fortress, and it looks like they succeeded. She waves to them, but right between them Talon jumps up and lands on the wall. She sees when he lands, he fumbles a bit, struggling to regain his balance. She gets in a defensive stance and is about to charge. She then feels a hand on her shoulder and looks back, seeing Sharpe there. Wait a moment, Rory, Sharpe says and begins walking forward. Follow me. She looks at him confused but follows. She doesn't understand why he stops her. After everything he did today, killing all those soldiers and fighting him, it is a clear shot, and she knows she can bring him down right now. As she walks by Sharpe's side, ready to respond to anything, she sees Talon finally get his balance and faces both of them. Sharpe, please let me go after him, she says, struggling to herself back. In a minute, Sharpe said and looks to him, forcing himself to stand tall. Talon, you hear me? Talon stands there, facing them. I will take that as a yes, Sharpe continues. I want to let you know that Rory is free to do as she wishes. She stands fully up and looks up at Sharpe. Everything he said makes no sense to her. She always thought that already was an option. Jackson? He holds out a figure, telling her to wait. She looks to Talon and sees him slowly looking to her. Wait, do you think he tricked me to be with him? Men. She faces palms herself. Talon, just like with you, I am free to come and go as I please. I choose to stay around them because I believe in their mission, their purpose and goals. It is my choice and my destiny, no one else's. Sharpe raises his arms out a little, signaling to him, what else does he want? As I said, I do not control Rory and I don't wish to. She is an equal as with the rest of my team. Can I say that to your side? Where are your friends? She looks up at Sharpe and smiles, even getting a little tear in her eyes. She always knew that was the truth, but it felt great hearing it. Since the day they first met, her love and respect have only continued to grow. She doesn't have to follow him, she chooses to follow and believe in him. She then looks over to Talon and shots him a glare. Are we done? Can we end the battle? Talon looks at both of them and turns around to see General Herm handcuffed. He then looks back at her. Sharpe made a great point. He was defeated because they all came together because of their friends, because of their family. Talon always fights alone, and look where that came to. Talon then walks over to the edge of the wall and jumps away. Seeing him flee, she starts to run after him but hears Sharpe tell her to stop. She turns around and sees him shake his head no. We all had enough, Rory. You did well. Everyone, Sharpe said. She smiles and they give him a huge, glad he is alive. Sharpe takes the hug, feeling in pain now. He looks around and sees Johnson walk up with half of his unit. Johnson, contact command, and, as he was speaking, he hears this loud horn blows. He looks out into the distance. There are these 8 kilometers of just dirt openness. After that is a thick tree line. What is going on? Johnson asks as he looks out to the tree line. Everyone around him walks over to the edge of the southern wall, out to that direction. By the gods, it's the Horde, Pina says as she leans forward. Can you move your forces here to defend? Bozes ask. No, everyone is busy securing the fortress. We're out of position, Johnson responds. Johnson, get the rest of the team up here. Actually, I have a message. Lieutenant Commander Daniel said he is on his way with your team. Sorry, I forgot to say that, Rory said, looking like a small kid who just got caught stealing some cookies. All good, Rory, he says and looks back to Johnson. Do it. It took some time for Johnson to communicate and get everyone to his position. Within 10 minutes, his team, GROM, the SEALs, Bailey Rangers, and the rest of the Knights started arriving. Even Pinky and the Terminator people, coming to help fight off the new attackers. As everyone starts to arrive, he looks back out at the advancing horde. There are too many to count, but he had to guess about 15,000 soldiers coming. He sees trolls, goblins, 5 giants, ogres, everything bad guy race you have ever seen marching. The funny thing so far, he hasn't seen races like those bats that Frost helped a while back. Just a guess, but maybe they are not as unified as NATO Command thought. He heard Herm laughing as he looks out at this advancing army. You are all going to pay. It took 30 years for the Empire to oppress them. You might have the strength, but you don't have the numbers to face all of them. Herm gloats. Shut up, Bozes demands as she kicks him. As Alicia walks up, he looks over to Herm. You are correct, General. That is way too many to deal with. That is why we attacked when we did. Herm looks at him, a little confused. I do not understand. You will soon enough, he replies and looks back to the incoming horde. What are you planning? We need more troops on the wall, Pina says. Baluti walks up to his side, nervous. If they break the wall, it will be impossible to clear them out. They will dig and breed. Thank you for the warning, Baluti, he says and looks to Rory. Rory, mind helping me? Rory walks over to him, nervous herself. She helps him stand up firmly. Sir? Alicia asks, handing him her radio. Command is on the line. He takes the handle and before he speaks into it, he looks to Herm again. Before this, I do need to say thank you, General Herm. Everyone looks at him confused. I finally get to check this off my bucket list, he says with a chuckle and looks out. He takes the radio handle and holds it up to his ear. He looks out at the massive horde as the bulk of them are entering the field. Artillery could do some damage, but there are too many. They would be able to kill enough before then storm the walls. Using AoE missiles form the HIMARS and MLRS will do a lot of damage, but there's still a lot of them out there. Luckily, the Air Force spotted them 2 days ago, and we made preparations. Central Command, this is Vanguard 7 Lead. Requesting a pre-approved bombing run, he said. This is Central Command. B-52 Stratofortress is on standby. Request coordinates. Roger that. Passing coordinates now, he says and then hands the handle back to Alicia so she can relay the proper coordinates. So the bombing run is the most effective. What is this Stratofortress you speak of? Pina asks as she walks up. You have your own fortress? How will that help us? Baluti asks. Just watch, he says. Moments later, he and everyone see one. Then 5, then 10 and dozens more of bombs raining from the sky, each one hitting a major part of the Horde army. With every bomb creates a massive explosion. A large carpet bombardment rains down over the army, stretching many kilometers. Large bursts of flames engulf the large formations, burning everything alive. It almost looks like a massive wall of fire being created. Most bombing runs happen in moments, but the B-52 has such a massive carrying load. It looks like bombs are falling from the sky, lasting what seems forever. He looks around, Knights and even his people watching in a gaze. It is such an impressive sight that most never get to see. He looks back and watches as the Horde army was defeated in moments. With one carpet run. Radio, he asks. Alicia hands him the radio again. Central Command, this is Vanguard 7 Leader. Please redirect me to direct lead. He hears the radio being switched. This is Major General Stanford. Report, General, this is Major Sharpe. Fortress Legrath is secured. V09. Chapter 112 After. Outside Fortress Legrath, FOB, September 22, 2025. This is an inclusive report from SCNR News. This is Jessica Moore reporting from the front lines of the Elis region. All around us you see coalitional forces securing the area and beginning the occupation of the fortress. As you see to the left, there is a prison hold for the Empire troops who surrendered after the fortress was taken. While the military has yet to release the enemy strength number, about 500 prisoners are currently being held so far. They will be shipped to the Ohio Special Detention Facility, which is guarded by the 28th Infantry Division Ohio National Guard and Homeland Security. However, not all of the enemy forces took up arms against NATO forces during the attack. During the assault, Special Forces met up with defectors and helped turn the tide against the Empire during the assault, allowing our forces to secure the fortress far faster than expected. With their help and understanding of the fortress, they were able to clear out sections far quicker and more efficiently, preventing our troops from getting trapped within the facility. While they're still believed to be holdouts throughout the fortress, Lieutenant General Charles Stanford has declared the battle over with NATO being the victor. With that, one of the remaining leaders who defected, called the Guardian of Legrath, is officially surrendering. Please follow me, and we will give you an inclusive look at the ceremony. Both she and the cameraman walk forward to this large tent. As they move, soldiers and vehicles are moving everywhere. Inside the tent, there is this pink woman identified as part of the Siren race standing there. She is facing Lieutenant General Charles Stanford, leader of the NATO Expedition Force. By his side are the other major Allied leaders in this campaign: Major Brigade General Armel Vernier, Major Brigade General Mason Arthur, Italian Brigade General Danio Agrusa, and Japanese Brigade General Koichiro Hazama. As we see, the Guardian is handing over this small orb. From what we understand, this orb is what the locals call the Heart of Legrath. From what we currently understand, the fortress started as a small outpost about 500 years ago and grew into one of the largest fortifications in Falmart and Earth history, excluding the Great Wall of China. It has a long history of repelling invaders from nearby regions. This was the main base of operation for the Empire in this region and, wait, it looks like the Guardian is handing over the orb to the Lieutenant General. The camera shows the pink siren handing over the orb to Stanford. Then the siren woman knees in front of Stanford. However, he stops her and gives her a salute. The siren notices this and returns the salute with a salute. Once the ceremony is complete, they all look to the fortress. The camera pans to that direction and up at the center tall main tower. On top of it is this long pole sticking up high in the sky. The sounds of drums and trumpets can be heard in the background, playing the Star-Spangled Banner. On the tower, the cameraman sees movement. Moments later, this large flag is unfolded, and a massive American flag is released, symbolizing the taken over of the fortress. As the flag unleashes, it extends out and begins flapping out in the wind. In the background, the sound of movements goes quiet. Cheers and vehicle honks can be heard as they celebrate the landing of the flag. From reports, this flag was a special request for this event. Because of the size of Legrath, it is considered one of the largest flags commissioned. Compared to the one in Tacoma, Washington, this event can be compared to the defense, of Fort McHenry, when Lieutenant Colonel George Armistead raised a far larger storm flag during the War of 1812. Some will consider this as a symbolic act because the invasion of Philadelphia was the first time an enemy force stepped foot on the American continent since the War of 1812. In addition to the 1945 Battle of Iwo Jima, in which U.S. Marines planted the flag on Mount Suribachi, for our international audience, the 52 stars on the flag represent the states within the Republic. With Puerto Rico officially joining in 2022 after 5 failed attempts, and Guam has joined early 2024 as a counterbalance to China missile testing and threats to take the island. The color red symbolizes strength and valor, white symbolizes purity and innocence, and blue symbolizes vigilance, perseverance, and justice. The goal is to show the difference between us and the Empire. In time, other NATO nations will raise their flags as garrisons and who is occupying what is established. We were informed during the early days of the Elis campaign that the stated goal was to secure the western flank from the Empire, in addition to cutting off a major agriculture hub from the Empire, which would have been used to fund their war against the US and Alnus. With the rich agricultural value, the State Department wants to use Elis to help make the Alnus region self-sustainable. As we previously reported, Once our allies Italica city-state and the joint-occupied Alguna Kingdom and the Elba Kingdom. They all were cut off the Falmart trade network that the Empire provided to their vassals, while many in Congress and the Atlantic Council believed that they should have bombed the fortress besides committing so many resources and taking. Lieutenant General Stanford had a response to this criticism. The overall plan is to establish a long-term presence in the region. Legrath is a unique fortification that we could garrison. It is in a very defensible position and allows us to project power in the region. Also, from our own historical records, ancient castles and fortresses had places where they store prisoners. Early on, we rescued prisoners of war and were afraid of additional casualties that we didn't know about. Lieutenant General Stanford said, "That was all we could get from the Major General. We at SCNR News will keep you up to date on any new events. You can watch this content at Minds, BitChute, Brighteon, LBRY, Dailymotion, Rumble, and YouTube. This is Jessica Moore. Please visit my channel from the link down below for more details about Alnus." Signing out. SCNR News. Italica, NATO Temporary Staging Ground, September 22, 2025. Countess Mui Formal walks out of her city walls and heads to the other worlders' tents. To her left is her headmaid Kane, and with two of her maids Mamina and Persia. To her right is the American ambassador Harland Willington. "Countess," Kane said, "you shouldn't be out here. You might catch something." "I will be fine," she responds. "I want to see this for myself." "I do have to agree with Miss Kane. You might not like what you see," Willington said. "She knows what she will see. She saw her people die during that siege. She has seen the bodies of her people, and she knows for her city to be free, she will need to get stronger. While no formal war has been declared, when she chooses to side with NATO for protection, it opened Italica up for attack and embargo. In hindsight, that didn't change much. The Empire never was going to protect Italica, and it was ex-Imperial soldiers who laid siege to her city. Trade is going to go around the Ramaria Mountains to trade with the rest of the Empire. Maybe even through Belnago or Rondel now that Elis was taken. I am the Countess of this city and I will do as I please. And I want to see the wounded and see what I can do to help," she said, determined. While Alnus was not that far with their fast-moving wagons, it is the only friendly city that is close to Elis. Her other Worlders allies wanted to set up a logical station. In return, she got what she always wanted, trade and protection. She stops and looks at the many tents. Her eyes widen as she sees people in these strange, thin robes running around the bed to bed. She can hear the soldiers screaming in pain and the healers calling out. She takes a deep breath and walks into the tent. As she walks, she looks to the right and sees a small puddle of blood on the floor. The floor is this thin layer of what they call plastic. She starts to walk over, wanting to see, but is stopping by this female doctor. "What are you doing here, girl?" She said nervously, trying to tell her that she is the Countess. The words do not form together. "Doctor, this is the Countess, leader of Italica. She wanted to come and see how everything is going," Willington explains. The woman looks up at Willington and back at her. "I am sorry, Countess. It is just that puddle of blood is poison. We moved the bodies with poison away so we don't spread it." "How is it poisoned?" Willington asks. "Sometimes Imperial soldiers put poison on their spears or arrowheads," Mamina said in a cold tone. "Please, Mui, let's go somewhere else," Kane said. She looks back and then looks back to those soldiers. She sees 3 doctors around this man, trying to patch a deep wound. She turns around and continues walking along. She sees this young-looking man lying on one of the beds. He is missing his left arm. It is banged up. He is alive but laying there, depressed and wondering what will happen to his life now. He looks up at her, wondering who she is. She smiles as she looks at him. "You are in Italica and you are safe. You don't have to worry." She then takes her hair clip out of her hair and attaches it to the soldier's bloody vest. The soldier looks down at the hair clip. It is a blue flower made out of jewelry. "Thank you." She smiles back at him. "No, thank you. We should keep going, Mui," Kane said, being a bit overprotective. As they walk away, Kane whispers into her ear. "You shouldn't have given him that. It was nice, but you shouldn't be giving out free stuff. We don't want to start anything." "It is okay. I don't think they will take advantage of us. And I can replace jewelry anytime." "He can replace his arm," Mui said. She takes a glance around and notices that is the exception and not the rule. At first glance, it seems most of the soldiers' wounds are from ranged weapons. mostly from arrows, spears, and javelins. Over here. We are losing him. This doctor yells over in the distance. She looks over to that direction and sees some blood squirt out. 5 of their healers rush around the bed, trying to help him. Why didn't you take them to Alnus? She asks as she looks up at Wellington. There is a storm in the Western Sea. It blocked the route to Alnus and had to divert them here. If they waited, they wouldn't have made it, Wellington said. Oh, she said and looks away. Even with you, the gods of nature still to be feared. Thank you again for allowing us to set up here, Wellington said. I am going, to be honest, there isn't a lot of wounded, Mammon states. Well, they don't need to have large armies that clash together. It makes sense. Persia comments. I do not mean to sound rude, but how many are hurt? Mui asks. The last report said 73 from the fortress, but about 31 are here. That doesn't include the other battles. These are the most critical, Wellington said. About a third of that is from the crash helicopter during the assault. Muri cannot believe how low that number is. The number is usually far higher. During the siege, she lost hundreds of her people. As she turns around to speak, she gets bumped by a passing doctor as he went to another patient. Muri, I think we should go. We are in their way, Kane said. Yeah, you're right. Let's go, she said. As they walk, she passes this dead body laying on one of the beds. She stops and looks and sees the right side of his chest and shoulder burnt deep. What happened to him? To me, it looks like it came from a fire spell, Persia comments as she adjusts her glasses. This had to be close. Close, yes. A doctor treating a patient right next to where they are. He died an hour ago. 5 years doing this, I have treated many burns. Never seen anything like that before. It was, Colonel Yang said as he approaches. Can I help you, Countess and Ambassador? She looks over and sees this tall man walking up. He is in full combat gear like he just arrived from the front. I am sorry, but I wanted to see your people. See, maybe I could offer something. That is nice, Countess, but this isn't a place for you. We thank you for your concern, Yang said. Then this doctor walks up. Hello, Colonel. Major, Yang responds. My rangers will be arriving. There are some wounded, 3 critical, 1 dead. Okay, Colonel, but we need more water and bandages. Our extra shipment is late, and we only had a short notice to set this place up, the major doctor said, hearing that she thinks. While not critical, Italica supplies are getting low. It has been much harder to transform the city economy away from interstate trade with the Empire to just the Otherworlders and Elba. She and her government had to be smart about where their resources could go, but they are their allies, and she knows they can replace any low stocks her city needs. Just like when she fulfilled her father's dream of outlawing slavery in the city, some of the merchants will not be happy losing their inventory. She looks up to Colonel Yang. Colonel, your people can have whatever you need. Italica stock is open for your people. Countess, Kane said, you know there will be a small uproar. Small, yes, but most want to find a way to help. Here it is. Anyone who complains just reminds them their shop only exists today because of their help, she says with a determined voice. And Colonel, if you need manpower, I can send some help. I can help show your people how to properly counter the poisoned. Persia, I have much knowledge of how to properly treat that and magical wounds. We appreciate the aid. We will take whatever you can give us. But don't deplete yourself, Yang said. She smiles and about to say something before being interrupted by this man yelling. Out of the way. She and everyone else moves to the side. These 2 men rush by, both carrying this stretcher. On is this man in much pain. He has this long wood piece in his leg, probably from a ballista piece that exploded nearby him. She has to admit, it is different watching people fight and get hurt from her palace. Down here it feels so different, more real. We should go, Countess, Kane said again. Okay, she said. I don't want to be a bother. I wanted to see everything for myself. As she starts walking, she hears another man scream from pain. Hearing that, she quickly walks out of the tent. As she gets out, she and everyone else hears one of their larger helicopters fly over. It slowly hovers down until it lands. It is an amazing sight to see. She has seen many landings now. Before the campaign, once every week or 2. Now it is 3 times a day. The ability to master flying that impresses her. If the situation wasn't so intense, she would love to ride in one. Wellington, I am sorry for your losses, but I am glad that the campaign is over, she said. Thank you for your people's help, Wellington replies with a smile. She looks up at him. But we didn't do anything. Only your people did. If you mean for my world, yes, but war isn't only fighting. Allowing us to use your land has been a big help. Sometimes that is enough, Wellington said. We should go back in and make arrangements. Agree, she said and starts to go back inside. She stops and looks at what they call a Shinook finish landing, a sight she never thought she would see. Princess Pina and her Rose Knights and some Americans walking off. Last time she saw the princess, they had a heated disagreement on the future of her city. That was when a peace treaty between the Otherworlders and the Empire was close, but what Wellington described it, she botched it. She heard that they are allies now, but she is still royalty of the Empire. Normally, she would have to go introduce herself and provide her service because of the Imperial hierarchy. Now she doesn't have to. But what she did take notice was Vanguard 7 walking out. She remembers all their faces. Hold on a minute, she said and then ran off to see them. Hi, Vanguard, she yells, excited to see them all again. She can see they look at her with surprise. It seems like they weren't expecting anyone to greet them. Hey, Countess, Sharpe said. She stops in front of them all. I am glad you are all okay. We haven't forgotten any of you. Please stay where you please. Italica gives you all a warm welcome. Thank you, Countess. We might after getting checked out, Johnson said. But first we need to take care of our wounded, Sharpe said. He then turns around. She sees 2 of Sharpe's men carrying a stretcher, and on it is a Rose Knight. While she doesn't remember most of their names, this one is that brown-haired girl that is always by the princess side, Hamilton Uno Roar. She sees that her upper armor is off and that her chest is wrapped around in bandages. To her side is a blood spot where her wound is. She looks up and sees the concerned look on Pina's face, a look that she never has seen before in her. Not that she never cared about her knights. Everyone knew the Rose Order all she cared about, but a humbler concern. If your friend okay? She asks. Pina looks down at her. I think so. She will be fine. The gel wore off, Sharpe said. She had no idea what he was talking about, but ignored it. She decided a long time ago that she won't understand a lot of words and terms these people will say. She must get used to it. Well, welcome all. I am glad to see all of you again, she said back to Vanguard 7. She looks back and sees Rory, Lelei, and the high elf Tuka standing there. Behind her, she sees the ambassador and the colonel. The 2 officers give a salute to each other. Major, take care of your troops and report to the diplomatic outpost for a debrief. Until further notice, you are in command of Vanguard 7 and 2, Yang said. She looks at the colonel with confusion. She still doesn't know much about war and the military. Wellington has been teaching her the basics, but still, there is a lot to learn. Sir? Sharpe asks. Major Davis is dead. Arrow in the head. We'll talk later, Yang said and walks away. She looks back to Sharpe. I am sorry about your friend. You all can rest inside my palace. Sharpe looks down at her. Thank you for the offer, Muri, but we'll stay out here for now. Might hold that to you later. He then turns around and looks at everyone. Rangers, Knights, roll out. As they all walk away, she looks up to Wellington. Why he said no. I thought we're friends. You are, but they are soldiers. It is their place to be with their people. Maybe another time, but right now isn't the proper time to show that divide. Wellington explains. She doesn't understand the divide he speaks up, but accepts it for now. She looks back to the staging area and watches the wounded being treated. Roma Highway, route between Alnus and Italica, September 22nd, 2025. When Sarah found out that Vanguard 7 was being moved to Italica, she convinced Sharpe to allow her to drive over. He didn't need much convincing once she brought up that she could bring Selena. She thinks after the intense battle and his run-in with Talon, a little family is what he wants. She gave Selena about an hour warning to back up, however, when she went over to pick her up, she was a mess. Of course, she was at Sharpe's apartment, been staying here when the Major at war. She assumes she feels safe there, and that is why she stays there and not at the other place. She would allow her to stay at her quarters, but she bunks with co-worker April, being only a lieutenant, and it wouldn't be appropriate for a lieutenant sleeping in a major quarter. This is still the army after all. She is shocked that no one has put a stop to Selena staying over. It just proves if you are good at your job and get results, rules can be bent. Now they're en route to Italica, heading to a temporary staging ground that was set up as a midway point to Ely's. What is that over there? Selena asks, pointing out the window. She looks over and sees a patrol boat in the Roma River. It is a big river, close in size of the Mississippi River. That is the Navy Mark 6 patrol boat. We have 4 of those boats stationed in Falmart. 2 in Italica and 2 port at the checkpoint we're coming up to. She looks at the impressed glow in her eyes. It is going so fast. It is going slow. They can go much faster, she replies with a giggle. In front, their vehicle is other vehicles, some going the same direction, while others coming the other way back to Alnus. The first time U.S. forces traveled on this road was her team, heading to Italica to go shopping. She stops herself and thinks about her current thought. Now that she thinks about it, in a very small way, everything is his fault. The butterfly effect, where one event so small has a long-term ripple effect. The only reason was in Italica and now in Elis is because of Sharpe and the Rangers' involvements during that siege. Why we attacked Sadera and the rescue and the later alliance with the Rose Knights. If it wasn't for him, we probably would still be on Alnus Hill trying to figure out which way is north. Without Lelei help and Rory babysitting us until we figure things out, this would have turned out very differently. Well, what? Selena asks. I was just thinking, it is all your father's fault. Always getting involved and getting in trouble. Getting into many unnecessary fights, she said. Selena looks over to her. You talk a lot, Sarah. You know that? She says with a smile. She looks back at her and was about to say something but stops. She nods her head thinking about it. Yeah, you're not the first to say that. I am just saying I know you miss him and that is okay. And oh, hold on. The vehicle slowly stops at this checkpoint. She looks around and sees about a dozen soldiers walking around. Not in a threatening way, but the standard guard duty. This is the second checkpoints they have reached so far. This is an Italian assigned outpost that is guarding the Roma highway. Their job is to protect the highway from raiders from the western mountains. An Italian soldier walks up and she hands him her paperwork and orders. Italy is one of NATO's biggest supporters. They dedicated a full brigade to just NATO needs. Whenever they're needed, they're the first to respond. All right, you check out. Try and stay in a group. It is safer. There was a report of a raid attack at Roma Checkpoint 6, the Italian says. Was it bad? She asked. Enough for artillery, sir. It usually nothing big, but the raiders keep coming from the Dumas Mountains. Please move along, the Italian soldier says, waving her along. As they start going again, Selena looks at her. Why are there so much traffic and stops? I don't remember this either time I went to Italica. There have been raids on the highway. People have gone missing, and there have been some kidnaps. So, the military established some checkpoints and outposts to monitor the highway, Sarah replies. But you have nothing to worry about. Okay, she replies and looks around. As she drives, she passes a few Italian Frecciafi that is on guard. Do you think he misses me? Selena asks out of nowhere. What kind of question is that? Of course, he asked me to invite you. That is why we are going to Italica, she said, confused about the question. Do you think he will like what I am wearing? She asks. She giggles hearing that question, realizing that she is becoming a teenager. The appearance will start to become particularly important, but she has noticed that she only wears dresses and skirts. While that is normal, she wonders if it is a cultural style, always wanting something with a design on it. Okay, Selena, what is wrong? Sarah asks. Well, I don't like what I am wearing. So, I don't think he will be impressed by me, she said. She remembers being that young. Seems so long ago now. Selena wants to look good to impress her new father. Since this whole campaign started, she has had little chance to spend a lot of time with him. A few times during the holidays, and that one time after rescuing Tuka. She wants everything to be perfect and rememberable, but nothing seemed right. However, this usually means something else is on her mind, and this is just a vent. She knows Selena doesn't like to talk about what happens before freed her from those mercenaries. What do you mean you don't like what you're wearing? It looks cute on you. It works well with that bow of yours, she responds. Maybe, but it doesn't feel right for this, Selena replies. And I always wear a ribbon. It means I am ready to embrace the touch of Mirita. And she glances over to her with a smile. I get it. Well, why didn't you wear that red dress? You know, the one you got the first time we went to Earth? It looks adorable. And besides, he is a dude. I doubt he even knows about your other clothes selection besides that one. Get a new haircut and wait 3 weeks for them to notice. There is a noticeable pause with Selena's response. It doesn't fit anymore. The top part is too tight now, she said shyly. She looks back to the road. That is fine. It happens at your age. We can get a new one. You don't have to be nervous, Selena. Everything will be fine. It is just you are growing up and blossoming into a young and beautiful woman. This is just part of life, she says. She looks over and sees Selena nod. If Sharpe was heard, she knows if he said everything is fine, she will feel better. Everything he says is always backed by that conviction tone. It is one of the things she likes about him. She even hears Rory bragging about it at times. She was about to say something, but Selena starts speaking. Sarah, can I ask you something? Selena asks. Of course, she replies. Why are you nice to me? Selena asks, looking directly at her. She looks at her and sees this determination in her eyes, staring directly at her. She can see that she is digging for information. She has learned Selena can be a direct girl, saying what she sees and stands firm in what she believes in. While she isn't Sharpe's biological daughter, she has been surprised how similar they are. Selena probably trying to model herself off of him, which she finds great until she adopts Sharpe's interesting sense of humor. But the question makes no sense to her. Why wouldn't she be nice to her? I don't understand your question. Of course, it would be nice for you. Why wouldn't I? She replies. Well, you always are the one that tries to take care of me while they're gone, taking me out to breakfast and playing games, sometimes helping me with my reading lessons and taking me out shopping, Selena said, staring directly at her. She feels a bit uncomfortable, wondering if she is going to call her out. For a long time now, she has grown feelings for her father and saw this as an opportunity to help get noticed. But that wasn't the only reason. Her job is to help where needed. The major cannot do his job on the field if his mind is worried about her. So, it makes sense to take care of her, so he has peace of mind. He wouldn't have been able to fight Talon the way he did if he was worried about his domestic life right then. Well, it helps your father have peace of mind while on the field. The team goes out and faces things that we don't fully understand. Any distraction might mean they don't come home, she replies. So, I am a distraction? Selena asks. She nearly responds nervously but stops. She looks at her and notices her tone wasn't shame or disappointment but leading. She sees that she is tricking her into being defensive, something her father would do. He is teaching you the worst things, she replies and sees this evil smirk from Selena. Anyway, he needed my help, so I helped. And a little secret between you and me, I feel a bit lonely back at base too. Everyone else is out there together. I sometimes feel left out back at base. So, I enjoy having a friend like you, she explains, hoping that the answer was enough for her to stop digging. Selena smiles and leans back in her chair. So why did you want my help with the mistletoe? From father's reaction, he wasn't expecting it. She would sweat drop after hearing that question. She did ask for her help in setting everything up. She was hoping that her ignorance of American culture would be enough. But it seems Selena is smarter than she expected. Well, first, it is mistletoe for, she replies and glances over. While Selena was very close in saying it right, she saw it was a way to change the subject. Mistletoe, mistletoe, Selena says as she gets frustrated. Seeing that Selena distracted from her struggling to probably say the word, she takes the chance to change the subject. She has to admit, though, she finds it adorable on how Selena sometimes says words. So close and yet so far. Anyway, while I think Sharpe will be a great father to you, there are some things you need a woman's touch, she said. Like what happened last time in Italica? Selena said shyly. Yes, she responds. Last time right before the Sadera debacle, Selena became a woman. Even though she went to Sharpe for help, she had to help and clean Selena up. As she remembers her curled up on his lap after a scary night. It's nothing to be ashamed of, and as I said, you are growing up. If you have questions, please ask me anytime, she said, and not your father. I do not know why, but they tune those things out quickly. IT is like a genetic thing in men. Sarah? Selena asks, looking at her confused. Yes? What is a genetic? V10, Chapter 113 after. Sadera, Imperial Senate, December 14th, 2025. Zorzel watches over the Senate floor as the senators argue about the recent events. What is the meaning of this? Marquis 1. Palesti yells as he walks around the Senate floor. We have lost the greatest monument the Empire has created, the symbol of our might and power. The fortress of Legrath, fallen in just a morning. Don't overblow it. Legrath isn't the greatest monument. Padawan corrects. Palesti takes a breath and Padawan spoke. While he's senator, he leads the Wyvern Corporation. In the past, the Wyvern Corps and Dragon Corps were a keystone in victories and domination. Now, They have been worthless from the enemy's superior Wyvern aeroplane. While a strong ally in the Senate, he has become worthless on the battlefield. Don't shade the situation, Polesti counters. As Zorzel sits on his throne, he looks down at the Senate floor, watching the senators yell at each other. When the news first arrived that the fortress has fallen, the Imperial Senate called for an emergency meeting to discuss the current situation. Like always, he hears the same old people protesting the war, saying how hopeless it is. The arguments have become hollow to him now, saying the same things each time. They never says anything that might help with the war effort. The man speaking now is Polesti, a very wealthy and powerful nobleman from a strong family. He and his father had but many times, but there always mutual respect between them as both did what they thought was best for the empire. Unlike the other pro-peace senators, he at least helping the government during this crisis, separating his personal feelings and his duty to the state. However, when he got the news that his only child joined the enemy with his sister Pina, it hit him hard. He was so upset he publicly disowned his daughter on the Senate floor and supported the declaring that stated the Rose Order of Knights as rebels. Many of the pro-peace faction was forced to support the motion. Many of them backed his sisters during her peace attempt, and they all lost a lot of influence and power when it fell apart. While it didn't end the pro-peace faction, a few did leave and join the neutrals in the Senate. When his coup happened, too, everything seems to be moving smoothly. His father is imprisoned, the Centurions tribes, the Knights of Talus, and more importantly the army and the Oprichnina loyalty. His father was running the war into the ground. Regardless of your political beliefs, everyone agreed that something needed to change. Decades of being friendly and making friends with the noblemen and establishment is paying off. Most of the government has fallen in line with him taking the throne. The Senate, while approving the change of leadership, wasn't as welcoming as he thought. When he got news from his friend Herm Mayo killed his bastard of brother Chrysis III, the Senate and the noblemen celebrated. Even most of the pro-peace faction joined in the celebration, besides Caesar L. Tiberius. 5 years ago, Chrysis and his loyalists were crushed during his Sad-Era rebellion and were forced to the northern regions. At the end of the day, he can always count on people to protect his power and purse. When his father Molt told him that Chrysis is his older stepbrother, that made him wonder if he was trying to seize the throne. If that is true, Chrysis would return and his alliance with Diabo would prevent him from taking the throne. He knows he is destined to be emperor, not his bastard of a brother. We cannot lose faith now, Goddessin yells. We are all in now. If we falter, the empire will fall apart. Look around you. It has fallen apart. They took the Elis region from us. How we will feed the people in 3 years when our food stocks run out? Polesti states. Uros walks forward. You act like that is our only farmland. We still control most of Falmart. No, Dusty replies, but it was one of our most profitable. If you want to continue the war, how will you pay for your war? He looks to Dusty and groan. He considers him a traitor. He supported the invasion of Earth, and his son was part of the invasion. When Pina brought his son back from the enemy, he suddenly saw the light and supported peace. Selling his honor for blood. Pathetic. The empire will not survive with people like that. This wouldn't be a problem if you acted earlier, Goddessin states. You act like Elis was a complete failure. We did much damage to the invaders, killing many of their warriors. We even damaged their war wagons. From the reports from the Battle of Havkrisen, the battle was intense for both sides. From the updates, it sounded like our soldiers gave them hell. The enemy didn't walk over our troops like past battles. He takes a heavy breath, struggling to speak up after hearing that. He read the updates as the campaign was unfolding. He was overly impressed by how long the Imperial Army withheld against the enemy assault. That alone is an achievement compared to past battles, but there is one problem. The problem is that it legitimizes the rebels Chrysis and Mwilk, even though he declared them traitors. The situation is sensitive, and he knows he has to be careful. While they hate Chrysis because he represents everything they're not, that means they agreed to kill the only general that has been effective against the enemy. And yet they still lost, Polesti states. For everyone we killed, they killed hundreds of ours. Let's not forget, they took Legrath in less in the morning. The shortest siege before that lasted 6 months. Probably the shortest siege in history. Seeing the conversation starting to spin in a circle, he stands up and walks down. My fellow senators, hear me. Let us be honest. Elis is a massive setback, but not a complete defeat. As Goddessin says, Our troops did the impossible and made the enemy bleed. We now know we can fight them, and we might have won if it wasn't for the traitors." He then sees Baron Monterey walk up from his seat. He is the leader of the neutral senators. He has protested the war but has agreed to support the war effort through funding and law until there is peace. "Emperor," Monterey says, "regardless if we made them bleed, we have lost our arms and legs. The current situation is not boding well for us. We need to consider all of our operations because you can't win wars without arms and legs." "No." This fatter man walks up to counter Monterey. He is Adalis, one of the wealthiest business traders in Sadera. He has connections through the Empire and trades in luxury goods. When the other worlders raided the city and sold some of the slaves, his daughter was killed by them. They killed her just to save his daughter's pet girl. His sister says many times that these other worlders care about life, and yet they kill a child for a slave. He sees this as a savage act. Before the raid, Adalis backed Pina peace agreement, seeing them as possible business partners. But when the Americans killed his daughter, he has become a mighty ally. With his wealth and influence, many of the pro-peace senators are afraid to face him. "Do not delude yourself here," Adalis says with much fire. "This is a war of elimination. If we let them have their way, we all will be rounded up and executed just like my daughter. They are immoral beasts who value the life of a slave more than decent folk. They only attack to take back their people," Tiberius comments. Coming from the man who would open the gates to barbarians, Adalis replies, "You are an idealistic fool, Casel. Let's all just be friends with everyone and hope for the best, shall we? You would allow any enemy to march in here unopposed and let them kill everyone in this hall. I ask again, what will happen if we surrender to these murders? They do not respect the rules of war or the statute of nature. We all will be stripped of our wealth, and our estates will be taken away. We will become the peasant class or worse." Uros yells. "Correct," Goddessin says. "Then all of our vassals and enemies will see how weak we truly are. When do you think the Ticaret Conglomerate invade us, or the Boavan Kingdom attack the eastern shores again? Any show of weakness now will tell our enemies to attack, and there will be nothing we can do. Our vassals will question us." Uros adds, "Why would they remain loyal to us if we folded this easily? Our trade network will fall apart, and we will go bankrupt. We will degrade into a minor power, like the early days of the Empire. Surrender will result in the complete annihilation of our way of life." Then there is this clap as Dusty walks forward. "Great speech, all of you. So, let's all march to our deaths for coin." "That's all you are saying." "My friend is correct," Tiberius adds. "As stated before, they only attacked our city because they wanted their people back. If the Emperor did not bring his whores into diplomatic meetings, none of that would be happening. You talk about how the Empire will fall if we do not keep fighting, but you have yet provided a plan that would win the war. So, if we surrender, the Empire will fall, and if we fight, the Empire will fall." He glares at Casel L. Tiberius, not liking the personal attack. He has thought about that day a lot. No man has ever defied him like that. That Sharpe defied his power and sent a weak woman to beat him up, all to protect a weak sex slave. The irony of it all is if that didn't happen, he never would have become emperor. One day he will need to visit her and personally say thank you. "So, you would prefer to bend your knee and accept your fate then?" He says. "That is right. Let us all go to the people and explain to them that their leaders have failed. Yes, let's explain to them how the invaders will come in and strip them of your wealth, estate, and their slaves. Yes, that will go very well. We will see a revolt like the sights we never have seen before." He sees everyone look at him, all figuring out what to say next. He personally doesn't care about the people's well-being. The lower classes are there to serve the Empire when needed. As his father says, any love towards what is lower to you only shows weakness. That is when Cicero La Moltos finally got up from his seat and walks onto the Senate floor. Moltos has been an early supporter of the war, but recently he has been quieter about his true feelings. The day crisis arrived, he has been more careful and sparing with the pro-peace faction, like he is seeing where the wind blows. Both Moltos and Tiberius have been long-time friends, even though they spare politically. The war has been no different. He is afraid to lose his support in the war since his house carried a large amount of weight. "My fellow senators," Moltos says, "these are definitely dark times. There has to be another option. Have you gone soft, Cicero?" Goddessin says with a chuckle, "No, just smart. I am loyal to the Empire and I will base my vote on what best for it, not what is best for your purse and the company you keep by your bed, Moltos states with a strong tone. After shooting down Goddessin, Moltos looks out to everyone else. I am sorry to say, but right now there is no clear path to surrender. They are right that any form of surrender will bring the end to the Empire. He smiles after hearing that, glad that he is still loyal to the cause. The pro-war faction begins cheering but suddenly stops. Moltos holds his hands up, trying to shut Zorzal people down. However, we cannot continue the war the way it is. Things must change, and they need to change now. This blind push is no longer acceptable. He then looks to Zorzal. And one last thing, no more executions of our field commanders. While this floor might not approve of what Chrysis and Wilk have done, they did not deserve that treatment. They should have been brought to the Senate for trial. If we kill our own out of political spite, then let's surrender. We already have lost a lot of generals to be killing them ourselves. When he heard that, he glares at him, biting his tongue. It was a direct attack on him. Very few people know the true reason why he had no choice but to kill Chrysis and his loyalists. If it wasn't for that fact, they were related, he might have looked past insults for the Empire's sake. But the throne is too important to take such risks. Very well, says my friend, and I agree. I and my generals have been working on a new plan, he yells. While the enemy has been distracted in Elis, we have been conducting raid attacks on the Roma Highway. We have also been probing the Elba fiefdom northeast border. We have been using the Goldrash Kingdom as a staging area. They remain loyal to the Empire. Using the mountains and dense forests will limit their armored wagons, forcing them to come to us in close quarters. The Goldrash Kingdom is a small dwarf kingdom hidden deep in the Dumas Mountains. While a smaller kingdom, Sadera gets about 50% of its metals from them because of how close they are. It is more of a business relationship than an alliance. However, they fear the growing power of Alnus. Raids? Dusty asks in an annoyed voice. That is your grand plan? And dwarves? While brave, but they alone cannot do much. They only care about their mountain kingdom and nothing else. They won't win the war for us, Emperor. He adds to what Dusty says, making sure they understand who is in charge. He pulls out his sword and points it towards him. As I was saying, this was meant to distract. I am mobilizing the entire Empire. That is everything. I sent call to arms weeks ago. You are crazy. How will we pay for that? Dusty asks, shocked. What do you mean all? Monterey asks. I have sent embassies to the Ticaret Conglomerate. They have a stake in their war too. I will be meeting everyone at a summit I am hosting in Napni, he says in a confident tone. I also will be meeting with Queen Famulus, he says and looks around. The second he says her name, he saw the shock and fear in all of their eyes. He expected this reaction. Seeing the stunned silence, he continues talking. My fellow senators, I understand your worries, but this must be done. My friend Cicero La Moltos here is correct. A mistake we have been taken is fighting this enemy alone and under their terms. I plan to fix that by mobilizing all of Falmart to fight this enemy. If anything, Falmart should be ruled by the people of this world, and not by people from another world. This wouldn't be necessary if we didn't foolishly invade their world, Tiberius states. That was my father in the past. What done is done, and we need to move on from that. He counters and raises his sword up, trying to keep the attention on him. Let me explain. I will forge an alliance with both Queen Famulus and the Ticaret Conglomerate, and together, we will outnumber this enemy 1,000 to 1. That sounds nice, but are you a madman? Uros says. The Ticaret Conglomerate, at least I understand. They won't want to be ruled by an outsider. They never will accept that. But the Queen of the Dark Races? Yeah, she will betray us, Marcus yells. The Ticaret Conglomerate is a loose confederation of power families in the Western Desert. The Empire considers them a backwards people, but with rich traditions. The Empire has tried to conquer their lands before, but was unsuccessful. The intense desert and lack of reason to annex the desert lands stopped more attempts. Right now, both the Ticaret and the Empire are more trading partners than anything else. However, Queen Famulus is another game of itself. She serves the god of evil, Syphilis. She is an intelligent and deadly woman who rules over the eastern Swestuals Kingdoms. She is no friend of the Empire, but that is because the Empire does not treat the dark races as equals. While the common races are not equals, they still have a place in society. The dark races with the beast races are considered below that, to be used and abused as the common races please. Her kind has burned and destroyed kingdoms without check. Kingdoms and towns are just gone during the old days. It was one of the reasons why Sadera created the Empire, to stop her. It took a 30-year campaign and 2 theaters to bring them to their knees. At the time, it was the costliest and deadliest war in Empire history. That is until now. But what Moltos says is correct. Things have changed, and the Empire needs to change with it. While he doesn't trust her and her people, they are also the key to winning the war and creatures of this world. You are kidding us, Tiberius shouts. You're trading one enemy to another. At least the one was facing now doesn't burn cities to the ground and murder everything in their path. He glares at Tiberius, getting annoyed by his ideals. He wonders how his father put up with him for so long. He is always preaching about reforming the Empire into a model where all races are represented and a constitution to regulate the government. He is a traditionist, wanting to bring the Empire back to its early roots when it was weak. Tell that to Elise. If we do not stop these other worlders now, it is all over. Queen Famulus should be feared, however, she has a stake in this war. From what our intelligence can tell, the other worlders have no love for the dark races. While they spare human settlements, they won't with her people. That makes them natural allies. He then looks to Cicero Moltos. You says we needed a new strategy? Do you have a better one? He can see that put Moltos in the corner. The plan is sound and there isn't another choice. Fine, Moltos says in an angry tone. But I have my own amendment to your plan. I want my own man to lead the army in the Dumas Mutin range. His eyes widen big hearing that. How dare a senator tell him how to manage his army? The Imperial army belongs to the throne and not to the Senate. What? You want my support then accept, Moltos says. Who do you want? He says frustrated. He has found that it is never enough with these people. I want to bring General Brition Hasulo out of retirement and lead the army, Moltos says. I agree, Adalis says. If you accept, I will personally fund the army and get more financial backers. I have many favors within the Mercantile Guild. He closes his eyes hearing that name. Brition Hasulo retired 5 years ago from the army. He is a Leonoid, one of the few non-human generals. Unlike the weak and submissive cat people, Leonoids are strong and furious. But the only reason he can think why Moltos wants him is to keep some control within the army. Fine, but I remain control of the military. We need a strong leader right now, he replies. To forge these alliances, he knows he will need the backing of the Senate. It is a small price to pay to get what he wants. Sadera, Royal Palace, Emperor Room, December 14th, 2025. Zorzel walks through the palace, annoyed how the meeting went. He gets to his large chamber, which once was his father's. He took it after he seized power. It only is fitting. It is a large place with all the luxuries an emperor needs. A large private bathhouse, with a large sleeping area. A war and meeting room, so he can have private meetings without the Senate knowing and more. Caslita, he yells, calling for his cat slave. The blue-hair cat maid rushes over with his evening drink. Here you go, sir, she says nervously. He walks by and takes it. He drinks the wine. Strong the way he likes it. Good thing you know how to make good wine. Wouldn't want you to disappoint me again, he says with a smirk. Cat people, the dirt of all the common races. He finds them fascinating because of how easy it is to control them. Unlike the warrior bunnies who fight and have endurance, Caslita people don't. There is a reason why they are one of the most common slaves within the Empire. Easy to hunt, easy to capture, and easy to control. They can be enjoyed by man, elves, puka, darfelans, and the other common races. There is a reason why cat people never been able to establish a kingdom for themselves, is that they are too physically weak compared to most races, and that is the way he likes it. No, my emperor, she says, bowing to him. By the way, Torturis and Svenhard are waiting for you in the war room. He forgot that they were coming over today. Slave, get me my wine. And what did I tell you? You told me to call you master. But last week you told me to call you emperor, and the week before that was sir. Caslita explains nervously. He mumbles as he places his hand on his chin. I did. But today isn't last week, isn't? Yes, master, Caslita says as she bows. He smirks on how submissive she is. He loves to toy with her, always keeping her on the edge. Now get me my wine. After saying that, he walks to his war room. Inside, he sees the Minotaur Torturis, the leader of the Knights of Talus. They are the best cavalry within the Empire, some of the best. They are considered the honorable protectors of the Empire, personally enforcing the Emperor's wishes. To the other side is human Svenhard Lupus Moon. He is in charge of the Oprychnina, the Empire's secret police. Any information, or anyone who needs to disappear, they take care of it. They have a brutal reputation. Once captured, rarely anyone ever hears from them again. He walks in and sits down. "You look tired," Moon says. He looks over to him. "The Senate. It would be so much easier if there wasn't one. All they do is grumble about action but do nothing. If you agree to my plan," Moon says as he stops. He holds out his hand to stop Moon's thought. "Doing that will turn my allies in the Senate against us. Right now, I need their support to push my agenda." Moon here proposed to round up most of the pro-peace leaders and their allies. While that would solve many of his problems, the timing isn't right. Now that Cicero Lamoltos wants to bring back Britian Hasulo, that makes any move against the Senate riskier. "What about the traitors?" Torturis asks. "You mean the Roses?" Moon asks. "Yes," Torturis says. "They are a threat, and Herm didn't say he killed her." What Torturis says is true. There has been no news since the note that says Legrath has fallen. Then that was it. The only reason why they even know about the defeat is from the Hario spies in Alnus. No word about Herm and Talon. While he doesn't care for his little sister, she knows the inner workings of the Empire. While most of the Senate voted to disown her and her pathetic knights, she still has allies there, even though they are few. But it only takes one arbit fruit to spoil a basket. We will still prioritize her assassination. If your people or the Hario have a chance, kill her. But now we need to regroup our forces, he says. Still, the pro-peace group, they need to be dealt with, Moon states. He turns around as he hears footsteps. It is his cat slave walking up with a tray. On it are 3 glasses of purple wine. "Here you go, master." All 3 of them grabs a glass. He sees Moon glance at her. "Pretty thing," Moon says with a creepy chuckle. "Go prepare my bath and then prepare yourself. I had a long day," he orders in a commanding tone. She takes a deep breath and bows. "Yes, master," she says softly. Then she scoots away and all 3 laughs. "I see you replaced the 2, Torturis states. He is talking about Tayul and Noriko. Noriko was his exotic toy while Tayul was always a fighter. Out of the 2, he misses Tayul the most. Still, he has a special place in his heart for both and would like to get them back, if anyone, just for his pride. They were his 2 most favorite slaves he ever had, and those damn Americans stole them from him. Yeah, you know catgirls. But she is no Tayul. As he drinks, he thinks about what Moon says. Still, it might be good to prepare. The pro-peace still has a lot of influence, and Cicero Lamoltos looks like he is going to switch sides. He has been one of the most pro-war senators. "You really think he is going to oppose you?" Moon asked, surprised by that. "He is just an old man trying to stay relevant," Torturis states. "An old man with a lot of influence," he says. "Svenhard, just in case, prepare a plan to remove the pro-peace faction. I am not going to let them destroy the Empire because of their weak and self-interests. Torturis, I want your men to be ready to aid in that. Also, I want you to come with me to Napni. I am hosting a summit to get more allies in this war, and I like your people as a show of force. Especially that Queen Famulus will be there." When he says her name, just like in the Senate, both of them freeze and look at him. The Minotaur Rection amused him a bit. His kind can be brutes, rarely being afraid of anything. They are usually hired as soldiers, guards, or heavy labor. They are like a 2-sided coin. One side is a very useful ally, and the other is them attacking you because they get angry easily. "You're kidding?" Moon states. "No," he replies. "We need her, and with my father off the throne, she might be more open in helping." His father Molt treated her people like 3rd-class citizens, to be used and tossed away when needed. He cared little of them. To be fair, neither does he, but times have changed. "She is going to want a role in the government," Moon says. "I know. We will see about that. I think giving her my father as an offering might be good enough," he says. "She will kill him," Torturis says. "Yup, the only reason he is alive right now. But this stays between us for now," he says. "I am hosting a war meeting tomorrow. I want to lay out the next stage of the war before I leave for Napni." "Okay, we will support you during this, but I have a propsil," Moon says. "If we are going to bed with the Queen, then we need to recruit Jasus." He leans forward and thinks about that. Jacis is the apostle of Syphilis. While Queen Famulus is a force to reckon with, she is logical and calm. Jacis is a creature all in herself, a succubus who makes goblins seem decent. Succubus is a female-only fiend race. What they do is seduce a man to seal their essence or enslave them. They take their essence by reaching deep into the male soul, control and manipulating the male's sexual desires. With this, they control them to do their bidding or consume them. It is says once you are under their spell, you are lost. That is more dangerous, he states, feeling a little fear in him. They are just stories, Moon says. That is because you worship her god. Torturi states, slightly nervous. I don't worship her. I just admire her work, Moon replies as he takes a sip of his tea. He looks to Moon thinking on his proposal. Based on the stories, Jacis is a psychopath. Some say she has two minds in her head because she is always talking to herself. Regardless if that is true or not, it is known she is very masochistic. Someone who loves sex, who loves to humiliate and torture others. From what he understands, she is a loner too. Very protective of her worshippers, but despise all other worshippers. She believes Syphilis is the only goddess worth serving. While most apostles will just kill you, with her you become her property. When confronted by her, she is every man's nightmare. I was thinking about our apostle Talon. What has he done for us? He has failed when the city was attacked, and he failed to defend Legrath. Moon explains. Hold on, Torturi says. Talon is very loyal to the Empire, and don't mix it. He and my knights have killed many of their patrols on the border. I am not discrediting Talon loyalty. It is clear he is not enough. Rory Mercury joined the enemy, and it clearly has benefited them. If your idea is to mobilize all of the Empire to fight them, we need her, Moon says. She is loyal to no one, he states. She is just as likely to attack our men. At least we have influence over Talon. Well, we performed the ritual of Elbaga on Christ's apostle, Frayen. The agents I had with Herm took some of the body parts and began spreading them. One of them should be arriving here in a few weeks, Moon says. Let us not forget what we did to Merida Apostle, Carlin Deolo. She has been missing for 3 centuries. Our list of possible apostles might become allies are growing thin. Moon finishes and takes a drink. How do we control her, though? He asks. We offer her Sharpe, Moon says. Think about it. Rory took interest in that man. Same with Chrysis. I can probably come up with more examples. But the point is, that should be enough to attract her out of her hole. He thinks about that and leans back in his chair. While he personally wanted revenge on that man, this probably is the better option. Assuming what Moon says is true, Jacis would not be able to resist. Correct me, but didn't Rory beat her in a battle years ago? He asks, trying to remember his history lessons about apostles. He considers history boring but remembers something about that. Yes, Torturi says. From what I understand, they hate each other. I think this might work. Okay, he says as he stands up. Moon, I want you to go to her and offer the terms. I will, Moon says. I never met her, so it should be interesting meeting my apostle. He chuckles, enjoying his confidence. The official god of the Empire is Eidos. Talon helps build the Empire and help it example, all in the name of stability and tranquility. While he is powerful, maybe rivaling Rory if they fight alone, he is a fool. Talon will not be pleased by this, Torturi states. He hates Jacis just as much as Rory does. Working with her might isolate him. He looks to his Minotaur friend. He can hate it as much as he wants. He is a fool. He still clings to the old image of the Empire. It is about power, not tranquility. Svenhard might have a point. While he has been helpful in the past, but he has been little help now. Maybe a change is needed. If he learns of what you say, he will not be pleased, Torturi states. Besides, I would not mind finally putting Rory down for good. During the raid, she killed about a quarter of his cavalry. She just slaughtered them all. He took it hard. He harsh. He cares for his men. Then we won't tell him, Moon comments. He is too naive to question us anyway. As long as he says the usual things and gives him space in the end, he will do as we wish, like always. And taking Rory out will please both Talon and Jacis. All right, gentlemen, I think this is enough today. Start as soon as you can. Torturis, keep your knights attacking. All this talk about Syphilis and Jacis got me all worked up. I am going to enjoy my bath. V10, Chapter 114. Sadera City, December 14th, 2025. James Garcia is sitting there as he eats some warmed-up soup. Right now, his team is gathering intelligence on the changing of leadership. They found a tower that has a great view of the royal district of the city, a good place to keep an eye on things. They tried to sneak into the district many times, but each was a failure. While they figured out how to blend in within the city thanks to their friend Naligia, an orange Nico won, the NATO term for cat people. With her help, they have been able to move through the city far easier. The security in the royal district went up dramatically. Before the attack, too, the guards were mostly humans, but now there are more mixed races. That made it more complicated to infiltrate. These other aliens have abilities that his team does not fully understand yet. They're stuck doing long-distance recon until a better plan can be made. What the hell is that? Sean Miller asked as he looks through his spotting scope. Haven't you been keeping up with the recent updates with the FFAM-3? He asked. The military created the FFAM to help the troops understand what they see on the field. To be fair, it has had mixed results so far. The information is updated as they learn more, which means some past information gets changed. That means what the troops know yesterday does not mean it is correct or apply tomorrow. Much of the information comes from a 17-year-old girl, Lelei. He takes his can and drinks the remainder of his soup. Yes, Miller responds. Because I know that is a minotaur doesn't mean I am used to seeing one. If I recall, you are not used to anything, Tyson Taylor said with a chuckle. He chuckled too as he looks to Taylor. Taylor is looking down at a laptop, recording everything Miller sees. Just another standard recon mission. Hey, Miller said shocked and looks to Taylor. What does that mean? It means you're a virgin, he responds, and he puts the can down. Miller looks to him, and then at Taylor. What the fuck is wrong with you two? I have a family. You been there. I have a picture right here. Taylor chuckles. I don't know, man. It could be Photoshop. Fuck you all, Miller states and looks back through the scope. Everyone laughs. You people are strange. Hearing that, he freezes. He looks to his two fellow agents, and they are frozen in place too. They all then go automatic and aim their pistols behind them. What he sees is this small girl that is very well dressed. Her hair is wavy and in a twin-tail hairstyle. She does not look like the other poor kids in the area, but looks like some nobleman's daughter. The confusing thing is, they are not inside the royal district, so what is she doing here? They lower their weapons. Not about to kill a kid. What are you doing here, kid? Better question. How did you find us? Miller asked. You people don't stand out as much as you think, the girl said with a big smile. It was not hard to figure out the paths you take, and that you are based in a Kusho, and those soldiers guarding that warehouse, and how you guys took over the criminal underground. He just looks at her, shocked how much she knows. It makes no sense to him because he has been careful. He begins to wonder in their cockiness. He made a mistake somewhere. Does this mean the Empire is coming for his team right now? But if that is true, why send a child? These people are backward bastards, but even they would not send a nobleman's child. About the criminal underground, that was a loud event, and he expected an attack after that, but nothing ever came. It made him realize the city elites and politicians do not care about what happens in a Kusho, which explains on how bad the situation is. Something he has been exploiting for his work. I can see the worry look on your face, the girl said. None of you have anything to worry about. My father and his friend are the only two in the Senate who know about your presence. He has no interest in telling the others. Hearing that, he looks back to his team. Them look at him with the same confused look. He looks back at her. Who are you? My name is Sherry Tywaley. My father and his friend Casel L. Tiberius want to meet you, Sherry said. None of this is making sense to him. All of this is confusing, but out of everything he has seen in this world, maybe this makes more sense after all. How do I know this isn't a trap? We know that you have been watching us for months now, since the attack, Sherry said. And I assume you know about the recent change of leadership? Yeah, Taylor replied. He remembers seeing how Prince Zorzel replaces his father as emperor. This was big news as Zorzel is an evil man just like his father but dumber. He does not know what is worse though, an evil dumbass or an evil intelligent leader. Being smart means you usually take the logical path, but a dumb man, well, that opens doors most never would consider, and for good reason. That is what my father wants to talk about, Sherry said. If you don't mind following me. Emperor Zorzel is a threat to all of us. Kid, he said before she holds out a figure. Sherry, please. Sherry, correct. Sherry, he said. We have tried to sneak inside. Somehow, They know what we approach, and why would I anyway? I don't trust you people, because we kept your secret, Sherry said. And my father wants to learn more about your people. If Princess Pina feels like she can trust you, maybe he can. That is what he said. He looks at her even more confused. He has worked in the CIA 4, SAC 5 division for years, going to flashpoints all around the world, supporting or suppressing insurgency ground, overthrowing or installing governments, the usual works. In all those years, this has never happened. Wow, with all your advanced might, you're clueless. Do you really think everyone here agrees with fighting a superior enemy? He wants to find a way to secure peace, Sherry states with a big smile. While most of the population supports the war, that is only because their leader said so. If someone said we are at peace, they will support it. The peasant class is kind of dumb like that. Miller sits up, rubbing his head. Well, when in Rome, I guess. Italica, NATO Temporary Staging Ground, December 14th, 2025. As Princess Pina sits there looking at her longtime servant Hamilton, she cannot help but smile seeing the American Ranger Andrew Steele sitting across the makeshift bed. Those two have been chatting a lot recently. As she walks up, he was reading her a story from that strange device called a phone. It was so adorable. She must admit, it seems like they really like each other. When she gave Hamilton permission to CB with Andrew 6, she didn't expect it to go anywhere. Not that she has an issue that it did. Hi, Princess, Hamilton said softly as he lays there in the bed. I am sorry that I can't help you right now. I screwed up. She chuckles and smiles by that. Nah, everything is fine. There isn't much to do, and besides, you got hurt, so rest. She looks down the midsection of her chest and sees the sword wound on her side. There are fresh bandage wrapping around her. During the battle, 7, Hamilton fought someone who was bigger and better trained than her. The other Rose Knights could have easily killed him, but Hamilton has always struggled to keep up, being a little too gentle heart, but that is why everyone in the Roses loves her. Brave and gentle. She was able to save her friend, but his sword goes through her side. The only reason she was able to move one was because of their gel injection star. It stopped the bleeding and prevents her insides from tearing apart more. The medic Jerry, their version of a healer, said it was only temporary. While on the flight back, she started to go into pain as the gel 8 wore off. The healer said I should be fine. I just need to rest, she said, Hamilton said with a tired voice. Yup, Andrew said. The brass said we will be here for a few days. She has learned what brass means, their leadership. She has found that these people have a nickname for a nickname for a nickname. They are a very confusing people. And once you are okay and get back to Alnus, we will try out those artificial hot springs that we've been hearing about, she said with a big smile. Both Giggle and Hamilton look to Andrew. You should join us when we get back. She looks up at him, thinking nothing of it. She sees his blank stare at her, and his face slowly gets red. The then glances away, clearly embarrassed. You okay? She asked, noticing he is embarrassed for some reason. I think I will pass, Andrew replied. Regulations and all. I see. Men, she replied and crosses her arms. Shy about the opposite sex, she then looks down at her friend and both giggles together, ganging upon him. What is going on here? Sharpe asked as he approaches. Andrew looks up behind him. Hi, boss, you don't want to know. I will take your word on it, Corporal, Sharpe said and gets on his knee. Looking down at Hamilton, she is shocked to see him here. During the battle, both got in a fight because they did not trust of each other. She ordered an attack against his will and in result got Hamilton hurt. But she knows in war, there is always a chance someone might get hurt to die, like her knight Elbera, 9, who died saving the American slaves. Hello, Major. What are you doing here? Hamilton said softly. Just making sure you are keeping Andrew here out of trouble, Sharpe said. What did I do? Andrew asked. Hamilton chuckles but feels pain from her wound. Sorry that I got hurt. It is all good, Sharpe said and looks at her wound. I have seen worse. I bet you have, she said. Without hearing any stories about him, she can tell that he has. Major, Hamilton said, have you ever got hurt before? Like this, I mean. She looks down at her friend and looks up at Sharpe, interested in what he has to say. He sits up a bit, thinking about his response. Yes, I have. Far worse than what happened to you, he said in a serious tone. Sharpe then holds up his index finger from his right hand and holds it out, like he is about to make a serious point. She can see his right hand all bandaged up. She was told that during the fight with Talon, he cut his own hand to lure him into a trap, something she cannot imagine doing. She wonders if he is going to talk about that nasty cut he gave himself. Sharpe takes a breath. You see, this one time I got a nasty paper cut right here on the tip of the finger. You still can see the cut today. It was the most painful experience in my life. Paper cut? You mean the cut on your Pam? She asked. No, Sharpe responds. I mean a paper cut. The side of a piece of paper that cuts your finger. It hurt. To this day, I am convinced there is no greater pain than that. Nothing at all. Sharpe then points to Hamilton. You are very lucky that you were only just stabbed by a sword. I still feel the pain to this day. Got a medal for it too, by the way. He then ends his story with a smirk. She just looks at him, amazed how he keeps a straight face after saying paper cut. She knows he must be joking, but his reaction makes her think that it might be true. She looks over to Andrew and sees him rolling his eyes smiling, showing that what Sharpe said was not true. She then looks down at Hamilton and sees her laughing from that. A paper cut? Really? Hamilton asked, not believing his story but smiling from it. Yes, I never joke about such things, Sharpe said in a half-serious tone. During the quick pause, he gives her a wink. My God, sir, I can't believe no one has Section 8 you, Andrew comments with a chuckle. Sharpe looks at him, once or twice. Never put superglue in your CO coffee. It doesn't go down as well as you think, he said joking. She cannot believe it. After everything they all been through, she never thought she would hear that. But she smiles, glad he is not always this uptight man. All serious, Sharpe begins to say, Good job, Hamilton. Uno roar. You took the injection like a champ. It is very painful. Trust me, I know. Did you take it before? She asked. She remembers as she followed Sharpe, hearing Hamilton scream in so much pain when they injected the gel into her. Sharpe looks to her. He takes his figure and puts it on his left shoulder. I was shot here in North Korea. The only reason I am alive is because of that stuff. She is surprised to hear that, but notice something else. The joking side goes away into his usual neutral seriousness. Like there is more to the story. She has seen that look with Grey Co. Aldo before. The memory of past battles, people once have known but are gone. She then remembers her fight with Herm. She is proud that she defeated him. A stain on the Rose honor. The reason she beat him was that she fought for it, while he took the easy path. While it was a major achievement for her and her honor, she needs to remind herself that she is still young and has a lot to learn. So, she does not make the same mistakes that Herm did. Princess, Sharpe said, mind following me for a bit? I got something to talk about. She nods, knowing this was coming. Yeah. As Sharpe stands up, he looks down at Andrew. Keep her safe, Staff Sergeant. That is an order. Andrew gives him a thumbs up. Got it, boss. I'm going to introduce her to some card games. Then once she is discharged, head into the city. I ran into some cool dudes from last time who likes to play cards. Hamilton looks directly at Andrew. I told you no more gambling, she said with much energy. You keep losing money. Andrew looks to Hamilton and then back to Sharpe. Boss, mind helping me? Sorry, man. You are on your own on this one, Sharpe replied with a chuckle. But boss, you were in Delta. You won so many insane battles and is one of the most respectable commanders I have seen. Help me, Andrew said, nearly begging. Sharpe looks at Hamilton and then back at Andrew. Look, man, I fought a flame dragons, 10, hordes of bandits, Talon, twice, and Rory, who tests my nerve every second of the day. When I go into battle, I am confident of victory each time. But one thing I learned, when the lady decided, it becomes your will versus hers, and we both know who's going to win that. Sharpe then looks back to Hamilton and give her another wink. He then walks away. She cannot help herself but chuckle from that. She looks down at Hamilton. Hamilton looks up at Andrew. I like him. You are saying that because he sided with you, Andrew states. I know, Hamilton said with a relaxed but tired smile. Can you read me another one of those picture stories? Manga? She shakes her head and then follows Sharpe. As she follows, she knows what this is about. After some distance and passes more of their healers treating soldiers, he stops outside the tents. She was about to speak, but he spoke first. I think you already know what this is about, Sharpe said. Yes, I know, she said. Good. We need to sort this out. Sharpe responds and crosses his arms. She takes a deep breath, getting ready to get chewed out again. She cannot remember the number of times he has chewed her out, lost count. A big reason is that their cultures are different. and they have been clashing because of it. During the battle, I am not accustomed to people ignoring my orders, Sharpe said. Here's the thing. I pulled you aside to apologize to you for how I acted. So, I'm sorry. How I reacted was over the line, and it won't happen again. She looks at him, shocked to hear that. It was the opposite of what she expected. I don't. Look, I was pissed. I can get angry quickly once I lose control of a situation, especially when someone gets hurt when I feel like I could have prevented it. I do my best to keep myself in check. When your comrade got wounded, I lost control and I should not have grabbed you and ramped you into the pillar. Especially a woman, he said, glancing down not happen on what he did. She tilts her head hearing that. She can see he is upset about how he handled the situation. She smiles and nods her head. None of that would have happened if I just trusted you. I let my ego get the better of me. I didn't want to be on the sidelines and be in the fight. Part of the team. Sharpe takes a deep breath. This is going to be harder than I thought. But we need to trust each other if this is going to work. She nods thinking on that. While their relationship has gone far, clearly there are still improvements. She didn't trust him to include her, and he didn't trust her knights to be effective. Let's say we both made mistakes, but for now on, let's do this together. I must admit, I am still not used to taking an order. It is natural for me to listen to Gray because he is a father figure to me. But being a princess, I guess it can be hard to listen to anyone below that title. No offense. Oh, I am offended, but you know rule number 1, Sharpe said quickly, crossing his arms. She looks at him baffled. No. Oh, it means everything honestly. But in this case, don't listen to me, Sharpe said. You people are strange, she said with a chuckle. Understand the context? She holds out her hand, signaling that she's ready to put all this behind them. Sharpe looks at her hand and reaches out to take it, agreeing to the offer. Right before he takes her hand, right in front of her eyes, he disappears. She blinks her eyes as her mind tries to figure out what just happened. She slowly looks to the left and sees Rory sitting on top of Sharpe, hands holding him down. You people are very strange. That is correct, princess. She looks to the right and sees the blue-hair girl Lelei. What is happening? Rory and Tuka want to go shopping in Italica to celebrate the victory, Lelei said. Silly, it was your idea, Tuka said, elbowing Lelei as she blushes. Okay, she responds and looks back to Rory and Sharpe. Rory is shaking his vest hard, begging him to join them. To this day, she cannot believe how the apostle of war and death acting like his child to a mortal from another world. Gray is right. Things have changed. I think I will go. Have fun. Italica markets. An hour later. December 14th, 2025. Sharpe is walking down the streets of Italica. It has been a long time since he was here. Around him are the girls of the team, Rory Mercury, Lelei Lalalin, and Tuka Luna Marceau. While Rory and Lelei look natural as they walk around, Tuka looks more amazed by the place. Wow, this place looks so different, Tuka said. What do you mean? It looks like any other city, Rory states. I disagree. I have noticed many changes from the last time we were here, Lelei said. That is? Rory asked, looking at Lelei. For example, this place doesn't look like rubble anymore. It looks all fixed up, Lelei said. He looks to Rory and sees her glaring at Lelei. Of course, the city has been repaired. During our 8-year travels, we stayed in many towns like this, Tuka said. Where are the slave stations? He stops and takes a quick look around. He remembers when he first came here. One of the first things his team noticed of people standing on these booths, being auctioned off. Now, it looks more like Alnus than before. Even the second time he came here, there still was slave booths. Italica wanted to be under the American security umbrella. To do that, they needed to make some changes like ending slavery. How they did it and when was up to them, Sharpe explains. Security umbrella? Tuka asked. Lelei looks to Tuka. The United States provides military security to many weaker nations on Earth. It has been accustomed to maintain order and peace and to prevent other powers from bullying others, usually with little in return. Someone has been doing her homework, he replied. It isn't as simple as that, but close. Yeah, Rory said as she looks around, now noticing. This place feels civilized now. Civilized? Lelei said, thinking on that. A few years ago, we thought that was a civil act. Don't correct me, Lelei, Rory mumbles. But you make it easy, Rory, Lelei said with pride. You contradict yourself all the time. As he listens, he looks around. He has noticed a lot of changes. People seem friendly, and the streets seem more cleaned up. The place does not feel as barbaric compared to the first time. So far, everyone has been friendly to him and the girls. The citizens saying hi and welcoming them, all remembering what they did during the siege. Also, those two go on another fight. Tuka looks to him. Is this like your world, Sharpe? You saw it, he responds. But don't let Philadelphia fool you. Not everywhere on Earth is like that. He thinks about that for a moment. It is easy to think of how much better they are compared to the people of Falmart. Their technology is so far more advanced. But a lot of things he and everyone from Earthsea were only common a few hundred years ago. Something like slavery is still common in certain places in the world. I found it, Lelei said as she stops and looks at this place. He stops and looks at the building. He sees clothes, glasses, jewelry, fancy pottery, and other luxury goods. He then looks over at them and notices taking an interest at everything. That is when he begins to wonder if he prefers to shop or go fight in some battle. He feels both of his arms being taken. It is Tuka and Rory each grabbing an arm and start dragging him into the store. What do you think? Lelei asked as she looks to the other two. The three are in a changing booth that is inside the store. For about an hour, they have been trying on many different high-class outfits, goofing around more than shopping. You look great. Go ask him, Rory said. She looks away from Rory and to Tuka. Looking up, Tuka is trying out a new outfit. Tuka, what do you think? I told you already. It is good, Tuka said. She feels nervous for some reason. She takes a deep breath and walks out of the room. Sitting in front of her is Major Sharpe. She never had issues before around other people, but she never tried to impress anyone before. She just preferred to be alone. She thinks that is because of her father back in the Rurudo tribe. They are nomads, so she learned at a young age to not plant roots. The reason is that within days or week the tribe would already be heading to a new location. Her father turned out to be a vicious tyrant who would yell and physically abuse them when they were kids, either because he was drunk or because he felt insecure. Only being a child, the only real lesson he passed down to her was his insecurity. When he was drunk and angry, she remembers him hitting her when she cried. Because of that, she learned to lock down her emotions and see this as they are. She learned not to cry and keep herself in check. It has helped her with her studies with NATO Alliance, but also made it hard to make friends. Being with Vanguard, 7, and making a home in Alness, even in Philadelphia, all these new feelings have been flowing through her. She never had a place to call home until recently, and more importantly, someone to look up as a father figure. In the beginning, she joined them to learn more about them, to learn their knowledge, apply it to her magic, and leave once she thought she had enough. It never dawned on her that she would stay this long. While that is still true, now she wants to help because she feels like she has a place worth fighting for, friends and family worth staying for, and she wants to become confident and brave. She thinks that is why she is nervous. Since when they first met, Sharpe became what her father should have been, a father figure. Not like what he and Selena have. She is too old for that. No, what she wants is someone to look up to, an anchor to grow. She sees Sharpe on his phone, probably texting someone. He heard her coming and looks away from it. So, what do you think? I think it won't stand out as much compared to my blue dress, she said. Well, I am no fashion expert, he starts to say. We all know that. Rory yells over the fitting room. Sharpe shakes his head, used to Rory outbursts. As I was saying, it looks good on you. I think it would be easier to move around. She smiles and nods, then looks down at it. She is wearing this Renaissance-style cloth. There is a dark blue one-piece over this brown tied-together dress. The shoulder part buffed up with large slits between them. Thank you, that is what I thought, she said and then smiles, enjoying the positive review. I picked the top layer because of the enchantment attached to it. She looks at him and already sees that she lost him. Enchantment clothes? Sharpe asked, trying to understand. Correct, she responds and walks around. You see, I've been learning more about your science. While they made my magic stronger, it uses up more of my mana. This should help me build up more mana to do my magic. I have noticed that myself, Sharpe responds. So, this is supposed to help you? Well, it doesn't fix the problem. It will take some time to make those spells more efficient, but this should help me not exhaust myself so quickly, she explains. I can go into the science if you like. Maybe later over a beer, Sharpe replied. Why doesn't everyone have things like this? She looks to him and sees he is thinking of the military use for it. She walks over and sits down next to him. "Let me try to find an easy way to explain this," she said, placing her figure under her lip as she thinks. Sharpe nods as he thinks on the matter. "I understand. Dumbing it down. You should write a Magic for Dummies book." She thinks about that. That is not a bad idea. She then looks back at him smiling. "Anyway, the reason why you don't see things like this employed by the Empire is that it is expensive and hard to mass produce. You need certain materials and the right alchemist with the proper skill. You also need the right enchantments. Only a few places in Falmart can do that on a large scale." There is a short pause as Sharpe takes what she said in. "A few places, like where you're from, Rondell, and an alchemist like your sister. You remembered." She smiles, seeing that he remembers past conversations they had. She has always enjoyed private talks, the one time she can just ramble on about what is on her mind. It has been a plus that they have similar interests, her magic and his science. She feels like she does not have to hide behind her staff. "Of course, except for your sister's name." "That is a hard one," Sharpe said. She smiles and giggles. "Yeah, in your tongue it probably is." After some time of watching the girls do these things, he sees Rory talking to the storekeeper about this purchase. Tuka trying out other outfits and Lelei is looking at books. He quickly learned to be careful with Tuka clothes choices. Being a nature people, she seems to prefer less clothing. He already had to say no to many outfits, but that only seems to encourage her. She has explained to him before is that the main reason her people even wear clothes is that to respect the other races. That is why she sleeps in the nude. That was a conversation he ended there, and since then has been careful talking about her people's culture. Multicultural at its finest, I guess. He mumbles after thinking on that thought. He takes a deep breath, his body feeling exhausted. But he can see that the three are happy and having a good time, and that is what is important. If they are enjoying themselves and his team is taking the break they earned, he can go without sleep. While they were doing this short fashion show, he found something for Selena, a small shrine that she has been wanting, and this religious white dress that the storekeeper said that goes with it. It is related to her god and figures she might like it for his apartment. He does not fully understand what use it has, but it makes her happy. That is when he hears his phone go off. He grabs it and sees it is Sarah. The diplomatic outpost here put up a cell tower, and each outpost on the Roma highway has a tower too. Still, reception is spotty as most of the highway is a dead zone. "This is Major Sharpe," he answers. "This is Captain Rose reporting in," Sarah answers. "Sorry for the delay. There was a traffic accident at Checkpoint 7. I figured you would be in bed by now." "That is fine. The girls are keeping me busy," he said and looks up at them. "Tell me you are close, though." "About 30 minutes, sir," Sarah replied. He takes a light break, happy about that. Not just because she is bringing Selena a little piece of home, but that means he can call this shopping spree off and get some rest. Right now, he really wants to see that excited glow in his daughter's eyes, trying to impress him with every little thing, which he has grown to like. There is another reason. He is enjoying the sound of her voice, it being relaxing. "How is the little princess?" he asked. "Sound asleep. She snores just like you, by the way," Sarah said. "I don't snore," he answers. "Yes, you do," Sarah responds in a baffled tone. He smirks, seeing that she took the bait. He knows she is overthinking this and trying to figure out why he said that. "I don't hear it," he said, preventing her from continuing. "Because you're asleep, Major," Sarah responds, shocked by the conversation. "Exactly. All I have is your word, and that's not enough in this chase," he said, chuckling. He loves to be a smartass when he can. It helps keep him in check and calm. I have nothing to say to that," Sarah responds, not knowing what else to say. "By the way, when we get there, Selena wants to show you something." Changing the subject. "Okay," he said. He listens to her as she explains that Selena read this new manga book from Noriko, that she likes it, and wants to show him it. Right now, he is simply happy to listen. Not just glad her his daughter finally found something she likes. He understands her struggle in this subject. He was not a strong reader in school. His mom told him do not bother to learn to read when she was drunk. He took her advice literally during both elementary and most of the middle school until he got his act together. By the point, it was too late, and it took going into officer school to finally get decent. But he never quit, and that is why he does not want Selena to make the same mistake he did. But he remembers back at the fortress where he was stuck in the same room with Talon, 11. It might have seemed to her that he had the situation under control and confident of victory, but the truth is he was scared out of his mind. It took every idea he has just to slow him down, and they mostly backfired. His cocky attitude was more of a reaction to prevent his fear from controlling him in battle. As he thinks back, he knows what helped him get through that was knowing he was not alone. While not in the room, Sarah was right there with him, talking to him. It helped stay focused on the task at hand, and knowing if he missed something, she would catch it. As she continues to talk, something catches his eye. He looks to the right and sees this interesting-looking blue dress. It has gold color lacings all around, but not too dominating. For some reason, he finds it interesting. He wonders if that might be a good thank you gift or something like that. "Do you like blue?" he asked out of nowhere, interrupting her. "That is a random question. What does that have to do with what I was saying?" Sarah asked. "But yes, I do like blue. Reminds me of the sky back home, I guess." His eyes widen, realizes he spoke out loud. Nothing. I saw something and Rory was asking me a question." There is a short pause on the line. Right after he said that, he realizes none of that made sense. "Okay," Sarah responds. "Yeah," he responds. "I gotta go. We'll meet you at the East Gate. I don't want Selena seeing the wounded as your drive up." He then hangs up after she acknowledges his order. He looks down, pissed at himself. He looks down at his right hand and seeing the bandage around it. It is where he cut himself, so he could trick Talon that he was wounded by smearing blood on the wall. He did that without a second thought, no problem or regret. So he does not understand why he feels like crap right then. "Sharpe, can you come over here?" Rory asked. He looks up and acknowledges her call. "We need to hurry. Sarah and Selena will be at the East Gate in 30. V10, Chapter 115, Evening Darkness. Italica, looking for the Brave Pony Tavern. Date, December 14th, 2025. After the girls kidnapped their commanding officer Sharpe, most of the team decided to go out into the town and drink. Randy walks behind everything, looking down at them all. Almost everyone is here, except for the Major, Johnson, and Andrew. Andrew was going to come when he heard, but he recommended that he stayed with his lady friend. From the years of his experience being married, happy wife, happy life. He told him to start building up those brownie points now because he will need them down the road. He looks around the group. It is not just the Vanguard team that is together, but some of the Rose Knights. Most of the leaders seem to be gone, doing whatever nobles and royalties do. Accompany them is Jalen II Fendro and Suassess Co-Main of the Rose Knights. Sharpe has made it a point to have both groups to try and work together, both on and off the battlefield. He understands the logic behind that. At some point, everyone needs to learn they are on the same team. During his time in Afghanistan and Iraq, it was important to include the Afghan and Iraqi army with them. Otherwise, what was the point in building up their army if they do not know how, right? He and the other rangers have noticed both Sharpe and Pina trying to figure out a way to work together. It has been mixed results so far. "Hey, it is the rangers," some of the townsfolk say in a cheerful tone as they all walk by. "Hi." Alicia waves as she walks by. She then looks to the other rangers. "That was the 4th time in 10 minutes. Trust me, I noticed," Jalen comments. Alicia looks up at him. She looks like a shrimp compared to him. Does the big man feel jealous?" "Knock it off, Alicia," he said, making sure they don't kill each other. "What did I do?" Alicia asks, turning around. "You know what you did," Scott said. Randy shakes his head and looks at the townsfolk. "The last time they were here was during the peace process that fell apart. Last time they were treated like heroes." Many of the townsfolk set up a quick drinking party just for them while the officers were doing their diplomatic duties. He had a chance to become an officer and glad he did not. "You miss out on all the fun." "I have to agree with her," Jerry comments. "Everyone seems warm and friendly here." "I wish I was there to see that," Frost said. "Back at Ranger School, we were told what happened to her during the siege. It was an inspirational, man. I worked my butt off to get assigned to you guys." "So, what? 3 bottles of scotch and a night in the Emperor bed?" Scott said with a cocky tone. "I can't afford the good scotch," and Harvey stops and thinks and looks at Scott. "Hey." Randy sees the Rangers chuckle as they pick on the new guy. He chuckles himself. Remember what it was like being a lower rank many years ago. Being young and alive can be a great thing, especially after a battle that you won. You feel like you can walk in the sun and be fine. It does not help that the Major does that daily. "I have no idea what you are saying," Jalen said. "You people act like you're enemies." "Of course," Alicia replies. "Do you have any idea how boring life would be if we live in peace and all that good stuff?" Alicia then looks to Frost. By the way, Frost, how are things with the Batgirl? Didn't you have a thing for her? Frost grumbles a little as he figures out what to say. Well, being deployed hasn't helped. She doesn't seem to like anyone yet. Doesn't trust us but has nowhere to go. After everything we have done. Why not? Alicia said. Swestuals Kingdoms looks to them. You are friends with a bat? Bats are part of the dark race. You realize they are the enemy, Jalen adds. Now that makes sense, Alicia states, crossing her arms. You don't understand. They are bad people. Given the chance, they will swarm over the lands, killing everyone, Jalen said. You all saw that horde that marched on the fortress. Yeah, Scott said, and we blew them a new hole. And besides, Frost adds, we found her being attacked by bandits, too. All she is doing is looking for her brother. Yeah, Alicia adds, you say they are evil and all because they look different. But didn't you two work for the Empire once? Look all the crap they did to people. He smiles hearing that. While they ragged on each other, when it comes to it, they back each other up. He looks to the two Rose Knights and can tell they're thinking on what they said. Yes, those dark races the Knights call seem to be bad on average. Trolls, demons, and goblins seem to be mindless killers, but that does not mean everyone is bad or evil. Scott, how much longer? I am starving, Jerry asks, trying to change the topic. Almost there, Scott said. You said that 3 times now, Swestuals points out. Everyone stops and looks at her. Wow, Alicia said. You do talk. I forgot she was there, Frost adds. I just spoke a moment ago. Swestuals states. Be nice, everyone, he said. He looks at Swestuals as she walks. She just ignores everything they said. But Alicia had a point. He nearly forgot that she was there. During the battle when they stormed out of the hill and into the Imperialist charge, saving Vanguard, 5, and the 101st. He saw her there. Swestuals killed 3 men very efficiently with her thin sword. It seemed like she was a stealth killer. Truth is he is shocked how young she and the other Rose Knights are, and that most of them are female. He has worked a lot of women while in the military, all pulling their weight just like the men do. But the Battle of Legrath proved any concerns he had to be mute. The group walked some more, the area looking a bit sketchier. The positive family-like feeling of the town disappeared. Scott, where are we? He asked, getting annoyed that they have not found the tavern yet. This was supposed to be a fun night, not a tour. I don't know. I thought it was around here, Scott said, confused. You thickhead, Alicia said. We're lost. He sees everyone stops and looks to Scott. An argument breaks out as they figure out what to do next. As they fight, Swestuals walks over to him. You seem to be the only normal person. He looks down at her. Comes with the rank. Not the best first impression, though. Swestuals looks up at him. No, we are being followed. He can see that she is short with words. But what she said about being followed. Where? Swestuals just points to the roof. He looks up to see this figure on the roof. The person does not deem to be hiding, but is clearly following them. I see. Quickly move to them and tell. Before he finishes speaking, the figure jumps down towards them. Whatever who that it moved very quickly off the roof. The person lands right onto Scott. Everyone backs away and watches. He looks down and sees this tail. The person is a purple Nico. Just like any other cat, she is just sitting down on him, looking at him. His training is telling him to react because one of his men under attack, but the cat girl looks familiar. Wait just a minute, Jerry said. I saw you helping at the aid station. You're that Nico made from the palace, Alicia said. Hello, Persia. Long time no see. Persia looks up at them all. Yes, to all of that. And hello, Alicia. We didn't, Jerry says. Why did you call her Nico? Jalen asks. I have noticed you call cat people Nikos. It is a Japanese term, Alicia says. Andrew explained it to us and that term stuck. Ma'am, why are you on top of one of my men? He asks. Scott slowly raises his hand. I also like to know, he said in pain. Persia looks to Scott's hand and begins playfully swiping at it, just like a house cat would do. Truth is I was trying to land next to him, but my vision at long distances is not that good. I was told Scotty here was going to the pony with you all. Then I noticed you all went to the brothel district, and that got to be confused. My name isn't Scotty, Scott said. Persia looks down at him. Yes, it is. You told me that last time you were here. He thinks back on that night. The team went to the bar and had a party. He remembers seeing Scott flirting with this girl here. Apparently, She grew more attached than he expected. Scott tries to bring his hand down but is stopped by Persia. She grabs his hand and begins swiping at it again. Wait, back up, Alicia said in a shocked tone. Did you say brothel? Randy takes a deep breath after hearing that. Army regulations say they're not supposed to be at places like that. They are on an alien world with unknown dangers, fighting beasts that once thought were make-believe. With all fighting and God knows how many light years from Earth, possibly not even on the same reality. While NATO is winning the war, that is a lot to ask of soldiers. On top of that, there are also a lot of beautiful and exotic people, and the army does not want to start any bad habits. Bored or lonely soldiers could result in bad habits. And this society closely matches the classical age, which means tons of desires that might easily spread in those brothels. A situation the army wants to avoid. That is correct, Persia said. You are in the brothel district. I normally have a good sense of character, and when we met the last 2 times, I thought he was good with morals. Cocky but good. So, when I saw Scotty here come this way, I began to question my original view of him. That is when I figured out that you are just lost. All right, he said. Do you mind helping us out? Yeah, we are all hungry, Alicia says. We will let you do whatever you want to him if you help us. Do I get a say in this? Scott asks as he tries to get up, but Persia just stays sitting on his lap. Alicia leans over, pushing the purple tail out of the way. What you get is that we don't tell the major you took us all to a brothel joint. She has a point, Jerry said. In this world, anything is possible. We can make up anything we want and a good chance it is true. I hate all of you, Scott mumbles. He crosses his arms, enjoying the bantering between them. All right, let's head out. We don't want to keep the major waiting. Italica, the Brave Pony Tavern. Where you all go. Be careful. This place can get a bit rough, Mamina explains. He nods and thanks her for her guidance. She has been guiding them through the city. After a long day and meeting Captain Sarah Rose and his daughter Selena at the East Gate, they head to the Brave Pony for some food and to relax. Sharpe was at the East Gate for them. When they got there, the rest of the team are already enjoying themselves. He looks down and we Rory wanting to join in. He has found that Rory is a massive drinker and partier. Both have a lot in common, that is why they have a strong relationship. But in this case, they are different. Rory, go ahead, he spoke. Yeah. Rory jumps up and gives him a massive hug. She then bolts off and tackles some of them. I think I will join them, Tuka said. I can go play some music. As Tuka walks away, he looks down at Selena as she pulls onto his jacket. Come on, Selena said with a big smile. I want to show you my story. He smiles, surprised that she has this much energy over a book. Okay, I will get something for us, Sarah said and walks off. He feels Selena pulling him along to this booth. He looks to his side and sees Lelei following him. Don't you want to join them? No, Major, Lelei answers. I don't like the taste of beer, and I think I am going to go to bed after some food. I understand, he replies. I never was much of a drinker. As he sits down, he then thinks of a memory. Expect for Taiwan. I don't remember much about Taiwan. He looks back to Lelei and sees this confused look on her face. Never mind. Selena sits down next to him and pulls out that tablet that he got her for Christmas. See, Father, I figured out how to use this. He puts his arm around her, enjoying her innocence excitement. Good. So, what did you want to show me? Selena smiles and opens her book app. Then she pulls up the manga for my daughter. I might even be able to defeat the Demon King. There is this man who is a professional adventurer, kind of like you. As Selena spoke, she looks up to make sure he is paying attention. As he watches, he is impressed with how quickly she learned how to use the tablet. Selena shows him the images of the book. The adventurer named Dale, and he found this little demon girl and took her in. They become family, and in time he adopts her. That is cute, Selena, he replies. Glad you found something you like. She looks up and smiles. Hearing that he sees why she identifies with this story now, she goes on with the story, explaining how the two go on adventures together. The Dale character tells her around to these villages and has a good time. Sarah comes back and sits down. She sets down this large platter that she got from the bar. It is this turtle-like animal that is cooked. These armored scales are covering its body. She also puts down this pitcher of water. She takes out this case and takes out 2 pills. With them, she drops it into the water. The water starts to bubble a little. What is that? Lelei asks, fascinated by the reaction. Seeing the water bubble, Mamina looks over and watches, amazed by the strange event. It is cursed. No, it is not. It is a purifying pill. We don't trust the water here. Fill with germs. This cleans it so our troops don't get sick, but can use local resources, Sarah explains. Lelei takes a cup and pours some water. She takes a sip and then spits it out. That tastes nasty. He chuckles and hands her a drink flavor. No one said science is tasty. He then looks at the beast in front of him. It reminds him of that animal from the Stargate film, but scallier. What is this? No idea, Sarah said. It was that or what I think is a salad. And I know your policy about salads. What policy is that? Lelei asks. Anything that makes you hungry 10 minutes later should be banned. He looks at the beast, trying to figure out how to eat it. He is starving, not having much to eat or rest on the flight here from Elise. It is an Ifgruf, Selena said as she reaches over. I see them all the time back in Edris. Their shell is hard as stone, but when you cook them, the scales lose up. They still look hard to me, he replies. He watches her grab one of the scales and pulls it. When she pulls, he sees this decent amount of meat. You don't eat the shell part, but it pulls out the meat parts. Now you eat, Selena explains as she eats. Seeing that, they all do what Selena did. He found that the Ifgruf tasty and juicy. It tastes like crab, Sarah says, enjoying it. Yeah, but it has this salty taste with it. He responds and pulls another piece. Not bad though. Did she tell you that story? Sarah asks. She gave me the rundown. Sounds cute. He responds. That's all she talked about for 2 hours in the car, Sarah said. Selena looks up at him. Yeah, she got bored though. Selena pauses as she thinks. She then looks back up to him. But Sarah said something about genetics. He looks at his daughter and then back at Sarah. He sees her shrug her shoulders. Looking back at Selena, he brings both of his hands up. That is pretty many genetics. You have a mom and dad together alone in a room. Then a baby pops out. Genetics 101. He can see Sarah glaring at him, but trying to hold back a laugh. Lelei has her figures covering her mouth as she giggles, understanding the hidden dirty joke. Selena rolls her eyes, giggling. That's it, Selena said. I could have said that. You're a bad influence, Sarah said. And he's proud of it. Selena comments with much energy. You always take his side, Sarah states. He runs his daughter's hair, messing it up a little. That's my girl. While most of Vanguard 7 spent their time at the tavern enjoying some relaxation, Sarah and the other 3 went off. Lelei and Selena, both being tired, and went to the Countess' palace. The Countess maid Mamina is escorting them to there. The Countess Mui has been nice and opened her maids to the team, making sure they are being taken care of. This gives both Sarah and Sharpe some time alone, something she was hoping for. As they walk, she noticed how lovely the design of the buildings. They remind her of the Old West buildings for some reason. There is just this old country feeling she gets from them. She sees these 3 men and 2 women walk past them. 3 of them say good evening to Sharpe, 2 of them addressing him by his rank, while the other addresses him by Gold Emperor. Once they pass, she looks up at him chuckling. Really? She can see his reaction, being a bit uncomfortable with the attention. He tilts his cap out of respect. He takes a breath, placing a hand on his hip. That's Randy's fault. I know, she replies. I read the report, and I heard them joking about it afterward. You needed their attention, and it worked. Yeah, a little too effective. He spoke. Either way, glad to see the city rebuilt. Just means it wasn't for nothing. He pauses for a moment. I do wish they stopped doing that though. Don't be so thick, she responds. They understand you didn't have to help but did. Take some credit and enjoy life. While she feels fine opened up to him, she has found it hard though. Her roommate and friend April have described him like a brick. Hard to break thought that outer layer. As she said that, she thinks back when they first met. It feels so long ago. And the team has been through a lot. He has been through a lot, but is happy who he is becoming. More than just a soldier. The thing is, in my line of work. Well, I mean my last line of work, if people knew you are dead. He responds and thinks about that. But you're right. It has been hard transiting. She nods in agreement. She and everyone notice that having the girls around have helped him come out. They each helped play a role in his growth. And that all started here in Italics. As she looks at the buildings and listens to him talk, she sees a path that leads to the wall. It is nighttime, and she wants to get a good view of the place. A night stroll on the wall, the torches lightening the buildings. Hey, Want to head up there? Should be fewer people. He thinks and looks up to the wall. Okay. She knew that last part would easily convince him. She smirks, getting what she wants. They head up to the city wall and walk around a bit. As they walk, she again sees the city guards greet him. They really respect you, she comments. Was this where the battle was? Where you made your famous speech? I honestly don't remember what I said. I was just trying to get the people act together. He responds. Come on, she responds. You were trying to give them hope, a reminder of why they needed to fight. He then stops and thinks about that. He then points down below the east gate. Everyone was gathered down there. They were all freaking out. It reminds me of when I was in the Philippines, training Hong Kong rebels. So many of them were clueless about what to do, much eager to step up. She looks at him shocked. The U.S. has been denying any involvement with Hong Kong independence since 2019. While it is not a shock that the U.S. would do that, it is just strange hearing it. She read his file. Even some stuff that she is not supposed to see through some contacts. She knows he should not be saying that, but enjoys that he trusts her enough. It makes her wonder what other secrets are in his head. It must be hard, living a life of secrets, unable to speak about major parts of your life because it's classified. He looks down the wall and points. When the enemy started swarming the wall, the gate fell quickly. Scott, Andrew, and I were up here. Alicia, Rory, and Randy were down below. It was chaos up here. It felt like the ancient times. He then walks to the edge of the wall, looking out to the field. There were thousands out there, all bunched together. All you really could see was their helmets. She walks up to his side and looks out. Were you afraid? He thinks about those questions. No, there wasn't time for that. She thinks about that and remembers her first mission on the field. While she went through Ranger school, like most of the newer Rangers, she was a virgin solider, not having seen combat. The older Rangers like Randy did through the later stages of the War on Terror, but she missed out on that. It was the attack on Combat Outpost Serenity in Halfcrison where she saw combat when Crisis attacked. 3. There is always some level of risk in war. That is why the saying is you are a rifleman first. But watching the beast burst through the wall like that scared the living daylights out of her. For a moment there she thought her first mission was going to be her last as the monster came for her. She leans over the upper stone and looks out. She then looks up at him as he explains what happens during that siege. But she thinks about when he tackled her to the ground, just saving her. She got to see his eyes. Again, no fear but determination. But she saw some concern there too. She thought it was him just trying to protect his coworker, but the next day when he crossed the bridge, just for her told her what she wanted to hear. Their relationship is more than just coworkers, and probably more than that. The girls told her how he broke down after that. And it took that imperialist Princess Pina slapping him to snap him out. Then she remembers being taken by Crisis just to escape. And there was everything that happens as his prisoner. She could not imagine anyone coming in as he did, just going alone, putting all that trust into that Pina, clearing taking the saying, balls of steel, to a new level. While I was down below, this troll started climbing over. But you know the rest. Air support came in and the battle was over, he said as he turns around, looking back to the city. I wish I was here when all that happens, she said, letting out an annoyed sound. I know my job is important, but I do feel useless at times. You are out here risking your life, facing some insane things. I am in a comfy chair in a climate control room. He looks down at her and then looks away, leaving against one of the stone pillars on the wall. She takes a deep breath. When I was looking through your camera, staring down Talon, I must admit, I thought it was over. I am sorry, but I did. No Rory, Lelei there to help. Just you. You were standing there calm and I was safe and scared. Give yourself a break, he says, hearing that she looks up at him, confused. Look, I was scared to death. You thought it was easy starting down at an apostle? He says. Deep down inside I knew I was fucked unless help arrived. And knew help would arrive, but I needed time. I had a few tricks up my sleeve that I pre-planned, but that didn't turn as planned. He then looks at her. But in all that I never felt alone. I knew you were there is a second pair of eyes. He stops trying to find the proper words. She smiles and giggles a little, seeing how much he is struggling. What are you giggling about? He asks. She blushes a little, realizes what she did. I just think it is funny that you can walk in the middle of artillery fire and bark orders with no issues, but fall flat on your face in the civil sense. She turns around and then leans against the stone pillar, adjusting her cap. Okay, he said, adjusting himself. What I wanted to say, I didn't feel alone because I knew you were watching my back. Anything I miss, you caught it. So, while I was scared, I knew I was okay. I knew you were going to get me the help I needed. She looks at him and smiles, feeling happy to hear that, knowing that she brings value to the team. She can tell he cares for her, and more than he is letting on. Otherwise, he would not be struggling. She was going to say something, but he stops her. She watches him grab his backpack which he was carrying. She was wondering why he still had some of his gear on, but though it was some SF thing. For the first time in her life, she sees him sweating nervously. It is hysterical that it is more natural for him to cut his own hand, but whatever he is about to do is so foreign to him. He pulls out this plastic bag and he hands it to her. She takes it and looks at it, trying to figure out what is happening. She takes a glance at him and then back at the bag. She opens it and pulls out this blue dress. It has gold color lacings all around, but not too dominating. Some parts over part of her upper arm, but the shoulders are left open, like some of Selena outfits. The dress reminds her of some Roman or Greek goddess clothing she has seen back in history class. That is when she remembers when they talk. He randomly asked her blue. She looks to him seeing that he was talking about this. I knew you felt like that for a while, he said, feeling stupid. While we are out and about, I figured this might have been a thank you for being there if you needed it. Figure. Never mind. She looks back at the dress. It is a bit silly and struggling to think of a situation to wear it. But to hear the thought is all that mattered. While simple, she knows it must have been hard to buy something like this. She looks back at him, feeling renewed and welcomed. What is that? She asks as she sees something behind him. As they both look, they see a building in the distance glowing. Smoke starts to appear, and they both can see flames appearing. The building is on fire. He stands fully up. Better go check it out. It looks like it will get worse. She was about to say something but see that switch turn in his head. Back to work. All right, let's go, she says. Italica, Countess Palace, December 14th, 2025. Lord Lashen finishes climbing the rope to the Countess' roof. He looks around and sees 5 other wood elves with him, the most trusting members of his expedition force to this region. It has been a long time, his expedition being here far longer than he expected. His mission is to take King Julia's last remaining child, Princess Selena. When those damn Edras humans killed the royal family as part of becoming vassals to the Empire, they stole his chance for revenge. While he wishes that he could have sliced Julia's throat after what he did to his family, her blood will have to do. Are we ready? He asks. His second-in-command and most trusted friend Howleys looks to him as he brings up the rope. Yes, but we better hurry. He looks out to the burning building. He sent a few elves to start a distraction but have clear orders not to kill anyone. One of the main reasons he waited this long was because these otherworlders have proven to be stronger than anything he ever has seen. While he hates humans, he does not want to risk war with these people. Let humans kill other humans. However, nothing will stop him and his people vengeance. Selena must die in the fire of Palapon. His people serve the Wereheron, the tree goddess. With her, they gain unnatural abilities in the woods, a key reason why their people have held out against the Edras Kingdom, the Empire, and the Ticaret Conglomerate. But she could help with his mission. He knew he needed help on his quest to wipe out the last of the Edras bloodline, wiping them out as a threat once and for all. He and his tribe switched to the god Palapon, the god of revenge and retribution. He hopes with his blessing he will complete this task and end the threat once and for all. The only way to break free from Palapon is for him to finish his quest to kill Julia's daughter. But he cannot do it here. He was to sacrifice her to Palapon to please him. That ritual is through a pit of fire, marked by his blood. Let's go, he said. The 5 quickly jumps down to a balcony and sneak inside. They go into one of the empty rooms and crack the door. They have all broken into many human buildings over the centuries, usually on assassination missions. This one is no different. One of his elves shows that he sees 2 human guards talking about the fire. He signals to them to use them spurt magic and put them to sleep. Its effect depends on the skill of the user. That is why he picked the best trained members of his tribe. It does not come as natural as the high elves, but being spirit magic, they can use it. Normally, he would not care about the life of a human, killing them as they should be, but he wants to try as hard as to not anger these people enough. Hopping just a lost girl would not be worth the escalation. He watches 2 of his elves wave their hands, and these blue magic flows out. The next thing he hears is two thumbs. As they walk out of the room, Howleys moves up to him. "My lord, this would be so much easier if we kill them. Obey my orders. We are here to take revenge, not start a war," he says back. Mamina is sitting down by this warm fireplace. In front of her is the blue-hair girl Lelei, her master Countess Mui, and her fellow maid Araya. There are also 3 Rose Knights, Pina Colada, Grey Coaldo, and Margarita. There was another one here but left, Panache Furcalgi. Lelei has been telling them stories of her adventures with the Otherworlders, explaining what Earth's life is, but she can tell that Lelei is withholding key information, which is okay because she has earned their trust with their secrets. With the Rose Knights here, she sees some tension between Mui and Pina. Both defected from the Empire, but under a different context. The last time they met was not under the best conditions. So, they really have buildings that tall, even greater than the Great Tower? Margarita asks. Lelei takes a drink from her tea. That is correct. I can't believe that, Aurea said with much energy. And flight is very normal for them? Lelei just nods. She takes a drink from the tea. While they are all down here, she has an ear listening to the little one. Lelei explained that the little girl has great value to Major Sharpe and the other rangers. For saving the city and by extension Countess Mui, all of their protection is her priority. At the Brave Pony, she didn't realize that was the same girl she helped save with Grey. These two would elf punks try to mug or rape here the last time they were here. She has no intention to allow that. Their world sounds impressive, but all of it just seems like fancy toys to me, she said. It seems like it takes away the simple parts of life. They drive by all the time, missing out on the surroundings. You are crazy, Aurea states. I might be, but, she begins to say, but her ear pops up a little. She then bursts from her position without warning and rushes up the stairs. Lord Lashin gives the order and Howleys fires an arrow down the hallway. The arrow hits this order-looking maid that was heading to door Selena is at. On top of the arrow is this poison powder that paralyzes when hit, but nothing that kills. He was hoping this maid woman would head to the other direction, but she did not. It was either wait or get aggressive. Once the woman is down, they all move to the door. He quickly opens the door and walks in. Getting this far into Italica might seem easy, but it required much planning. His spy in Alnus gave him the heads up that she was coming here, which worked out better than he expected. He wanted to attack now when the Otherworlders were at their weakness. Many of them only recently coming back from the war and are exhausted. Since Italica is a safe place for them, he figures they would lower their guard. He walks in and sees Selena sleeping abed. The only light in the room is from a candle. Looking down, she looks so peaceful, lying there, lightly breathing. She is still dressed like she was waiting for someone. Howleys walks up and looks down at the girl. All this trouble for something so small. Still, he responds, it will be enough. He looks at her and can only see the memory of his son and daughter. Get the rope. We must hurry. Howleys walks over to Selena and casts a sleeping spell on her. The last thing they need is for her to wake up and struggle. Another elf walks over and begins binding her arms and legs. He then lifts her over his shoulder. Seeing that they got what they came for, he orders everyone to head out. They all start rushing down the hallway, trying to make a stealthy getaway. As they run, they nearly get to the room they came in. It is only at the end of the hallway. The guards they ran into before are starting to wake up. As they get close, out of nowhere this orange warrior bunny slides down the other hall and blocks their path. He knows about her and the other maids' beasts. While they look just like any other maids, they are highly trained warriors. He was hoping to be in and out before they notice. Fire, he yells. 2 of his elves move up and fire their bows. The same paralyzing powder explodes next to her, but she just jumps forward before she gets injected. She rolls in front of them and stops, tossing 2 daggers at them. Both hit their target as 2 of his elves get wounded. Fall back, Howleys orders. They all start to move backward, heading to another room. Howleys, Kulua, burn the hallway, he orders. All of them stop and he and the other elf that's not carrying Selena fire their bows. Howleys, Kulua stop and cut their arms. Their blood turns into fire and begins burning the walls around them. An ability they learned after switching gods, mixing her fire magic with their cursed blood. The warrior bunny stops as the flames engulf the area. Seeing that the stop her, he waves them to move out. That won't last. He breaks into another room and hears this scream. He looks over to this bed and sees this man and woman waking up. He ignores them and rushes to the window and breaks it. He helps his people out and looks to Howley's. Howley stands there and aims his bow at the door. He fires another round of that powder at the floor, blocking the entrance. Howley's, he said. Let's go. Italica, burning building. December 14th, 2025. Sharpe is standing there helping coordinate the effect to put the fire out. Everyone around him is a mix of Italica citizens and some NATO soldiers working together. This corporal rushed up to him. Sir, I think we are getting a handle on this. Sarah is standing by his side, on a radio. Major, engineers should be here in 5 minutes. He looks to her and nods. Good. Tell them we're trying to prevent it from spreading. He looks back to the fire, but for something doesn't feel right. The moment Sarah pointed to the fire, nothing felt right, but he can't figure it out. Okay, Corporal, get those men over there and flank on that side. Don't let it spread. Get them to move that wagon full of water over there. Wind flowing west, so we need to counter it. The corporal salutes and runs off. As he stands there, he hears someone calling his name. He looks around and, in the distance, he sees Pina. The confusing part is that she is running as fast as she can. He watches Pina as she runs up. Why are you running? Pina rushes out, completely out of breath. Sharpe, there is something happened. Spit it out, princess, he orders. Pina looks up. They took her. They took Selena. He looks at her. Everything else around him seems to unfocus. The sound of the fire and the people around him yelling just fade away. All of his attention is just on Pina as he looks at her. He can feel his mind rejecting what she just said, refusing to accept it. He had to mishear her. What? V10. Chapter 116, The Kidnapped Princess. Italica Palace. December 15th, 2025. Lelei looks up at the redhead Medusa maid Aurea as she hands coffee to her. Sarah asked a few of the mains to go get coffee from the American diplomatic outpost that is inside the city. She looks over and sees Rory grabbing a mug. Thank you, Rory said, and then takes a drink. She looks like a mess, half drunk. Rory and the other members of Vanguard 7 had to be dragged out of the tavern, not because they do not want to help, but because many are drunk, especially Rory. It has only been a few days since the battle at Legrath, and this was supposed to be the time for them to relax. Are you okay, Rory? She asks. Rory slowly looks over to her. I just feel dizzy. Didn't know another mission was coming so soon. I didn't think anyone expected this, she said. No, Rory responds. And I'm going to crush whoever did this. She slurs her words a little. Should you go lay down? She asks. Rory shakes her head as she holds onto the mug. No, I am needed here. Just keep me in the loop. She was about to say something, but overhears the argument that is happening. She looks out and sees everyone standing there. Countess Mui and her maids are there with some of Pina's knights. Of course, the Americans are here, Colonel Robert Young, Ambassador Harlan Willington, and the leadership of Sharpe team, Charles Johnson and Sarah Rose. And Sharpe is standing there, trying to keep his anger in check. She looks over to her friend Sharpe, and while he is still composed, she never has seen him like this angry before. She does wonder if her father looked like that when she and her sister ran away. But unlike him, she cares how Sharpe and everyone feeling. Selena is her friend, closer to a younger sister after all. This is a meeting to figure out what happened and what to do next. She made sure she had her notebook to record everything she finds important. That doesn't make sense. No one died. Young asked again. As I explained, when we swept the hallways, we found the people who were attacked. 3 guards and head maid Kane were put asleep by spirit magic. Head knight Brolin Taluos. This doesn't make sense, Willington states. This has to be a ransom job. No, Mamina replies strongly. This was to organize of an operation to be random. The girl was the target. The girl has a name, Sharpe said. Mamina looks to him. I mean, no offense. My point is I saw them and fought them. This was a hit job and knew what they were doing. They are well trained and skilled. These are not common bandits or kidnappers. Selena was the target. But they didn't kill anyone, Taluos said. Why would they do that? I don't know, Mamina responds. It looked like they were just trying to slip in and out. And, where were you? I thought you said you were going to protect her? Sharpe asks. Young looks to him. Stand down, Major. She sees Sarah walk to his side, standing straight. Let us be clear here. There was no way any of us could have known this was going to happen. Yang states, trying to taste the tension. Besides looking for blame, let's focus on the matter at hand. I'm sorry, Sharpe says to Mamina. None of this makes any sense. She is just some child. Why would someone break into a heavily armed palace just to take a child? It would make sense if it were the Countess. No offense, ma'am. Do not worry, Mamina. I understand, Mui said. Pina raises her hand halfway. It has to be Zorzel. That makes no sense. Why would it be him? Sarah asks. Actually, it makes sense. Willington comments. Major Sharpe, you did assault him and technically took Noriko from him. 1. We also took Tayul from him. 2. You humiliated him in heir to the throne. This could be an act of revenge. Pina looks to him. I would agree with you, Ambassador, but you are assuming that my brother knows about their relationship? Do not forget Princess Selena was promised to him before your people arrived in this world. I think it is more likely that he was just trying to get what he considers belongs to him. Hurting Sharpe is just a bonus. He really enjoys his slaves. So far, Lelei has been taking note of the conversation, but she looks up after hearing that. She can feel the air in the room freezes. Everyone from all sides stares directly at Pina, all shocked and confused. She is even shocked by what she just said. Pina looks around, seeing everyone staring at her. What? What did you say? Sharpe demands. Did you just refer her as princess? Like royalty princess like you? Yang asked. Pina looks around with a confused but nervous look on her face. Yeah, didn't you all know? She is the daughter of King Julius of the Edras Kingdom. She pauses for a moment. I hear you call her princess all the time. She takes a note on that. Selena has told them some things about her country, things that she can remember. That Julius was the king of many cults. That the kingdom was always at war with its neighbors. But she never said she was royalty, never even gave a hint. She always seems to focus on trying to just like Sharpe and live life in Alness. Oh Lord, Sarah said as she rubs her eyes, annoyed. On our world, that is just a cute nickname we give our daughters. My dad called me, and my sister Princess all the time. He still dozes. Johnson shakes his head. You know, Daddy's little princess, that kind of stuff. She looks at Sarah, knowing what she is thinking. She has found that these Americans like to give their children many different cute nicknames. However, she never imagined a little cultural misunderstanding would cause so many issues. You have to be fucking kidding me, Sharpe states to Pina. You knew about this? What else do you know? I thought you knew. I didn't know that was a common nickname you give to girls, Pina said, trying to defend herself. I swear, if I knew the difference, I would have told you. And I didn't want to make a scene with her. I don't care that she a political enemy of the Empire. Well, this complicates everything, Willington said. That means they are heading to Sadera. And we can't go there, Yang said. Sharpe looks at Yang. To hell we can't. Major, stand down. Yang orders. We have assists within Sadera. We will see what they can find first. By that point, God knows what will happen to her. Sharpe responds to Yang. Gray walks up. Mamina, you said they were elves. Yes, Mamina replies. Did they look like those elves from before? Gray asks. Mamina thinks about the question and then looks back at him. Now that I think about it, yes, they look like those elves bandits. Thank you. Gray responds and looks at Sharpe. I know who took her. Well, don't make it a state secret, Gray, Sarah said with some fire in her voice. When you and Princess Pina left for Sadera for the peace process, Selena was attacked by these two wood elves. 3. They tried to kidnap her then, but Mamina and I stopped them. Gray explains. Please forgive Princess Pina. She had no idea and I informed her not to bring up Selena's status for diplomatic reasons. She writes all that down and then looks to Sharpe. She can see his reaction. His face is white, just staring at Gray. His eyes tell a story on all the different ways how he would kill Gray if he wanted to. From what she understands, Gray just told him that he knew that there are people after Selena and kept it a secret. After a short pause, Sharpe punches Gray hard in the head. He then walks forward but is stopped by Johnson and Sarah. But Sharpe points at Gray. We went into battle together and fought side by side. Every step of the way you knew my daughter was in danger, and you didn't tell me. The colonel moved between them to separate them. He then looks to Gray. Explain. Pina runs over to Gray and helps him up. He didn't mean. Gray taps Pina's shoulder to stop her. He then looks to Sharpe. I meant no disrespect, but it is not my place to say what Selena wishes hidden. She wished for her identity not to be public. She 13, Sharpe responds. She is not old enough to make those decisions. And yet she's been through a lot already, Gray responds. You give her a little credit because of her age. She made a choice to be American, not her people. I was honor-bound to fulfill her wish. And why was that? Young asked. Gray looks to Young and back to Sharpe. I do not know if that is her true reason, but I do know was that she was afraid you wouldn't want her if you knew the truth. When you lost so much, you value the little you have with great importance. Something I believe you understand, Major. She writes that down, but it confuses her. She looks over to Rory as she takes a sip of her coffee. Rory, I don't understand. Rory closes her eyes and takes a light breath. Mortals. Sometimes people lie to the ones they love so they look better, fearing that if they learn the truth they will be rejected. That did not make sense to her. The truth would have been far better. She knows none of these people would look down at her if she was royalty or not. She looks back to the conversation. So, she told an imperialist and not her father, Sharpe asks, struggling to accept what he is being told. Okay, Sarah said and gets in the middle of everyone. None of this matters, boy. All the matters are that she was taken, and how are we getting her back? How? Willington asks. We know nothing about these people. We don't even know what wood elves are. The ambassador is correct, Young states. It was better that Zorzel took her. At least we had a direction to act on. Hearing them debate on what to do, she looks down at her notes and go over everything in her head. She then reaches down into her bag and pulls out the tablet that she got for Christmas. She accesses the military maps of the region, taken by NATO drones. What are you doing, Lelei? Rory asks, looking over. I'm doing math, she replies as she looks at the map around Italica and looking back at her notes. While I was a student under Master Cato Alteston, he taught me about many of the races of this world. I know about the wood elves. They are not native to this region, but from the far west. They must have traveled a long way to take her. I know, Rory said. So what? How does that help? Remember what the Major says about war? She asks as she looks over her notes. Rory glances up as she thinks. He says a lot of silly things. But in this context, I think it's knowing is half the battle? Correct. She responds and then stands up. She sees the argument turn into factions, just because no one knows what to do. Major Sharpe. She notices no one responds, not hearing her. Rory stands up beside her and yells, "Shut up." She then places her hand on her forehead. That hurt. She looks to Rory, rubbing her hair from the scream. She then looks back and sees everyone looks at her. I think I know where they are. Explain. Young demands. She takes a deep breath as she gathers her thoughts. This was a kidnap, not an assassination, so that means they have other plans for her. Selena has told us that her people have a lot of enemies. This probably has something to do with some past event, and they're looking for justice, based on how efficient they snuck into this palace. Knowing this was the moment we were at our weakest. That means they had to be watching for some time. Since they are wood elves, they have an unusual advantage in the forest, and that they are not from this region. Taking a girl would slow them down and limit the places they could go to. That means they must have a camp nearby, but I doubt it is the main camp. They have to be mobile, so we have a limited window. Lelei, Sarah said, signaling her to wrap it up. She nods and looks to Sharpe. She then holds out her tablet, which shows the military map around Italica. She then points north to this forest area. I believe they would go here. They can take cover, and it is the safest for them. Going any other way increases the risk of them running into our people or the Empire. Sharpe looks at her, looking like he is in deep thought. Let's go. He then turns around. Johnson. On it, sir, Johnson said, and then heads out of the room. Sharpe sees Pina starting to follow Johnson. Not you, Pina, Sharpe said. Hold on, Major, Young said. His face looks like he wants to protest, but then he looks back to her. He then looks back to Sharpe. You are taking the knights, sir, Sharpe said, about to protest. She understands why Sharpe wants to protest. After everything that just happens, Sharpe values trust and loyalty. Right now, both of those just got punched hard in a matter of minutes. But she sees Yang's reaction, giving him the no bullshit look. Let's go, girls, Sharpe said and storm out of the room. Colonel Young places his hands on this couch, taking out his stress out on it. As Sharpe, the girls and Pina Knights leave, he looks to Gray. No, you are though. Gray turns around and looks at him. I should go and help. Yeah, but there is a 50-50 chance Sharpe is going to shoot you if you go out there. Stay here. Young said. He can only imagine how they must all feel. Learning that your daughter was taken is any parent's worst nightmare. The girl somewhat has become a mascot for the troops in Alnus. It is a daily reminder of why we are here and fighting for. Countess Mui del Formal walks over. I apologize that this happened under my roof. From what I understand, Countess, this was not your fault. Everyone is just tense. Yang responds. He must admit, he was impressed with Lelei. Special kid, been nicknamed by some of the troops as the walking computer. While everyone else was dicking around, she took everything that was said and created a mental map. He then looks to First Lieutenant Sarah Rose. You should go with. He watches as Sarah gives him a salute and walks out. Normally, Major Sharpe is one of the most dependable and cool-headed under his command. Been through intense combat and has a good sense of a situation. Able to keep his wits under the most serious situation, but everyone has a limit. He wants Sarah by his side to prevent him from doing something he will regret later. Still, Mui said, I like to offer my help with your permission. Mamina is my top assassin. Persia is skilled at tracking. I will be honored to help, Mamina said. All right, go, he said. As he watches the warrior bunny walk away, he looks to Wellington. You have been quiet. I've been thinking, Wellington said. This complicates things. Which part? The part we had royalty under our noses and we never knew about it? Or is it that we let someone kidnap her? Young said. The president won't like this, Wellington said, rubbing his chin, but I think I can work around this. We should talk in private, Colonel. Selena picks up this bowl of popcorn and walks over to Sharpe's bed. Once in bed, she gets cozy by his side. What are we watching this time? You said it's about cat people? It is called Thundercats. It is an 80s classic, Sharpe said with a chuckle. She rolls her eyes and giggles hearing that. She has figured out these are children's shows that are incredibly old. She found it funny this grown man warrior into that, but she has learned to enjoy it too, finding it easy to learn about their culture and spending time with him. His place is a small military apartment, barely enough room to fit one, but she does not care. He lets her live in here whenever she wants, and she enjoys it. This small room has been the only place she felt like home and safe. You have strange shows, she said. You're watching it. Doesn't that make you the strange one? He says with a chuckle. She takes a piece of popcorn and throws it at his face, giggling. This reminds her of when they first met. She was scared and indecent. She spent many months being transported as a slave, but in a quick moment, she ended up in the back of his vehicle. The next thing she saw was him next to her, and both watching this 1984 Transformers cartoon. At the time, she had no idea what was happening, but it is a moment she treasures. It has become an ongoing tradition. She considers moments like this important because it was the first thing they ever did together, the first act of a father in her life. Coming from a grown man who watches children's shows, she responds. The next thing she sees is him picking up the bowl and flipping it onto her head. She laughs and takes the bowl off. When she can see again, she notices she is alone. Father. Where you go, father? Nearby forest, between Italica and Malortis. December 15th, 2025. Father, she mumbles as she slowly wakes up. The first thing she is the wet grass. She tries to move but notices that her hands and legs are bound, a feeling she remembers all too well. Father, she asks as she tries to look around. Damn girl, be silent, someone says with a tired voice. As she looks around, she feels this hand grab her butt. Hey, wow. She suddenly is lifted and dropped to the ground. She lands on her arm, hurting hard. She shakes a bit, feeling the cold air. Not wearing the proper clothes for this temporary. I didn't realize humans were this heavy, the person said. Once she recovers from the shock, she looks around and sees 5 elves. Not just any elves, but wood elves, enemies of her people. Where father? She asks, getting scared about the situation. All you say is father, this other elf said. Why? This older-looking elf walks over. He grabs her by her dress, tearing it a bit. He then lifts her up with both hands, bringing her close. Are you Julia's daughter? Are you Selena? She struggles but then looks at him. Ye know, I am not. She remembers Sharpe tells stories of how he lied, but make it sound like it is the truth during a tense situation. She tried but did not properly execute it. She sees the old elf get angry. Your eyes tell me everything. You are a horrible liar, he says and drops her on the ground. Ouch! She yells and begins to cry from the pain. Why am I here? The elf was about to look away but stops. This other elf walks up. My lord, we need to rest, the other elf asks with a tired voice. Fine, the old elf said. I think we made a clean getaway. Rest here for the time being. Well, need the strength later. Then we can put this mess behind us. As she recovers, she looks up, noticing she does not know where she is. Answer me. My father is dead. Why did you take me? The old elf kneels next to her. Do you know who I am? She looks up at him. A wood elf. She notices that response angers him. Of course I am. Glad you see the basics, Adrian, the old elf said. Our people have been at war for hundreds of years. It's sad that your father was killed in the manner he was. She is confused by what he said. All she remembers is her father mentioning them a few times. She was too young to fully know what was going on. By the time she was 10, his attention was fighting the Empire which came from the southern path. The old elf looks at her. He grabs her face and makes sure she pays attention. It wouldn't be fair to sacrifice you without you knowing who I am. I am Lord Lashin, one of the 12 heads of the Nadrish tribe. Father never mentioned you. He was fighting the Empire, she says. But he's dead. Why did you come for me? No one in Edras wants me. Didn't you hear me, human? I am going to sacrifice you to Palapon. I do not care about human politics or anyone's, Lashin said. Your father killed my wife and kids. Your father and his fathers killed my people. I am going to end this war once and for all. These are your last moments. You will pay for your father's sins. But he's dead. I keep telling you my father is dead. She yells with anger. You are correct, little one, Lashin said. However, his blood flows through your veins. One day your womb will birth a son, just like all of you Merida whores do. He will continue this war and kill my people. The gravity of the situation dawns on her. He is going to kill her for what her father did to him. She could not help herself, but look at the direction they came from. They won't find you. We covered our tracks, and by the time we get to camp, we will begin the ritual. By the time they figure out where to start looking, we will be going home. Your new Otherworlders bodyguards can't save you. Lashin gets up and starts to walk away. She cries a little from hearing that there is no chance of rescue. She wants to escape, but struggling to move from the bonds. No, elf, she said in a defiant tone. My father will come. Lashin turns around. Are you slow? He is dead. You said it yourself. She adjusts herself and looks directly at him. She knows if Sharpe were in this position, he would never be afraid. Holding out hope to the last second, maybe even create some. Then she realizes something. When she said father, she meant Sharpe, but Lashin assumed she was talking about her dead Adrian father. He just called her new family royal guards, which means he does not fully understand her relationship with them. That means he will underestimate her new father. She looks away from Lashin, not wanting to answer. Lashin just walks away. She takes a breath. While scared, she knows she will be fine. Unlike the last time she was traded away, this time she has people who will look for them. This time, she knows her father will come for her. She takes a deep breath and looks at her clothes. She then tries to reach down and starts ripping a part of her dress. She plans on leaving some clues for Sharpe to find. Maybe someone will catch her scent from the cloths. Italica, December 15th, 2025. Sharpe walks to the Humvee that the local motor pool lent them. He looks around and sees the bulk of his team, Pina and some of her knights and the maid Mamina. He watches Andrew put away his sniper. He looks past him and sees everyone quickly loading up the Humvees. He takes a deep breath as he tries to calm himself down. He feels like he was not just hit by a truck, but by a freight train. So much new information hit him so fast, and so much he thought he knew just got thrown into the trash can. He always knew Selena was keeping a secret. A part of her acted more properly than the average kid of this world. That just made him assume she was once some nobleman's daughter. He assumed she did not want to talk about them because it might have been too painful and was trying to move on with her life. He can understand that is what he'd been trying to do. He begins to wonder that is why she did not tell him. He refused to talk about his past, so she followed suit. He thinks that when Sarah is right, she is right. He needs to do better so Selena is more comfortable speaking up. Being royalty completely caught him off guard though. He is trying to figure out what he should do about that. If he knew, he would have done things very differently. He feels this pat on the shoulder and looks over to his left. He sees Sarah walks up. Everyone is almost geared up. We are just missing Scott, Frost, and Alicia, all too drunk to help. But Pina and a few of her knights are coming. Plus, the bunny and cat are coming, so this should be enough, Sarah reports. She then looks at him. Everything okay? Okay is a massive overstatement, he thinks. Just trying to figure it all out. I wish she just told me. I understand. Lost princess who saw her family murdered in a coup. Sold off as part of a peace treaty with the Empire. Then rescued by this overly principled shiny knight in green Kevlar that became a father figure. She speaks. I am not in the mood for sarcasm, First Lieutenant. He speaks. I hate to say it Sharpe, but I agree with Gray, Sarah said. He looks to her pissed. He can forgive Pina for not telling him. No matter how much that pissed him off, it was clear it was a cultural misunderstanding. If it were not for the current situation, he could respect the fact that she didn't make a big deal about it in the name of diplomacy. He understands she has been trying to be on his good side, and in an odd twist of fate, she doing the right thing turned out to mess everything up. But Gray, he does not regret punching him. He worked and talked to him many times. He thought they had a mutual understanding just to find out he knew all of this. Again, he feels Sarah's hand on his shoulder. I know you're worried and pissed, but you need to stay cool. You're no help to her like this, Sarah said. I just don't understand why, he said. Sarah takes a stressed breath. Look, Sharpe, what you are good at is seeing exactly what you need to see. You take complicated issues and simplifies them and then act. But right now, you are overthinking the facts. Let me ask you this question. Are you going out to save a princess? Or are you going to go save your daughter? He looks at her thinking about that. He learned a long time ago that it is important to keep things simple. Sarah's question made complete sense. The truth is he does not care about this new information. These people took his daughter, and that is all that matters. Royalty and all that means nothing to him. Let's get the brat, he said and looks around. He sees his rangers getting in. He sees Pina, Suicess, Margarita, and Bozes. This isn't natural, Suicess states as she resists getting in the Humvee. Pina pushes her inside. That is what I said the first time. Just do it. He then looks to the girls as getting inside. Yawning, he understands she is tired, but glad to have her along. He then sees Lelei. As she passes, he stops her. Lelei, whatever happens, I just want to say proud of you. Lelei looks up at him and nods. We should go. He nods but then notices someone is missing. He does not see Tuka loading up. He looks around and sees Tuka over by the palace. He walks over to Tuka and notices she looks uneasy. Tuka, I know it is a tense situation, but we need to go. Mount up. Tuke crosses her arms and refuses to look at him in the eyes. I am not going. He could not believe what he just heard. At first, he thought he misheard, but he can tell he did not. Tuka, Selena needs us. I need help. I can't. I am sorry about I can't help an Adrian, Tuka said. But, look Major, I am sorry, but I cannot help her. If what those imperialists said is true, I cannot help the man-daughter who massacred my people. 8 years of hell just to... He can see Tuka crying as she spoke. He thought she was past this. It's Selena. I thought you two were friends. She thinks you are her friend. She does not care that you are an elf. She wasn't involved. Major, Tuka said as she holds back her upset emotions. You always said that you should live by your principles. I cannot help the people who butchered my people. I cannot bring myself to save the daughter of King Julius. If she were just any other Adrian girl, then maybe I could, but... He takes a breath, not knowing how to respond. Normally, he would be happy to go 12 rounds with someone about principle, but right now he cannot. He just cannot believe after everything they've been through. This is her red line. He turns around and heads back to the vehicles. Hearing all that, a part of him feels crushed. He knows he did not save her people to gain a favor or anything like that. It is just, he does not know how to process it. What's going on with Tuka? Rory asks. Not coming, get in. He responds, and he gets inside the passenger seat. He then looks to Andrew, who is in the driver's seat. Drive, Corporal. Yes, sir. Andrew responds. Sarah pops through the center. Everything okay? He looks to her. Work with Lelei and figure out where they might be. I expect a report when we get there. He looks forward as the Humvee starts going. Suddenly, Andrew stops the Humvee. Andrew, what? I'm sorry, sir, but someone running up, Andrew said as he looks at the mirror. Correction. Make that 3. It's Alicia, Scott, and Frost. The back door opens, and Private First Class Alicia Moore gets in. I am sorry. I'm here, she says, trying to keep her composure. You look like you half asleep, Private, Sarah said. I know you've been drinking. I am fine, Alicia responds, shaking her head. Just need a nap. Not letting my little niece get away like that. He takes a deep, relaxed breath hearing that. Alicia was also there when he freed Selena, taking out that fourth guy. He is glad that she and everyone else is there. Drive Corporal. V10. Chapter 117 Father's Duty. Nadris Expedition Camp. December 15th, 2025. Lord Lashin walks through the camps as Howleys and Kulua drag the human princess Selena through. This is one of many camps he had his expedition set up. He did not want his forces to be bunched up into one location, easier to spot. All around, he can see his warriors gather, cheering and threatening the princess. It has been a long wait, everyone waiting for the perfect chance to take her. They first came to this region planning to strike Sadera itself, the capital of the empire, and take her away. Not through a siege, but sneaking into the palace, just like what they did in Italica. That was before he learned about these otherworlders. Out of nowhere, two of his scouts found her in Italica, walking freely. He could not believe that at first. His luck could not be that good. They were there to gather supplies and contacts, not to find the damn girl. Learning that he was forced to change his plans, he quickly understood that the otherworlders were too powerful to attack directly. He does not know why those people were protecting the human girl, but it would not change his path for vengeance. He looks back and sees Selena. She looks terrified about the amounts of people that are cheering for her death. What is bothering him is that she does not look like someone who lost hope of rescue. There is no chance. He was incredibly careful not leaving clues. How would they even know where to begin? He gets to the main tent, and he walks in. The other two elves walk in and toss Selena into the ground. Ah! Selena yells as she cries from the impact. Tie her to the post. I want to take no chances, he orders. He watches his two warriors take the girl and tie a rope around her neck and then to the post. While he does not believe she can escape, he knows they are so close to ending this expedition. His men want to go home, including him. She is secured, Howley said. He then reaches out and feels her hair. My lord, would you like her to be cleaned before the ritual? He then sees Selena bit Howley's finger. Let go of me. Ouch, Howley states as he wags his figure from the bit. Feisty to the end. Don't bother, he said. Palapon requires a body. He said nothing about clean cloths. Let us go and make the preparations. He walks to the door but is stopped by Howley's. My lord, Howley's whispers. This doesn't feel right. He looks to his friend. I feel the same. She knows something we don't. Howley's nods and crosses his arms. I got that impression back at the forest edge. I think we should assume the otherworlders will find us sooner than expected. I agree. Make the preparations to leave. When the ritual is over, I want us to get some leagues, one, between us. Enchant the trees, he states. Yes, my lord, Howley said and leaves. As he is about to leave, he looks back at the girl. She sits there on her knees, looking around. She seems to want to lay down and rest, but the rope acting as a leash is preventing her to do that. She looks like a mess. Her dress is shredded and covered in mud. Her whole body is dirty from the travel from Italica. Her well-being was not a concern after all. He knows he was right before that she is a horrible liar. Her eyes give it away. To his surprise, she seems purer than her father. She seems far different from what he expected. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be getting the punch drink for your party? Selena asked, looking up at him, noticing that he has not left. Punch? He asked. You know, the stuff you put in a large bowl that tastes like some kind of watery fruit, Selena explains. None of that made sense to him. He closes the door and walks up to her. He then kneels so he is eye level with hers. Why were they protecting you? What did you offer them in return? She shakes her head, trying to get off some water buildup on her hair. She then looks directly at him. Nothing. They are protecting me and everyone else because that is what they do. You are enemies of the Empire, correct? Everyone enemies of the Empire, he responds. Yes, but they could help you against the Empire, she proposes. He finds that as an interesting offer. Being royalty, she must have some influence over them. Otherwise, why would they keep her around? They might be at war with the Empire, but that does not mean they would support us. Unless you release me, she said, I can put in a good word for you. He smiles, enjoying her attempt. Yes, the people who I just robbed would just suddenly form an alliance with? I carry a lot of weight there, she said. We don't have to do this. Very interesting young one, he said, amused by this conversation. But I don't want an alliance with these people. A war between humans does not bother me. We are safe in the West. My only priority is killing you and your bloodline. All I care about is putting an end to your people." She glares at him and pushes forward. "I don't care about my people." He leans back, shocked by that outburst. She begins to cry, not able to keep holding it back. "They killed my family, my mother, my brother. They killed them all for what? You say I am their princess, but they tossed me out like I was nothing. They sold me off to Prince Zorzel of all people. I was raped, abused, ignored. A plaything to passing strangers with a spare coin. I don't understand why you want to kill me. I am not them. But my father is going to come here and kill you if Ashta." Hearing enough, he grabs her cheeks with his hand to shut her up. He did not expect any of that. He knew she was sold off to slavery and does not care about that fact. But he had to admit, he did not put a lot of thought into it. "Listen to me, girl. My people would have never done that to our own." He spoke. To his surprise, he feels bad for her. While no fans of humans, if it were not for her bloodline, he would not be here giving her a time of day. She could live through her short and pathetic life. What bothered him the most was the last part. Back at the edge of the forest, she was saying "father" as she was knocked out. Then again when she awakens. While he thought it was strange, he left it at that. A scared girl looking for any form of security made sense. Now he is convinced she is not talking about King Julia's. Her anger betrayed her. "Who do you speak of?" he asked. He can see her wink, realizing that she screwed up. He slowly moves his hand away. "I was adopted by an American, one of the other worlders. He saved me from the Empire." She takes a deep breath, but then glares with rage at him. He is a monster from his world. He is a cold killer. I saw it with my own eyes. But he is not a monster to me, but to people like you, who kidnaps and hurts people for their own self-pity, who seek to hurt others. My father will find you, and he will kill you." She finishes with tears flowing down her cheeks. He looks at her, and for once he believes her. He stands up and looks down at her. "He can come, and he will fail, just like your last father. I have come too far to fail, but if I die now, at least I have ended your bloodline. It is not about you, Adrian. It is about what comes after you that fears me." He turns around and walks out of the room. A remarkably interesting conversation, and a brave girl she is. As he walks away, if her story is true, she is a strong young one. More he thinks about it, she seems to be a future threat if she remains alive. If she ever takes the throne, she might be a force to reckon with. Edge of forest. Sharpe walks around the area. Everyone that came with him is searching around, looking for anything. He looks to his right and sees Lelei looking at her tablet. She is trying to figure out the most logical location to their destination. He knows she gets frustrated being the emotionless girl in the group, but at times he loves it. He has told her before, and he will need to again after this, that out of everyone he relies on her the most. You would think Rory would be that, being a demigoddess, but mind of matter applies. He looks around and sees everyone else searching for any clues. "If you have anything, please tell me." "Of course, I will, Major," Lelei said. He walks away and heads to the group up front. Johnson walks up to him. "Nothing yet, sir. Should we split up?" He wants to say yes, but his military training saying no. He wants to send everyone out there, alone if he needed to, just to increase the chances of finding something, anything. But that would be foolish and could get people lost or killed. "No, we do not want to get cut off and ambushed. We are on their turf and must respect that. But we are running out of time," Pina states as she walks up. "I think we all are." He looks to her. "I am not putting the unit in grave danger like that. Not until we have something to go off," he said with a somewhat defeated tone. "We will spend 15 more minutes out here searching, then we'll conduct a search march into the forest." He spoke. "Everyone spread out, but stay in sight," Johnson orders as he directs everyone. As they walk off, he looks around hoping to catch something. Pina walks up to his side. "This might not be the right time, but for what it is worth, I am sorry for not telling you." He takes a heavy breath. "It's not your fault or Gray's or even her. I am her father, and I am in command. So, it is mine. I should have been more open, so she felt safe to share it with me. Maybe I was there more besides being so eager to fight. You're a soldier. I think she understands," Pina said. "I just don't know," he said. "If anything happens, tell Sarah she is in command." "What? I don't understand," Pina asked. All this reminds him of all his search and destroys missions and rescue missions from when he was in Delta. Some of them were easy while others were bloody. He understands all too well how this path can go down. If this does not go down the way he wants, he does not know he will be able to properly execute his command. This one mission comes to mind, in Thailand. While he has no regrets what they had to do there against communist guerrillas, he does not want to cross that line again now he is in the Rangers. But he is worried that if they kill Selena, he will not be able to go back until they're all dead, and that scares him a bit. Know your limits and red lines, princess, he said, looking at her. Just remember why you do what you. He sees Pina looking at him, starting to look confused that he suddenly stops speaking. In the distance, he thought he saw something. He completely ignores Pina and everything else that is around him and looks at the opening in the forest. Far away he sees something goldish. It is far away and wonders if it is just his eyes playing tricks on him. He blinks and sees that the goldish object was gone. Major, are you okay? Pina asked. He decides to just run into that direction, going as fast as he can. He does not know why, just a feeling. Whatever he saw, even if it was his mind showing him what he wants to see, it's better than standing there and doing nothing. He can hear on his radio and everyone telling everyone that he just ran off, that they need to move out and follow. He runs, jumping over logs and small ditches, dodging anything that is in his way, getting far ahead of everyone else. After a short amount of time, he finally stops. He is breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his face. For a human, you are fast, Mamana said as she stops right beside him. Did you see something? Rory then lands right beside him, ready to fight. Did you see something? I just asked that, Mamana said. He looks to her and then looks around. He hopes that he did not just waste time. Look around. Slowly everyone else starts catching up. Johnson, Sarah, and Pina telling everyone to spread out. Holy shit, sir. How the hell did you run that fast? Alicia asked as she gathers her breath. He looks around, hoping to hear or see anything. From what Lelei said, elves do not leave footprints. That has made tracking much hard. He grabs his radio. Anything, anyone? He gets some delay. The NW2 does not properly function out here. Back on Earth, satellites and other relay stations would help guarantee effective in communications. On this planet, the Army must rely on drones or ground-based relay stations for the NW network to properly work. It works in the theater of operations, but not out here. Not properly anyway. After a short delay and repeating his question, everyone reports nothing. Sarah walks up. What is up? I thought I saw something. He responds. Pina told me to take command if things go south, Sarah said. He ignores what she said. He knows the order he gave and is not planning on debating it. Report, First Lieutenant. He can tell she is not happy that he ignores what she said, but he gives him a report on the sweep of the area. As he expected, nothing. You know, if we had another elf, maybe they would know where to go, Sarah said. I know, he said in a heavy tone. He sees Sarah looking away, regretting what she just said. She is not wrong, though. He wishes Tuka was here. Maybe an elf point of view could be useful. Right then Scott speaks over the radio. Major, we found something. Do you copy over? This is Vanguard 7 lead. I hear you. He responds. We found something. Come to my position, Scott said. He looks through his HUD, getting mixed data from the lack of a clear connection. He hits his helmet, and the picture appears. NW allows the team commander to know what is going on with his unit. He able to find Scott's position, and both starts rushing over to Scott's position. It was a bit out of the way, towards the end of the formation, but he sees Scott, Persia, Shandy, and Margarita. He stops, and before he can say report, Scott holds up this Polaris necklace. The chain is gone, and part of the jewelry is damaged, but none of that matters to him. It is the necklace he gave Selena as a present when they first went to Earth. She wears it everywhere religiously. Persia saw it form over there, Scott said, and then points. It was shiny, Persia said with much pride. He walks over and takes the Polaris star from Scott. With his other hand, he pats and rubs Persia's head as he would do with a cat back on Earth. Good job, kitty. We found it in this ditch. It is a mess like she fell in there, Scott said as he points. He grabs his radio and calls for Randy to get over there ASAP. Randy is the team pathfinder, specializing in tracking. He walks over to the ditch and looks around. Sarah, rally everyone. Once we figure this out, we are going in. Roger that, Sarah said. She then walks away to organize everyone. Randy rushes up with a few others. He already knows what to do and rushes up by Sharpe's side. He looks up to Randy and points all around. This isn't natural. Looks like someone fell in here. He already knows the answer. Selena was here and can see a direction where she went. However, he wants a second opinion he trusts, knowing that he is too emotional and might miss a detail. Randy looks around and then confirms what he sees. I would say they went northwest. It looks fresh. You people have those cars. We got here much faster than I would expect. They had to be on foot, so we made up a lot of time already. I don't think they will be expecting us this soon, Mamina said. Rory runs up and looks. I agree. We need to be careful. This is their territory, and this is where their Fey magic is most effective. He looks to Rory. She explained on the way here. Fey magic specializes in nature spells, enchanting trees and plants, taking control of vines, hardening of wood, and or even summoning an ent. He already can tell that they could easily get ambushed in this forest, and they can just summon the roots underground. He takes Selena Polaris necklace and puts it in his pocket. Let's move. Nadris Expedition Camp. Selena leans against the post, unable to lay down. Her body feels tired and is cold. Her arms and legs feel numb as they are still bound by the rope. She does not know how long she has been here. So far it has felt like hours. Her captors so far refuse to give her anything to eat or drink. They always say that it is pointless as her time is coming to an end. To pass the time, she tries to hum a song she remembers her mom sang to her. It is a religious song, about Merida, about life and virtue. It is the only thing she can think about to keep her spirit up. This reminds her of her experience when traveling from Edris to here. Tied up like this and against her will, just given enough supplies to live. At least I am not being raped this time. She mumbles to herself, trying to raise her spirits but failed. She glances down, angry with herself for how she spoke before. She hopes her anger did not warn these elves about her father Sharpe. Even though things look dark, she still holds out hope he will come through that door. He saved her once before, and they did not know each other. She refuses to accept that he will not this time. She begins to wonder about her Edris father. Was he that evil of a man? She rarely got to see his since he was off fighting all the time. Even when he was at the castle, he rarely wanted to spend time with her. Her duty was to be with the priestess to become ready for her day, to give herself to Merida. She starts to think of her friends like Rory, Lelei, and Tuka. She wonders if they were in her position, would they be able to escape? Rory, of course, and Lelei would be able to use her magic. And Tuka, an elf, they seem to be able to do anything they wish. She wonders if the only reason she is in this position is that she is weak and can defend herself. If only if she were stronger like that, maybe she would not have been taken away so easily. As she cries from the though, she notices Lord Lashin and a few of his elves walk in. It is time, Lashin said. It is time for your soul to be given to Palapon. Howleys walks up. Merida won't be here for you. She has abandoned your kind long ago. Just embrace your father's sins, little one. The crimes of your bloodline will be cast away. Lashin walks up to her and pulls out a knife. He then knees right in front of her. She sees that knife, looking long and sharp. She has no idea what this ritual is. The blade gets closer to her and sees her life passes her eyes. But then she watches him cut his hand. He then takes his other hand and starts drawing these marks on her face with his own blood. You have been marked. With your death, I will be freed from Palapon, Lashin said. She breathes heavily, trying to form the right words but cannot. She watches Lashin stand up and orders his people to bring her. She watches as the elf Howleys walks over. He unties the rope that is connecting her to the post and uses it as a leash. She feels him pulling her along, like what you would do with a pet. She resists at first but sees the other elf walks over in a threatening way. Seeing that, she starts walking, following them. The camp is not that big, so it did not take long for her to walk to the center of the camp. Just like before, she sees all these wood elves all around cheering for her death, calling for the death of her people and other insults. She looks around and then walks into this open area. That is when she sees this pile of wood ready to be set on fire. Above it is this tripod. She sees what they are going to do. They are going to hang her with the tripod and then light the wood foundation on fire. They pull her close, but she stops, trying to pull away. No. But Howleys and Kulua walks to her and pick her up. They start taking her to the tripod. She struggles with what little strength she has left. Knock it off, you Merida whore, Kulua said, annoyed. He then punches her right in the gut. Feeling the hit, she stops moving, her body paying more attention to the pain. The next thing she notices is that she is hanging down, her arms up. Her feet are just above the pile of wood. She looks out and sees Lord Lashin making a speech. She cannot hear everything, but Lashin is talking about the history between our peoples. From his viewpoint, talking about his Edras slaughtered and murdered their people, that with her death, centuries of blood shall be revenged. The end of the royal bloodline once and for all. She watches as this elf hands Lashin a torch and he take it. He raises it high and everyone cheers. He slowly turns around and looks directly at her. She can see the hatred, determination, the commitment in his eyes. Her eyes widen, seeing that he is going to do it. Then she watches as he tosses the torch into the pit, sparking flames all around her. She begins to cry as she watches the gulf of flames surround her. She closes her eyes. Mirita, help. Father, Daddy? As the flames engulf around her, she notices that it was not hot. She opens her eyes and sees this light glow that is keeping the flames away. Then she hears this gunshot, and she begins falling as the rope comes apart. Right then she feels someone grabs her and flies forward. They move forward through the flames, feeling the intense heat. They both land and slide a little in the mud. She opens her eyes and loops up. She sees Sharpe holding her. She then looks out to Lashin and sees this baffled, confused look on his face. Hold on, Sharpe said. He then holds her tight and runs to the left. Rory lands on top of the burning pile of wood. With one swing of her halberd, the flames disappear. She looks down and sees Sharpe holding Selena. He then runs away as planned. In the background, she can hear the Rangers opening fire into the camp as they cover their commander. For a moment, she thought they were too late, watching the flames engulf Selena. But she notices she was okay. This protective shield protecting her by the fire. Sharpe said he saw a golden fox before and now this. She wonders if it was Carlin Daelo who put up the magical shield. But right now, she has her job. Sharpe asked her to cover his six, trusting her with his life. She sees everyone looking up at her, most of them confused about what is happening. Some start to follow Sharpe. She aims her halberd at the crowd of elves. Where do you think you are going? She said in a dark tone. I am Rory Mercury, the demigoddess of Emroy, the god of darkness, violence, war, insanity, crime, execution, and death. I am going to make you all experience them all, she said in an angry tone. Normally, she takes pride and enjoys when she fights. Not today. She can feel the presence of Palapon everywhere. These people have tainted their souls just for this? You think you could abandon Wereharren and switch to Palapon? For people who live a long time, you sure are stupid. Once you serve Palapon, you never go back. Your soul is gone forever, she said as her anger boils. She tightens her grip, ready to kill them. She sees many of them start to worry, finally starting to see what is happening. Right then, she jumps forward to start the slaughter. Sharpe is running through the camp, trying to dodge all the elves. He hears his rangers firing down into the camp. Their job is to help protect a path so he can escape. If he is carrying Selena, he knows he is defenseless. Behind him, he can hear the yelling and screaming of the elves as they fight Rory. He picked her because, in this situation, he can trust her. She is loyal, strong, brave, and even though he bumps heads once in a while, she is always there when he needs her. Dad, Selena said in a soft voice. That is a word he never heard her say before. Later, Selena, once we get back home. As he finishes, he sees the shadow of this elf. He then hears the sound from Andrew's sniper rifle take that elf who is about to ambush him. He gets back up and starts running again. Just stay calm. We will get out of here. He sees a few elves get ahead of him and block his path. He expected this because 3 Rose Knights attack them from the side, killing them. Pina's job was to create an exit for him. We did it, Shandy Gaffmaria said with shock. Knock it off and stay focused. Jalen too, Fendro said. He runs right up to them and sees Pina walk up. Path is clear, sir, Pina said with a bad salute, something she has soon the Rangers do to him and trying to copy. He nods and follows her. They quickly head up to the ridge where his Ranger team is at. He then stops and sets her down as he catches his breath. He sees Johnson walks behind everyone, giving directions on where everyone should be firing at. Everyone is taking cover behind dirt mounds or tree trunks. The firing line is alive as everyone fires into the camp. Sarah runs up. Are you okay? Selena looks up at her and shakes her head no. He does not blame her for that. Who would be? He looks up at Sarah. Let's regroup and get out of here. Sarah nods and grabs her radio. As he gives the order to retreat, They all see Rory fly past them and hits a tree, falling to the ground. "That's not good," he said. "In the trees." One of the Rose Knights yells, but he does not know which one. He looks up and sees a few elves using the trees to get behind them. Everyone pulls back. Sarah yells. What happens in front of him his mind refused to accept. The vines on the tree by Rory come alive and grabs her by the leg and arms. As she struggles, she is lifted into the air, away from her weapon. He looks around and sees these vines coming out of the trees. As Rory said before, the trees are coming alive. He could not imagine this is what she meant. She sees the Rose Knights using their swords to cut the vines as they attack, but they're coming from all directions. Rangers redirect fire. "We have been flanked," he yells. Both Johnson and Randy, noticing the changing situation, redirects the team, and they all start firing into the air, trying to shut down the vines or trees. He watches as Scott fires into this tree with his M240. The tree glows and the bark get thicker and harder, making the bullets bounce off it. He grabs his rifle and starts looking for the elves in the trees. Knights focus on the vines. Rangers, the elves are controlling the vines and trees. Search and take them out. He sees everyone doing just that. The knights huddling around to protect the rangers as they try to pick off any elf they see. For the moment it looks like it is working, but this large root came from underground. The root forces everyone to spread out as they try to figure out what is happening. Alicia starts yelling as this vine grabs her by the leg and starts pulling her up. He aims his rifle to try and snipe the vine, but cannot find a good shot to free her. He then sees the same thing happening all around. This other root comes out of the around, blocking the path they came from. He looks to Selena and grabs her, pulling her right behind him. He wants to tell her to run, but he can see her too tired. He does not expect her to make it far anyway with how the situation is going. He then sees this energy blast flies, lighting this tree partly on fire. It came from Lelei. He looks to her to give her an order, wanting her to provide cover so he can reorganize everything. But he sees this vine right behind her. It wraps around her and another grabs her arm, taking away her staff. Without it, her magic is far weaker. "Shit," he said as he looks around. Half of his team have become immobilized by the trees. Rangers and knights. "Dad," Selena yells. He turns around and pushes her to the ground. This vine grabs his arm and starts dragging him away. He stops, but this other root grabs him by the leg. The tree forces him up, and he sees that elf from the camp. He heard him calling himself Lord Lashin. He looks up at him, only being about 20 feet away from him. "You must be the other father she talked about," Lashin said as he grabs Selena by the arm. "I am impressed. Maybe if you came more prepared this could have gone a different way." Lashin then pulls out a knife and gets ready to slit Selena through. He grabs his knife and tries to cut free from the vine, not wanting to accept what is about to happen. Suddenly, this arrow hits Lashin in the shoulder, forcing him to let go of Selena. Selena drops to the ground, but then forces herself back up and runs to him. He grabs her and holds her close. "Selena, take my knife. Cut my leg free." He then looks up and sees Tuka lands a few feet to his side. "This is enough," Tuka said. Lashin holds his wound. "A high elf. You are a long way from a home, young one." Tuka stands there, pulling out another arrow and getting ready to fire. "Lord Lashin, you are the ones who are far away from home. Call of your people, and you will be able to leave without punishment." "We're winning," Lashin responds. "Right now. What about tomorrow when the full might of their people come?" Tuka states. He can see Lashin thinking about that. That is a good point. He might win today's battle, but he knows the US will not be pleased by this. They will retaliate. That is a good point. We were already about to leave these lands forever until they stopped the ritual, Lashin said, and takes a step forward. "My fellow elf, we both suffered from her kind." "High elf, what elf means nothing to them. She might call you a friend today, but as you said, what about tomorrow? She will grow into her destiny and will slaughter both of our people." He looks to Tuka and sees this frustration and anger. He can see that she is seriously thinking about what he is saying. Lashin sees these two and takes another step forward. "Our people have had our differences, but Edras is a common enemy. Remember, it was her father that drove your people off your lands. It is her father's fault that your people suffered so much. Do not protect her. She is not worth it. Every day you will look at her knowing that she is the daughter of a murderer. Every day you will that you had a chance to get justice for what her father did, and you did not. It will eat you alive if you don't strike her down, Lashin said with much passion. Bring her to me, and together we can correct a wrong. We can end this for both of our people. You might even be able to go home. All around he can see the battle stop. The elves who are in control of the vines, and roots looking down to see what Tuka does. You are right. I am angry, Tuka said. I am angry about what happened to my people. I blame her people for what they did. He then sees Tuka looking at Selena as she lights up her arrow. He grabs her and tries to move her behind him, trying to provide some form of protection. Tuka then pulls back her arrow on the bow Sharpe bought her. But I want revenge against the people who deserve it. She turns around and aims up, firing the arrow at the vine holding Rory. The arrow explodes in flames, but Rory drops down free. Kill them all, Lashin yells in anger. He then hears someone behind him, and then the vine holding him is chopped off. He sees Gray moving down and cut the root that is holding his leg down. He is shocked to see him here too, but not going to complain. He gets up. Gray, he said. Gray looks at him, both meeting each other gaze. Selena, go with him, he said. Gray nods and then holds out this sword. I think this will be more effective. He takes it, agreeing on the situation. He then runs out to command the team, knowing Selena is safe with Gray, regardless of their recent drama. He rushes up and sees Tuka firing her arrows at the wood elves. He sees Rory slashing at a vine, trying to destroy an elves-controlled tree. Rory, he yells, and when he sees that he got her attention, free Lelei and then everyone else. Tell her Harry Potter firestorm. Rory nods and dashes off. He turns around and swings the sword at this vine, trying to free Alicia. Princess Pina runs forward and swings her sword at this vine. With the cut, the ranger medic Jerry William falls from above. She turns around to her knights. She then points to Beefeater and Suicess, two of her best swordsmen. Cover everyone while we cut everyone down. She looks up and sees Panache and Scott fighting off these hardened trees. She was about to go join them, but hears someone above her. She sees the maid Mamina hanging above her. She is trying to rip apart the vine holding her. I am coming, she yells. No, princess, Jalen said and stops her. I will. They need you to take command down there. She looks at Jalen and sees Rory rushing by. She wonders if the Americans will accept her leadership, but she nods in agreement and she runs down. She finds it interesting how useless the American weapons are against Fey magic. Not that her sword any better, there are already cracks on her blade. Still, it shows they are not gods. But this gives her knights a chance to prove themselves, not in trying to one-up the rangers, but aiding where they are weak. So, they can do that in return. Once she gets down there, she sees Rory chopping Lelei down. She gets underneath and helps catches her. Thank you, princess, Lelei said. You're welcome, she replied and looks to Rory. Where is the major? He is fighting Lashin and his goons. I am trying to free everyone. Once they're free, we are retreating, Rory said in a hurry. How can we help? She asked. Stay right here and protect Lelei until she is ready, Rory orders. She can tell Rory is not in a good mood. Why me? Lelei asked. Sharpe said Harry Potter firestorm, Rory said and dashes off to free more people. Lelei then looks to her. Princess, I need you to protect me while I prepare. She is completely confused about what Rory said. She does not know what Lelei is planning, but is not prepared to ask questions. Right. As Lelei starts chanting, she turns around and sees her knights and two rangers. We need to protect the mage. Knight into a defense ring until she is ready. She then looks to the two rangers, one being the big man Scott and the other being Andrew. Rangers, pick off the elves. We will be a target staying in one position. Those vines will stop working if you pick off the elves, control them. And the ones who are on the ridge, she orders, hoping they listen. Both Andrew and Scott nod and starts picking elves, covering the knights. Happy to see they listen. She looks to her knights, sees them cutting down any vines or roots that appear. She sees Beefeater and Suicess out alone, covering each other backs. She remembers back at her Rose Knight school, they were up at the top of the class in their respected areas. She then sees the ranger Frost falls from a vine, being freed by Beefeater, seeing a root popping up from the ground and trying to drag him underground. She rushes out before it gets the chance. She swings her sword and cuts it in half. However, her blade breaks in half from the attack. She turns around and helps Frost up. Thank you, Frost said. She nods, accepting the thanks. She then notices he has this tub-looking weapons under his rifle. She does not know what it is, but remembers seeing it fires an explosion. She then points up to a tree with her half-broken sword. Ranger, fire your explosion device high into the trees. That should kill any elf controlling them. Frost looks around and then back at. Ma'am. He then turns around, loading the tube things. He aims and fires. This shell flies and hits this tree, the shell exploding. Looking back to Panache and Margarita as they defend Lelei, she suddenly sees Lelei start to glow. She rushes back over to see what is happening. This large energy glow appears all around her. Her staff glows blue. When she gets close, she notices Lelei's eyes are not red. Lelei, are you? Lelei looks to her. You should be running, she said in a cold tone. She takes a step back hearing that. She sees this fire forming around her staff and sees what is about to happen now. Everyone falls back. Retreat. She looks around, trying to get everyone back, both knights and rangers. Once she feels like she has gotten everyone, she looks back to Lelei. She sees fire forming all around Lelei, circling her. Lelei raises her staff and points it to this tree. A gulf of flames storms the tree, infighting it in complete flames. She moves her staff some more and a trail of fire spreads. Her eyes widen, never seeing magic like this before. She was told that Lelei has been applying earth science to magic, but this is beyond what she imagined. As she watches Lelei burn everything around her, the fire starts spreading uncontrollably. She is scorching everything around her, making trying to burn anything the elves' fey magic could use. She looks back to Lelei and sees her collops. She turns around. I need help here. Scott, get Lelei. Beefeater with me. And they all charge forward through the flames as they head to Lelei. Once they get there, Scott rushes up and picks her up, always pushing to the limits. Someone grabs her staff. Hearing that, she picks up Lelei's staff, and they all start heading away from here. Lashin lifts the high elf up and tosses her onto the ground. All his work has been for nothing, all because of High Elf. He looks around and sees these flames spreading. They are engulfing all the trees that his people enchanted before the arrival of these otherworlders. But he did not expect these Imperial Knights to come with them. He planned extremely hard not to underestimate these people, but it has become clear he did. He looks back down to the High Elf, seeing why his people look down at her kind. They see themselves all high and respectable, but they just stand aside while others fight. No honor or respect, but only get in the way. Now she just ruined his chance for revenge. He was so close to slicing that damn human girl throat. All he needed was one more second, and it would be all over. You just had to screw over my people again, he said as he stomps on the High Elf back. She screams in pain. She thought she could fight him, but could not even provide a match. I was so close to ending it all, and you choose them. I will kill you with the arrow you used against me, he said as he pulls out the arrow in his shoulder. He catches something to his right and backs away. It is that human from before, the leader of the group in Selena, another father. And you. He backs away and sees that man stop there. Besides the High Elf, he sees the man is holding a sword and not one of their strange range of weapons. The girl told me everything about you. A monster in your world. That is how she sees you. Glad she is learning something from her homework. The man said, Are you okay, Tuka? Tuka stands up, holding her shoulder. Yes, Sharpe. He is stronger than he looks. Tuka and Sharpe? Interesting. He speaks. I know of your father Tuka, Hotter Marceau. Do you think he will approve what you have done? He can see Tuka glance down, unset. He smiles but then gets angry as Sharpe walks in front of her. You think you on some noble mission, Lash, or whatever your name is, Sharpe said. Trying to get vengeance against someone who has nothing to do with this? How do you think this will end? You this think will bring peace to your people? You are not from this world, so do not lecture me. He responds, angry that a human not even from this world speaking to him like this. If you just let me do what needed to be done, none of this would have happened. Blood must be paid in blood. I agree, Sharpe said. He tilts his head in confusion, not expecting that answer. Sharpe lowers his sword but keeps his eye on him. If you killed her, that gives me the right to go to your lands and burn it to the ground. He looks at him. He notices that was not a question but a threat. What he sees is not a game but truth in his eyes. He never would have thought his people would go that far, based on what is seen with Italica and Elba. But in this human eye, he sees that he would go that far. A threat he will back up. Revenge only leads down one path, Elfman. There is no peace once you go down that door. All you have done is made an enemy of the United States, and more importantly, you made an enemy out of me, Sharpe said. Yes, I know who I am. I am a monster in my world, and I choose that life. But the difference is I do not go around kidnapping and murdering children or people who are innocent. I kill people like you, and I am good at it. Then the roots of this tree come up in front of him and glow green. Rory appears, and her weapon smashes right against it, cutting halfway through. He sees that and turns around. He sees Howley's standing there, hands together as he chants. He then looks back and sees the fire spreading. Rory Mercury, I see you have sold your serfs to these people, but why are you defending someone who does not worship you? Rory jumps back by Sharpe's side. Do not ever start with me about worship. You changed your god to Palapon. There is no going back for you. He starts walking backward until he gets to his friend. Maybe not, but our mission is clearer than ever. She is the leader of Edras, regardless if she likes it or not. She carries the spirit of her bloodline, and as long as it flows, there will always be a war between our people. He looks around and sees the forest is catching on fire. He has no idea how this massive firestorm appeared, but knows the battle is over. He clenches his fists knowing he was so close, but now he understands these people more. Before leaving past the ridge, he takes on the last look and sees Selena's new father. While at some distance now, both look directly into each other's eyes, speaking the same thing. It's war. Then the flames spark up, and he sees them running away. Howleys, he said, gather everyone quickly. We need to head to our other camp as quickly as possible. 4 hours later, en route to Italica, December 15th, 2025. Sarah is sitting in the passenger seat of the main Humvee. She looks over to Andrew as he drives. She takes a deep breath, glad that everything is all over. She cannot believe that this world keeps tossing out new surprises like this. She hears a loud noise and looks out her window. She sees two PZH-2000 self-propelled howitzers from the Italian army. She notices 3 more to the left a few minutes ago, all 5 firing shells into the forest where the camp is. She then notices Humvee in front of them. Randy's one pulls over to the side. Andrew follows suit. This is to allow more Frekias IFVs and Puma 4X4S passing by. That is a lot of hardware, Andrew points out in a tired voice. When she reported to Colonel Robert, he said a battalion-size Italian force is en route to assist and clear out the forest. He did not want to leave an enemy position so close to Italica. She already warned the Italian commander, Lieutenant Colonel Alcio Fiacca, about Fey magic and how dangerous these wood elves are, that they should bring heavy equipment. Yes, it is Corporal, she responds. But right now, it is not our problem. Thank God. Worst leave in my career, Andrew said. She could not help putting laugh and agree with that. Don't worry, Andrew. She will be there when we get back. Then you two can fuck when you get back. That is strange coming from you, Andrew said. She looks at him confused by that. Why is that? It is like your mom telling you about sex ED and giving you permission to sleep with your girlfriend. It just feels wired, Andrew explains. She looks away laughing but enjoying that people see her as the team mother figure. Makes sense. Half of a mom's job is to keep the father in line. Would you rather me be all PC about it? Or lecture you about being a gentleman? I get your point, sir, Andrew said. She turns around and investigates the back of the Humvee. She sees Lelei sleeping, overdoing it again. Sharpe helps her train in her magic when he can. She is an impressive one. She then looks over and sees Sharpe sitting there, holding out a tablet, his arm around Selena as she snuggled up against him. Rory on the other side, head on his shoulder, all 3 with earbuds watching his silly 1980s Transformers. While silly, she knows it is his way of de-stressing, which has become their way of bonding. She smiles at the 3. She was not there when they first found Selena, but Alicia told her the full story. Based on her description, it looked something like this. It all started like this, and it seems it ended like this. She investigates the back and sees Tuka sitting there, looking out the back window. She was shocked to see Tuka and Gray appear. Both did turn the side in their favor and respect them for that. But she wonders how the Major will handle Tuka, knowing he took it hard when she refused to come. She turns around and looks forward. Still, it was great seeing all of us working together, Knights and Rangers. Regardless of what has happened in the past, we do have a future. V10, Chapter 118. Italica. Next morning, December 16th, 2025. Sharpe opens his eyes and sits up. He places his hand to rub his nose, not getting a good night's sleep. He then reaches over and grabs his water container for a quick drink. He is in the diplomatic outpost Alpha at Italica guest room. Normally he would sleep with his troops, but other priorities took precedence. He knows they would understand why he gave himself some special treatment. He looks over to his side and sees Selena sleeping right next to him. She is still out cold, and he does not blame her. As she sleeps, he can see the bruise mark around her neck and one visible on her wrist. He already saw the others on her arms and chest for being beaten and tossed around. On the way back, he had the team medic Jerry check her out for serious wounds. The bruises are from them trying to control her rather than torture. Not like that is much better. He is only glad there is no permanent damage. He reaches over and grabs the bed cover. He then pulls it over to her. He then gets out of bed, having to go meet Colonel Robert Young and Ambassador Harold Willington to finish yesterday's conversation about Selena royalty and recent loyalties in his unit. This is not the first time he had to deal with the brass. This is like when he was summoned to the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. after he botched the Mexican mission. 12 hours of listening the brass rip him apart. Almost 8 years in Delta, and all they accomplished just vanished into nothingness. He could not blame them, though. 2 Delta operatives butchered like cattle, a local family massacred, and then he leads everyone else into an ambush that nearly got everyone killed. Somewhere, somehow, he's screwed, and every night in his dreams is a reminder. The only reason he did not get kicked out of the army or worse was because of Major General Holland, head of SOCOM. He went out of his way to prevent Sharpe from being court-martialed. After an intense debate, watching his life work be debated. In the end, a compromise was made. No one wanted this public in the context of how dangerous the operation was going after the cartel king. They agreed to toss him into the Rangers until they figure out what else to do with him. Then the gate appeared, and the rest is history. He expects something like that to happen here. No one was pleased when they found out that Selena royalty and has been under their noses, and he took responsibility for her. Same with Grey Co Aldo and Tuka Luna Marceau. He is the one in command, and he took both under his wing. At the end of the day, their actions are his responsibilities. That is what he will tell the brass and deal with them in private. As he thinks about that, he quickly gets ready and, in the army, casual uniform, he turns around and sees her sit up, rubbing her eye. He then sees her looking around, and he assumes she is looking for water as she adjusts her pink tank top. "Morning squirt," he said as he walks over and hands her his canteen of water. She takes it and nearly drinks it all. He smirks. "Stay hydrated as much as you can today. Are you hungry?" She nods as she tries to wake up. He turns around and leaves the small guest room. He heads to the building mess hall, which is not fair. When he gets there, he sees Rory at the booth with this plate full of food. Someone is hungry. Rory looks over to him and waves. "I just want a snack." After getting a double-stack pancake with chocolate chips inside them and peanut butter, he then walks over to the table Rory is at and sits down. "So, you're not afraid that I might bite you?" Rory said as she stuffs her face. "We both know if you try, I will bite back." He shots back, not letting her control the flow of the conversation. He sees her glare at him while her cheeks turn red. "I hate you," Rory said. "How our little princess? Just waking up, and I think she is taller than you are now," he said as he smirks. He can see her giving him the evil glare. "I am not short," Rory says angrily. "But you're cute short." He leans forward and looks at her. "How are you holding up, Rory?" She takes her fork and spins it around. "Well, besides last night's adventure, everything fine. I never thought I would ever get to experience these many fights. You people don't make life boring." She then looks at him, gazing at him. "How are you? You look stressed." He nods hearing that. Shoulder feels a bit stiff. "I am fine though." "Well, I think there's some private rooms here. I could give you a private message," Roy says with a wink. He looks directly at her, not phasing for a moment. "Rory, do you want a back massage?" He sees her nod her head, figuring it was some trap of hers. He just chuckles. It always amazes him how easy for her to make him laugh. "So, what do you plan on doing?" Rory asks as she takes another bit. He grunts hearing that. "I don't know. I don't really feel like doing anything." He glances up and sees this fork with the pancake on it right in front of his face. Behind it is Rory, standing on her tippy toes leaning forward. "Come on," Rory says snickering. He rolls his eyes and takes the bit. Rory sits back all happy. "Okay, you can tell me how you're feeling, Mr. Prime. I know a lot has happened recently. We will do a pinky swear. He shakes his head hearing that. She has adopted many Western habits, and he finds it humorous. For some reason, he finds it easy to communicate things to her. Not like she has given him a chance since they met. He thinks that while she is a demigoddess, they're for similar than you might expect. It's just a lot of things hit at once. I will get over it, just going through the emotions. But I have to say I am overall proud of everyone. That includes the Knights, he said as he reflects on the past few days. It started as a good day too, and then it went downhill. I seriously thought everything was about to happen again. I know, Rory said. I felt it, but it did not, so do not worry. Just remember you do not have to bear all that weight. You should not anyway. I don't want to be around a gray-haired man. He looks at her with an odd reaction but chuckles. That would be because of you. He sees her give a negative reaction to that. He learned a long time ago that she enjoys playing those poking games. But he also learned that she cannot receive it, which is something he loves to exploit. Anyway, he said, I know, Rory. I just want to say thank you. He then sees a confused look on her face. Look, Rory, I am glad you are enjoying yourself with us. When the time comes, I am always happy that you are by my side. Having you there right beside me when we sneaked into that camp, I would not have it any other way. Let us leave it at that. Rory sees that and rolls her eyes, blushing. She then reaches out and grabs his hand and pulls it forward. She then kisses his fist. You are welcome. He pulls his hand back, not knowing how to respond to that. That is something Sarah did to him a few times, and he still does not understand how to react. Thank you. He responds and grabs his plate. I now need to talk to my daughter and get this sorted out. By the way, Rory, can I ask a favor from you? Anything, Mr. Prime, she says with a laugh. That's going to be a thing, isn't it? He asks and sees her nod her head as she takes another bit. Okay. Mind keeping an eye on the brat for me while we're in Alnus? I will be happy to. We're all close friends and family. Rory answers. Lelei and I were going to use the bathhouse and clean up. I will take her with us. I think a bath is just what she needs right now. Would you like to come with us? She finishes with a wink. He just looks at her unfazed. No, he said in a solid tone, completely rejecting it. The whole open naked bath thing just doesn't fly with me. Because it would not be appropriate, and you know it. Men. Fine, okay, Rory says with a smile. I will keep an extra eye on her. Thank you, he said. I feel better hearing that. See you this afternoon. He heads back to the guest quarters. He is glad he ran into Rory, always someone he could talk about things without threatening the chain of command. He opens the door and sees Selena still in bed, holding a tablet and watching cartoons. She looks back at him and smiles. Morning, Daddy, she says in a tired voice. Daddy? He asks, shocked to hear that. She has either called him Sharpe or Father. He just thought that was how they addressed people in her country. If you don't like, it's fine. Just not used to it. Call me whatever you like. He replies and sets down a plate. I have to go in a minute, but we need to have a quick chat. He can see on her face that she was expecting this. She does not look happy, more like she is upset with herself. I am sorry for not telling you, Selena said as she holds her legs close, holding them. I just didn't want to lose any of you. I liked how all of you treated me. You didn't treat me special, but you also in a way I liked. I don't know how to explain it. I am just sorry. I didn't know. He sits down. He can see she is upset about everything. Sarah made some points that were similar to what Selena is saying. What he wants to do is list off all the reasons why everything she did was wrong and how it created unnecessary problems. He wants to talk about responsibility and trust, but it seems she already learned that the hard way. As he listens, he can tell that is not the right thing to say. Not right now anyway. Sarah asked him who he was trying to save before, his daughter Selena or Princess Selena. While he is pissed that she did not tell him that she is royalty, he can see why she didn't. Besides, it does not change anything. She is his daughter, and that is all that matter anyway. Selena, he said, I don't care about your title. Nothing has changed between you and me. Everyone else and I are simply happy that you are back and okay. You are my daughter and I love you. Hearing that he sees that Sarah is right, he is a bit too regimental. That is something he will have to work on. But he sees her smile at him, seeing that insecurity go away. The last thing he wants is for this to become another black mark on her. He still has past mistakes weighing him down, and the last thing he wants is the same burden to happen to her. How about this? No more secrets between you and me. We do everything together. She gets up and crawls over to hug him. I love you. I never lost faith that you would come. He returns the hug and then stands up. I love you to Selena. There is no way I would have let them kill you. I know for a fact that my apartment is a mess that you need to clean up. He sees her lack of response, telling him that is true. Teenagers. He rubs her hair, making it more of a mess. Okay, kiddo, I have to go to work. Rory is coming over to take you to the bathhouse, he said as he walks away. By the way, you're grounded. What does that mean? I can't fly or ever been on one of your flying machines, Selena said, confused. We'll talk about that in Alnus. But for now, on you must be with me, Sarah, Rory, or Lelei at all times, he said and leaves. Palace Bathhouse, December 16th, 2025. Rory walks into the bathhouse. This place looks nice. Thank you, Miss Rory, Maid Kane said. Let me take your clothes. I will wash them while you relax. Lelei walks over. Thank you, Miss Kane. She walks to Selena and wraps her arm around her. It is nice to be in a bathhouse again. I like Earth and our new place, but everything is so private there. You just want to find a way to get Dad in here, Selena said as she undresses and hands her clothes to Kane. She looks away. Selena is not wrong, being too smart for her own good. She had fantasies of having a private bath time with him. There being wine to get him drunk right there as she slips on him. Then one thing leads to after another. Shut it. She thinks of their short morning talk. While it was short, she was thrilled to feel his affection to her. It makes all that work she has been doing in protecting and healing his soul worth it. She is his right-hand woman, and knowing that he feels that he can rely on her. But the Major won't come in here, Lelei said. She crosses her arms after hearing that, because it is not manly enough for him. So he says, what a boob. That's how you say that, right? Yes, Lelei replies. But I have no idea why they call people that as an insult. Selena giggles, not understanding Rory's true intent. You're silly. But how did they do this? There's no spring water here. Lelei walks in beside her. That's because the American installed a generator into this bathhouse to warm up the water like in Alnus. It makes sense diplomatically. Something like this cost them nothing, while to the Countess it is a wonder. She stretches her arms and tosses her towel to this bench. Whatever, you nerd. Selena looks to her, about to get in the hot bath. Why did you call her that? She places her finger on her lower lip and glances up. I don't know. I just heard Alicia call Andrew and Jackson that all the time. I think it means a smart person, Lelei said as she tosses her dress on Rory. She then gets into the bath. Come on, Selena. Let us get you clean up. She feels the dress lands on her. You are just saying that, but she cannot help but wonder what that word means. As she gets in the warm bath, she feels comfortable. One of the private pleasures she enjoys from the otherworlders eyed the heated baths. Falmart had then, but they were usually for the elites. It took a lot of energy and time to warm up a large pool of water. It is something she rarely could enjoy because she hates doing to those places. This feels good. Then you might like the new one in Alnus, Selena said. While you all were gone, they have been doing a lot more construction. She smirks hearing that. That's great. It is nice not having to use that small one. You are so spoiled, Lelei said as she relaxes. She takes a relaxing breath and looks at Selena. Selena still looks depleted with brushing on her chest and arms. She told Jackson that they'd beaten when she tried to fight back. Its dose looks like they did not restrain their hatred towards her. Selena, come here. Selena moves over and sits there. Turn around, please, she says with a big smile. She watches Selena turn around and sit there. She begins washing her hair, thinking about what she must have gone through. In her 900-plus years traveling around Falmart and its islands, she has seen things like this before. One group of people hated another for some reason, usually for a dumb reason in her opinion. When the opportunity arrived, things like this happened. She looks down as she washes her hair. Selena. Selena turns her head around. Yes, Rory? I just want to say you were very brave, she says, trying to cheer her up. I saw you and you never panic. Please don't lie, Selena said. I was scared and helpless. Again. Lelei swims in front of both. Do not sell yourself short. This was pre-planned against you, and they were well trained. This could have happened to anyone. She is right, she adds. Let me tell you a story during my early days. I think I was about 80-something. I was very arrogant and naive. She begins to say, I was chasing down this beast who attacked a village, thinking nothing of it. I did not realize the beast was luring me into a trap. Out of nowhere, I fell down this pit and got caught into a spider nest. That was not a fun experience. How did you get out? Selena asks. She thinks back on that event. It was a horrific fight against that giant spider in her home pit. She did not have anyone to come and rescue her. She finally was able to get out of the pit, but the village she was trying to protect was destroyed. Before that day, she thought she was unbeatable because she was an apostle. But then she learned even as an apostle, you can be vulnerable. I had to fight myself out of there, she answers. I didn't have anyone to come after me. Point is, you are okay, and you are not helpless. There was nothing you could have done. Still, you should have told me, she states. I am sorry, Selena said. I didn't know anything bad would happen. But why didn't you say something? Lelei asks. With one hand, she forms a large water ball with her magic. I already told Dad, Selena said with an upset tone. She can imagine that conversation. She has found Sharpe to be funny, smart, and dumb, but the good kind of dumb, caring, fair, trusting, and most of all, very principled. But he also can be regimental, and while she enjoys how he walks his values, it can make it hard to approach. Selena, I can understand why you didn't tell Jackson, she said, trying to be fair to her. Really? Selena said, surprised to hear that. She nods and she starts washing Selena's arms. She sees the dark bruise around her wrists. Since she first ran into Sharpe, she has been trying to protect his soul. She was able to tell it was broken and vulnerable to Palapon. Out of all these adventures and battles, facing the challenges together, both on and off the battlefield, she thought she put his beautiful soul back together. Then those damn elves stole one of the few things he had in his life and almost ruined everything she had worked on. She thinks back to the beginning of the fight and took special enjoyment in killing them. She then looks back at Selena and remembers something Lord Lashen pointed out. While she always helped people in need, regardless of what god they worship, she never spent this much time around people who worship her competitors. As she washes Selena, she is glad she is okay. She is a good, innocent girl with a bright future, excluding her royal blood. She takes that back. As a rule, she does not like royalty. She thinks Selena will grow up to be different. She will not lead based on a crown or title, but through her heart, something she thinks this world needs. Yes, she responds. As Sarah said, we girls need to have our secrets. Jackson is a good father to you, but I understand it can be a bit hard to approach. I think the issue is that you did not tell anyone. If you told me or Lelei, I think things would have turned out better. Lelei looks over. I agree with Rory. You can tell us anything. Then we can talk about it and work things out. If Sharpe needs to get involved, then we can do it together. I just didn't want to be treated differently. Everyone here has been so nice and warm. I enjoyed the love, and I thought if I said who I truly was, then all of that would disappear. Selena said. Don't be silly, she said. We are family. We have each other backs. She then swims around and moves in front of Selena. She places her hand on Selena's cheek and makes sure she is looking at her. For now on, please tell me everything. I do not care that your god is different. I will protect you. We are all sisters. She sees Selena smile, feeling the love. She is about to say something, but out of nowhere this large blob of water lands on both of their heads. She turns around and sees Lelei smirking a little. Sorry, Lelei said. Right then all three of them giggle. After a moment, Selena moves over a little, grabbing a washcloth. I do want to say thank you for coming for me. No one has done that for me before. Thank you. You don't have to say that, she said as she looks back at her. Just don't hide anything like that before. And remember the new rules. For now, Selena must be with either her or Lelei while we are at the base. Of course, both agree, but she did notice he didn't say Tuka. She has been thinking about Tuka on the ride back and all morning. The fact she abandoned right when Selena needed her when everyone needed her. She saw it in Sharpe's eyes. It nearly broke him. However, Tuka did come in and turn the tide. Right now, Selena does not know what happened with Tuka and she decided to let Sharpe hand it, being the one in charge. She likes Tuka and felt bad for her people, but can she trust her for being there when the time comes? Lelei looks over to Selena. So, you are a princess? That is interesting. I don't want to be. Besides, how am I? I don't have a country to be a princess of. Selena answers. Selena, Lelei said, you don't want to live your life as a lie. This is part of you and there's nothing wrong with that. But, Selena tried to say. She is starting to see an issue with Selena's mindset. She is trying to run away from everything and be something new. But she learned long ago to truly come into yourself, you must embrace yourself. Miss Bookworm here is correct. She butts in. You are Princess Selena, but that doesn't mean anything has to change. It is a part of you, but you are who you wish to be. She can see the strange look on her face. At least that is what your Jackson says all the time, which I agree with. But I don't want the title, Selena said. And father said titles do not matter. You need to be careful with that, Lelei counters. Remember, he has a military title called Major. The difference is that he doesn't let it control him. She agrees with that, Lelei said. Glad she made that point. She swims back over to Selena and starts washing her up again. Lelei is correct. Do you see what Jackson is doing with Princess Pina? She is becoming a rebel soldier, Selena said, and then starts thinking on it more. She can see Lelei is about to say something, but she stops her. Did you notice she was there too? Selena nods her head as she thinks. Well, in the beginning, Pina moved around like she was the king. She thought her title gave her special status, but then learned that it couldn't solve her problems. She smiles, deciding not to torment her anymore. Correct. What I am trying to explain is that while she is still a princess like you, she doesn't use it. She is her own woman now. You don't have to let it define you. You can be who you are. When I became an apostle, I learned to make it a part of me, she adds. Took longer than it should, but it is okay. And we all are here to help. Selena looks at her, and then at Lelei. She takes a deep breath as she tries to figure out things. Lelei, that fire spell was pretty cool. She looks to Lelei. Yeah, good job. I don't think they were expecting that. Lelei looks to them and smiles. Thank you. All that training and reading those books paid off. But I keep running into this problem when I try merging their science with magic. That is, she asks, confused. It depletes my mana much faster than I expect, Lelei said. Magic is only as powerful as how well you understand it. Because they understand the world more, I've been able to learn how the world works. That has allowed me to do spells I never thought I could, just because I understand it. But I just burn myself out so quickly. Knock it off, she says as she splashes Lelei. You are learning new things. It will take time to find a way to properly merge the two. Hey, been trying to merge magic with their technology and are struggling? That is true. I just think I should be farther along than I am, Lelei said. All right, ladies, let's hurry up. We have that movie thing in the main hall today, she said. Italica Palace, afternoon, set up conference room, December 16th, 2025. Sarah is sitting down in the front row of the conference room. Right beside her is Princess Pina. When she came in, she saw everyone here. The Major wanted everyone to meet here for a movie, watching The Hobbit. Besides the Rangers and Knights, both maids who helped save Selena were invited, but only Persia wanted to him. However, she thinks it for alternative motives. Hamilton walk-ups. Princess, is there anything I can get you? For the last time, Hamilton, I don't need anything. Go sit down until you recover, Pina said. As you command, Princess, Hamilton says with a short bow, but she places her hand on her wounded side. She then walks away and sitting down by Andrew. She looks back to Pina, finding that conversation strange. She has forgotten that they grew up in a different culture. However, she has noticed that none of the other knights address her like that. Princess Dashda, please call me Pina. Pina corrects. I think we had enough princess for a bit. She chuckles from that, agreeing with that statement. Pina, I was just wondering, why does Hamilton address you in that manner while no one else does? Pina places her hand on her chin and thinks. I almost forget that you don't have the same customs as we do. I meant no offense. I was just curious, she replied. None taken, Pina said and looks at her. All Rose Knights came from a noble house. The girls like Bozes, Nicolasha, Panache, Shandy came from the most elite of households. Everyone else came from lesser houses. However, Hamilton doesn't come from a house. My father assigned her to be my servant when I was young. So, growing up, she served me very well. As she finishes, she reflects on that last part. She can see Pina thinking twice about that. While she cannot imagine being assigned a servant, but she seems to care deeply for your well-being. Pina crosses her arms. I know what you are thinking. I get it from the Major all the time. You think less of me, but it has been a custom of my country for centuries. But yes, out of everyone, Hamilton has been my most loyal servant and friend. I am glad that she has found something that is hers. Norma always said that she would be the perfect wife. She leans forward and looks down. She sees Andrew sitting there talking about something. She then sees a deck of cards. Looks like Magic the Gather cards. Besides Hamilton, she sees Selena and Lelei there. It looks like he is explaining the game. Then Pina leans forward and sees what she sees. Both lean back and then giggle from the sight. I agree, she replies. They are cute together. Shows we can work together. Do you know when the Major coming? He's said to be here by noon. Pina asks. I don't know, she replies. I think the meeting is going longer than expected. She finishes in an uneasy tone. She knows the meeting probably is not going to be fun. The military does not like surprises. You people love your meetings, Pina points out. They wouldn't be mean to him? It was not his fault. I should have said something beforehand. Nah, you did nothing wrong, she said. You had no idea the true intentions, and he knows it. We both know you were not trying to make a scene out of something. Good intentions. Well, sometimes I feel like all I do is make life harder for him. That it might be easier on him that we never met, Pina said. Sometimes it seems I never can meet the standard. She shakes her head. Don't think that. To be honest, you haven't made life easier for him, but that doesn't matter. She then points to Rory with her thumb. You think she makes it easy on him? Pina leans forward and sees Rory is dominating in a 4-versus-1 wrestling match against Randy, Beefeater, Jalen, and Alicia. Not at all. I see your point. She looks at Pina and smiles. After Italica, he told me about you. That he saw you as a younger self of him when he first enlisted. Very driven and very idealistic. Pina smiles hearing that, but her eyes widen. Wait, what do you mean by that? I thought he was very idealistic now. That's what I said. She replies with a giggle. Still, besides the peace treaty issue, you have earned his respect. Especially after helping out with Selena. She sees Pina smile at that. She knows that Pina has been working hard to get that respect and meet that standard that Sharpe sets. Pina, mind answering this question? What is it? Correct me if I am wrong, but it seems like the Empire doesn't allow women in places of power. Well, that has been my experience so far. Even Crisis judged me because I did not have a dick, she said, leaning closer to Pina, wanting to keep the conversation private. Pina nods, knowing what she is talking about. Yes, I cannot speak for the peasants, but female roles in decision-making and warfare are limited. Most of us were meant to just be married to other kingdoms and nobles' houses, or we manage the domestic duties of our houses and the Empire. Sounds like my planet history, she responds with an eye-roll chuckle. So afraid of our opinion. Even though we're 99% always right, only 99? Pina asks, enjoying the joke. Yes, she responds with a giggle. I would have said 100, but I refuse to admit that my sister is right about which Backstreet Boys is cuter. Pina giggles even though she does not fully understand the reference. But I always wanted to serve my country, and one day when I was 12, I saw this play about female warriors. It was just a story, but it inspired me to start this knighthood. My father and brothers thought it was a joke, but he granted permission, she said, and thinks on that some more. Now that I think about it, I think he did that knowing that it would keep me away. That's horrible, she responds. It is fine, Pina said. I was far more hot-headed back then. Anyway, so I started this school. Everyone you see joined except for Hamilton. I somewhat forced her to join, but anyway, that is pretty much it. We trained and trained, waiting for the day to prove ourselves. That day came when your people came here. She nods and glances away. Has it been hard on you all? You are pretty much exiled, wanted for dead by your people. Honestly, Pina said, it has not been as hard as you might think for most of us. I think the difference between the Empire and your people has shaken some old traditions. As I said, most of us were just going to be married off like pawns. The duty of a noblewoman. The ones who hurt the most have been Panache and Bozas. Panache is confident but enjoys a high society life. She does believe in the core ideals of the Empire and thinks your ways make people weak, but she is here more out of loyalty to me. I do think she is warming up though, she explains. Bozas, on the other hand, has gotten used to you people. The issue is that her family disowned her, and her family are powerful within the Empire. She leans forward and looks towards the back. She sees the yellow-hair woman Bozas in the back, to her surprise sitting next to Charles Johnson. They seem to be having a nice conversation. Part of her job is keeping a record on the well-being of the unit. That means she pays far more attention to patterns and she has noticed more and more of the unit getting closer to people of this world. That's probably Sharpe's fault, being a bit relaxed on those subjects. It does not bother her, but it might be an issue down the road if things go to fair and if babies are being made. I am surprised that you are okay with your people getting friendly with mine, she said. Pina looks at her confused. Why is that a problem? Are relationships forbidden in your world? You allowed those two to get close. And I have seen that one ranger, Bailey, I think, with that warrior bunny. She nods her head thinking, we try to stay professional. You cannot fight wars pregnant. But things have gotten lax. You people are strange. Even professional soldiers are humans. When you send armies thousands of leagues away from their homes, away from their families for years, what else do they have? She thinks about what Pina said. She remembers reading in his history books that armies traditionally brought families with them, serving as logistical support. That was still a thing up until the American Civil War. She finds it interesting how different daily life is between both worlds, like it's walking into a textbook and seeing it with your own eyes. I think the nature of war has changed for us, but I do see your point. First war on another world. Maybe it is good was creating roots here. Maybe that's what the brass wants, she thinks. She leans back and about to continue with the conversation, but the door opens. She sees Sharpe walk in and stop at the center. The room automatically goes quiet, waiting to hear what he has to say. Good afternoon, everyone. I am sorry that I am late, Sharpe said. I want to say great job, everyone. I know most of us had not had much of a chance to get some proper rest since taking Legrath. Because of this, our leave has been extended by 3 days once we get back to Alnus. That will be at 0500 tomorrow. As he talks, she sees Pina leaning closer to her. Does he ever smile? Pina whispers. She looks to her, understanding why she asked that. He does. Usually when he is off duty and the girls grab him around. The girls? Pina asks. Rory, Lelei, Selena, Tuka, just a nickname we gave them. She responds. Am I boring you too? Sharpe asks. She looks back at him and sees him looking directly at both. Shit, she thinks to herself. No, sir, just telling her that you do smile. My fault, she said, taking a breath. To her and everyone's shock, she watches Sharpe look away and walk out of the room, saying nothing. What just happened? She asks herself. She knows he has been under a lot of stress, but this is not normal for him. Everything okay, Sarah? Pina asks, shocked too. I have no idea, she responds. He usually enjoys jabs like that. Maybe he's more upset than I thought. Why would he be upset? Pina asks. There are some changes coming in our force structure. He was supposed to get a promotion as part of it. After what happened with Selena, Gray, and Tuka, there's no chance that happening now. But I didn't think that would have mattered to him, she whispers. She then looks around and sees Tuka in the back. If she was kicked out of the team, she wouldn't be here. But then Sharpe walks back into the room and stands right in the same spot as before. She looks at him and sees this serious look on him. But then Sharpe turns around and puts something on his face. He then turns around, wearing sunglasses and this half-assed smiley face that was quickly cut out of paper around his mouth. Is this better? The room is dead quiet for a moment, but then everyone bursts out laughing from the silly sight. She could not help herself and laugh, which is hurting her chest. That is one reason why she loves him. Boys, why do you have sunglasses on? We are inside, Andrew asks. Sharpe looks over to him. Because it is dark in here. How else am I supposed to see? I am assuming he is lying about that? Pina asks. Now you are getting it. She responds as she shakes her head. Sharpe, take that off. Sharpe looks over to her. I think I like it. I don't have to put the effort into smiling now. That is extra energy to be lazy with. Might even get DARPA to look into the idea. She hears some more chuckles coming from the back. She takes a happy breath, enjoying the mood. Take it off, or I will get Rory to take it off for you. Rory stands up and points at him. I am fine with that. Sharpe takes the fake smiley face and glasses off. He then waves Selena forward with his fingers. And like to give the floor to Selena. It was her idea to do this. Selena walks up beside him and then looks at everyone. I want to say thank you all for your help, both Rangers and Knights. I would not be here if it wasn't for all of you. I love you all. She hears people clapping and celebrating from that. It was not anything fancy, but everyone can tell it came from the heart. Selena, Sharpe said. Selena walks back to her seat but they came back, holding a box wrapped in duct tape. Sharpe then looks to Pina. Princess Pina Colada, please present yourself. She looks to Pina and sees the confused look on her face. Pina stands up and walks to where Sharpe and Selena at. Pina stands there. Pina and your fellow knights. I was not able to get everyone one, but I hope this shows my gratitude for all your people's work. Selena, Sharpe said. Selena walks up and hands her the box. You will need a knife. It's duct tape. It is made from cute swimming birds with strange color flat feet. Her eyes widen hearing Selena say that. She looks at Sharpe and sees him glancing away, acting all innocent. Selena, you know that isn't true, right? I know, Selena replies. Dad told me that and I like it. Besides, Pina doesn't, or didn't know that. Hearing that, she rubs her nose, knowing that is something she picked up from her father. Such a bad influence. Pina pulls out her knife and cuts the duct tape. She then opens it and pulls out this paper crown. But it is not just any crown but the Burger King crown. All the rangers in the room start to laugh after seeing it. Yeah, you told me what happened to your last crown. I can't afford to buy a replacement, but I figured this might be okay. Sharpe explains. Pina puts it on and looks up at Sharpe. You people are strange, but thank you. Strange means good in my book, Sharpe said. He looks back at everyone as she sits down. Sorry for the delay, everyone. You can blame First Lieutenant Sarah Rose for that, Sharpe said. Damn it, she mumbles, chuckling. I figured this will be a good relaxing time for us all. An activity together, where no one can sneak in here and pull some more BS, Sharpe said. None of you have to stay here if you don't want to, but we will be watching all 3 parts of The Hobbit. She smiles hearing that. He asked her this morning to set up a makeshift theater room for this. He wanted to show The Lord of the Rings, but she convinced him it would be better to start with the prequels. I figured everyone would like these. It is set in a magical world like Falmart, and it leads into the greatest trilogy of all time, Lord of the Rings. Hamilton raised her hand. What's Lord of the Rings? Sharpe looks at her and shakes his head. How on earth do you not know of Lord of the Rings? Even the North Korans know about it, because we're not on Earth? Hamilton counters before Andrew stops her. Shakes his head and looks back. I have just lost all faith in humanity. Let's begin. Sharpe goes sit down and the projector starts, showing the first of 3 films. As the 3rd film begins, Sarah looks over to Pina and sees her eyes widen with fear. The film starts with the dragon Smog burning down Lake Town, killing hundreds. Dragons can talk? Pina mumbles, wondering if there are dragons like Smog on her world, bigger and scarier than the flame, water, and ice dragons. She must admit, Sharpe knows how to read the mood. Everyone seems to be enjoying the film so far. The Rangers loving this stuff while the Knights and the girls able to understand the context of the story. Everyone can relate. She looks over to Sharpe, who is sitting beside her. Selena is on the other side of him, holding onto his arm as she eats popcorn. Rory sitting down in front of him by his legs. It was cute. She got scared that the dwarves were going to die at the end of the first film. She leans forward so she can whisper to him. How did it go? Fine, he replies. Fine, she asks, knowing that is bull. So, you still got the promotion? Promotion? He asks. I know everything before you, she said. When we get to Alnus, I will make an announcement on what's going on. I got the command, but not the promotion, he says. But that doesn't bother me. It's the politics of it. Well, I am sorry, she said. She feels bad about that. She knows he has worked hard to make sure both worlds can work together. There is no peace if we cannot figure out a way to live together. Don't be, he responds. To my surprise, the ambassador was incredibly supportive. I think he has something planned for us. I know he trusts your senses on the ground, she said. But what about Selena? The colonel said we will talk about it at Alnus. When everyone more relaxed, he says. Makes sense. Everyone pretty out of it, she asks. Tuka and Gray? They're under my command and no one gets in between that, he said. And they just accepted that? She asks, surprised by that answer. Yup, he said. I will be talking to them both privately. What are you going to say? She asks. Don't take it the wrong way, but that's between them and me, he says. She understands. He does not want any more drama within the unit and doesn't want to make this more of an issue than it needs to be. But she likes how even though they kind of screwed him, he did not throw them under the bus. She looks back to the movie, but then lightly places her hand on his. To her excitement, he grabbed it and held hands as everyone watches the film. V10, Chapter 119 Two Tales. Trading town of Populus, between Italica and Rondel, Appia Highway, Prance Palace Tavern. Date: December 20th, 2025. Another day under the sun, Milhayanum said to himself. He lifts this barrel of beer and hauls it up the stairs to his bar. Once there, he hears all his customers talking and partying inside the tavern. He takes the barrel and puts it on the table and then grabs some glasses and begins pouring. Who was next for the 3 beers? He turns around and sees 3 hands go up at this table. He sees them and knows them well. 5 people are at the table, heavily armed, not wearing standard Imperial weapons but custom weapons. They are not soldiering of the Empire or part of some knighthood but adventurers. Populous is a medium-sized town but a major stop on the Appia Highway, which links up to the Argo Highway down south. From here you either go to Belnago, Rondel, Italica, Valtris, and Etlia. But the Adventure Guild has a decent outpost here because of its location, very profitable and easy to get to major cities. He walks over to the table and sees 5 adventurers. The party leader Carther Jagath, swordswomen Lily Horath. He sees the high elf Valuo Durgu and a rare sight, a lizard man with a name that he can never figure out how to say, so he calls him Liz. He is the party mage, and unlike the others, he is from the Magic Guild. The last one, but the oldest, is the paladin, Gorgth Browen. About time, Milhay, Lily yells as she jumps up, but she is forced back down as Gorgth grabs her by the belt and forces her back to her seat. Calm down. Thank you very much, Milhay. No problem. You all are my most interesting customers, he said as he passes their drinks. Just not my best-paying customers. By the way, where is Hearthdrew? Hearing that, they all laugh at that and cheer. You know him. Enjoying your upstairs brothel, Carther replies with a chuckle. In his time traveling around Falmart, he has grown to dislike the adventures as a whole. Soldiers fight for their country. Knights fight and protect their counts and kings' houses. Adventurers fight just for their own personal profit. Yes, he has given them quests at the local Adventure Guild post. You must if you have a job you can't handle. He has been able to put them into 3 groups. The good honest ones who actually want to do good, but didn't want to do that through the army. The middle ground where they just do it for personal glory and wealth. The last group is more like bandits. Not like mercenaries though. While they fight for the highest bidder and usually fight in wars, the Adventure Guild is more of a civil institution, like the other 7 main guilds. They do the petty taste for money like clearing out goblin dens, killing bandits, or protecting trade routes. Since the Empire cannot be every place at once, they allowed civil military to be established 400 years ago to act as a self-contained policing force. They do the basic chores of keeping the peace so the Imperial Army can focus on high-intensity threats. We are sorry that we haven't been paying our taps. Work has been hard in recent days, Carther says with a chuckle. I have noticed, he responds as he collects their dirty dishes. He has noticed in recent weeks, since these so-called otherworlders invaded Alnus and Elis, trade and travel to the south have become risky. Many businesses have seen their profits driven down since Italica and Elis was cut off from the rest of the empire. Since he is thinking about it, both adventure and mercantile guilds are not pleased by the recent drop in business and have publicly supported the empire in the war. That loyalty sounds great in public, but it's more about the money. Even if their profits are in decline, that does not mean they can stop paying their license duties to the empire. And in war, he never met a government who enjoys losing taxes. As he walks back to the bar to clean the dishes, he listens to their conversation. Did you hear about Mergith party? Lily asks her co-workers. Only the rumors, Liz replies. Carther, you explain, Lily said. You are always annoying. You know that, right? Why did I allow you to stick around? Carther said. Because you need some beauty in this sausage fest, Lily says as she drinks. They all chuckle and take a drink. Anyway, it is only rumors, but that party went down south to Elis, looking for quests. Yup, I heard that from a passing traveler, Valuo comments. They said that they wanted to go to Havkrisen and see if these other worlders bring jobs with them. He also said they were all killed with this powerful flame spell that fell from the sky. That is rubbish, Valuo, Lily responds as she slams her mug down. Flame spells that fall from the sky. As he listens, he knows of the rumors they're talking about. Everything they heard about these unknown invaders makes no sense. The things people say they can do, and how fast they are moving and their ability to wipe out full legions with ease. His experience in the Imperial Army says most of it is untrue. The Empire are masters at propaganda, control the flow of information across the continent. That is one of the main reasons why the Empire been able to maintain control, the speed of information, by horse and wyverns. So far, the Empire says they've been holding this enemy back. Alnus was lost early in the war, and the word is that 200,000 soldiers died in that campaign. Italica, Elba has been enslaved and used as forced labor. Whatever freedoms and safety they had has been stripped away and now forced to serve the enemy. Anyone who resists they murder en masse, which falls in line on the rumors that these otherworlders can kill thousands with their weapons. He knows you shouldn't listen to what the Empire says about the enemy. The first step in warfare is to demonize your enemies. It makes it easier to kill them, but this seems different. The body counts are stacking up faster than ever before. His old commander, General Chrysis, marched down here from his banishment and led the fight against these people, and now Legrath has fallen. The situation has clearly changed. The other problem is that he has heard mixed stories from travelers. Some travelers confirm the rumors that these otherworlders are brutal killers, set to destroy the natural order of this world. Others say they came to help, and that they are helping Italica and Elba. Well, that is the problem, Valuo replies. We have no idea what is going on. What do you think, Gorth? You once served in the army before becoming an adventurer, Lelei asks. Gorth takes a drink to think. I think we just do not know enough. The guild in Elba was torn down. To be fair, Valuo adds, the Elba post was on bad terms with King Durin after the scandal 4 years ago, paying bandits to attack villages to drive up the quests, more work, and more money. Yes, so it makes sense that post was disbanded, Gorth said. It is upsetting that the Murgith were killed though, but they did choose to go to an active battleground. So, Liz said, we're adventurers, not soldiers. It is not like they were going to aid the Empire. If they just hired them, then maybe they might help. All we want to do is our jobs. You are assuming they know that. Gorth counters. It is adventure law. Everyone knows that, Lelei said, confused by what he said. We avoid sides, as a rule. We protect the common folk. Carther puts his mug down. He is correct. We are assuming they understand us. What are you saying? Liz asks. He is saying is this. Gorth starts. You are at total war against the Empire, and you see a well-armed group of soldiers coming down to territory that you just conquered. It is easy to see them as fellow soldiers of the Empire attacking you. That makes no sense, Lelei said. We're not soldiers. That is breaking guild law targeting adventures like that. It is also against guild law in siding with anyone against the Empire, Carther said. He then turns around to face me high. What do you think, friend? He puts down a glass that he was cleaning. I think we should be very careful about these people. This is a dangerous enemy that we know nothing about. If the Empire is struggling against them, we should be careful. But as long as they leave me alone with my daughter and Tavern, then I do not care. Even if the Empire falls? Lelei asks. The Empire falls, that will be bad for business, for everyone. Actually, that might mean good business. We could triple our rates, Valuo points out. Everyone laughs from that. Adventures, he mumbles and he shakes his head. While they can be more fun and less regimental, their loyalty is to the status of the job and the pay. But what Lelei said shocked him. The Empire has fought many wars and lost a few, like the Arctic Wars and the war against the Ticaret Conglomerate. But never once has anyone thought the Empire might fall. Even during the 30-year wars against the Dark Races, the bloodiest wars in the Empire history, no one ever questions the might of the Empire. Now that invincibility seems to be gone, stories of passing travelers and soldiers saying how easily the legions are slaughtered, most never seeing the enemy. As he thought before, nothing makes sense about these people. Then he remembers something he saw a few weeks ago. A small caravan of peasants, some catgirls, fairies, a few warrior bunnies, a siren and other hybrids humanoids, mostly women and children, but some men among them, one being a Valradin as a guard, all heading to the enemy-occupied territory. The human leader said they were told that they would be safe and free there. It sounds like the people who have an invested interest in the Empire winning think this enemy is pure evil, while the ones who are not represented within the Empire think these otherworlders are goo. Interesting days indeed. He then looks to him. If you enjoy the business, why don't you go there then? Pay back some of that debt. You are kidding me? Lelei asks loudly. He has a point, Valuo said. You always say that. Liz points out. I mean, if the Elba and Italica posts have been disbanded, That means there are no adventures down there. That means there is no competition for quests. Voluo explains. He knows what he is saying. Here around Populus, there are not more adventures than quests for work. They can't go south for work, and he has been told that the enemy has been doing the adventure work. In short, the Empire economy is in deep flux and no one knows what is happening. Well, the guild headquarters in Rondell said they will be sending an expedition to Italica to figure out what is happening, and to bring justice and payment for them closing the Italica post. Maybe we should go with and see for ourselves. If all this is a misunderstanding, then we could become rich, Gorgth said. What about the Empire, though? We cannot take up arms against them, and I don't betray them. Not until the guild says it's okay, Carther said. Still, I will ask the Populus post headmaster and see if we can join the official delegation. It's better than staying here getting poor and fat. He sees them get up and head out, waving goodbye. He returns the goodbye and gets back to work and returns to serving his customers. Sadera, Royal District. Date, December 21st, 2025. Sherry, can you open the door? Sherry hears her father speak from the other room. Okay, father. She walks over to the house door and opens it. She sees Senator Casel L. Tiberius standing there. Good evening, Senator Tiberius. Good evening to you, Miss Tywaley. Your father requested me? Tiberius said. Yes, he did. About recent events. Please come in and make yourself at home, Sherry said. She then escorts him through the house. It is a decent-sized home compared to the other noblemen. Where is your father? Tiberius asks as he sits down. He is in the other room right now. He will be right here. Let me get you something to drink, she said as she walks away. In recent months, her father and Tiberius have been meeting a lot. The topic is usually about the war and the new Emperor Zorzel. With the recent defeat in Elis and Legrath, a lot of recent changes happen in Sadera, which Zorzel and his loyalists used to grab power. She walks back out to Tiberius and sets some tea on the table. Here you go. Thank you, Sherry. Tiberius said. Have you been continuing with your studies? Of course. Top marks like always. She responds with a big smile. I will be an intelligent queen one day. Tiberius chuckles hearing that. I bet you will. That is assuming this war doesn't destroy the Empire. If that happens, I will just have to become the queen of the other worlders, she said semi-joking way. That is interesting, Tiberius states as he takes a drink. I was joking, sir. I meant no offense, she responds. I know, but there was some truth in your voice, Tiberius said. Please have a seat while we wait for your father. She smiles and sits down. She has listened to their conversations many times and has a good sense of what's been happening. What is it? You have been paying attention to recent events? Tiberius asks. She thinks about that question. She has no idea where to begin. Since the war started, everything has slowly become chaotic. Never before the Imperial Army has seen so many defeats and death. Even the casual elites who normally don't care about small losses of life are concerned about casualties now, since they're that high. The economy is starting to falter, seeing the Empire is nearly cut into two. Yes, I have, she responds. Tell me what you think of things, Tiberius asks. She thinks about his question and looks up at him confidently. Easy. I think we are witnessing the fall of the Empire. We have won so many times and expanded so far. We thought we were unbeatable. So, we decided to travel to another world assuming we would win. We were wrong. You definitely are your father, daughter, Tiberius said with a neutral tone. Why do you think that? Is it because of how powerful the enemy is? She shakes her head no. I think we will fall because of us. I am only a girl, so I don't know what's been said in the Senate, but everyone is only worried about their own power and wealth. Interesting, Tiberius comments as he sips his tea. But there are some senators who make a good point. If we lose the war, then the world will go into darkness. Like the days before the Empire, the kingdoms and city-states will rebel and fight each other. The dark races will spread this darkness and slaughter everything in their path. The Falmart economy will fall apart. Maybe, she responds, but I don't think it will be that dark, she said and thinks. If this was during any other time, then I might agree with them. But the other thing is the otherworlders. I think most will just submit to their rule for security. And I think if those people truly fear that, they will support peace, even if that means we surrender our ways. Tiberius asks her, smiling. I bet we would have to give up some things, like the slave trade, she said. That is only a guess, but since the otherworlders went crazy when they found out the Empire had their people as slaves, and the stories about Italica and Elba pushing to outlaw slavery, she finds it interesting that these otherworlders are so against such an idea. It only makes sense, and it is a very profitable industry, so she has been told. Her own family has a slave, a cat girl named Delikos, but unlike Zorzel, her father treats her well and decently. It is one of the dozens of subjects she wishes she can ask the otherworlders. But even if we have to give up some things, I do believe the otherworlders will want an empire to stay together, she said. And why is that? Tiberius asks. Well, when the empire invades other lands, we turn the government there into a puppet government. Otherwise, we would have to garrison a full legion there to maintain control. I assume they might do the same thing. They would need the empire to maintain control of this world, she said. And how did you come to these ideas? Tiberius asks. Because she listens to our conversation, my friend, Tywali said as he walks in. I am sorry for my delay, but I was busy. All fine, my friend, Tiberius says. I was just enjoying the insight from your daughter. Yes, father, she said with a big smile. I was trying to say is that the enemy is too powerful to fight. Is this your judgment, or your father's? Tiberius asks with a chuckle. A little of both, Tywali said, but she is right. The otherworlders are too powerful. Let me make a correction, she said. When I said the enemy is too powerful, I meant the throne, not the otherworlders. I should have been clearer. She sees both look at her, a little surprised. She came to this idea by herself, listening to them talk and the world on the street. She concluded that one of the main reasons why the Senate is so scared to challenge Zorzel is not because he is wise, but because he is a people pleaser. For decades, he has been making friends with the right people, and most of them are in positions in power. If he was willing to murder his father, there is no reason why they wouldn't kill members of the Senate. And she found a secret truth. Everyone who could challenge him is dead or gone. Prince Diabo is smart and could deal with the current crisis, but many in the Senate think he is weak and strange. You can say what you want about Zorzel. He made friends in high places, usually with brides and corruptions, but Diabo did neither. Always staying in the library studying. He missed out on the most important part of politics. It's building friends and alliances. And then there's Princess Pina. It has been a long time last she has seen her, but the Senate did disown her and her knights because they sided with the otherworlders. That is the problem. She is not here to contest the throne, which limits the Senate options. While she never met the man, and that might be why she doesn't have such a negative opinion, but the only true challenger of Zorzel was General Crisis. She assumes that is why Zorzel sent Herm to Elis, not to stop the otherworlders, but to stop him from threatening his rule. Interesting statement, Sherry. Tiberius said. We must be careful in calling our people traitors for difference of opinion. Yes, my dear, Tywali said. While I disagree with the Senate and the Emperor, we can't see them as the enemy. That leads to civil war. I fully understand, father, she replies. But isn't it coming to that? You allowed them to kill the only man who could challenge him and bring the war to an end. Both men go quiet when she said that. I told you not to mention his name, darling, Tywali said. He is a traitor of the Empire. He rebelled against us. We told you this already. I am sorry, father, she said. It is just, I think all of your anger stopped you from siding with the man who could have stopped Zorzel. She then looks up at her father. Civil war started in Legrath. The Rose Knights are with the otherworlders. I see your daughter very opinionated, my friend, Tiberius said with a chuckle. I happen to agree with her, though. I think we made another miscalculation in the Senate. I have a feeling that many senators will side with us, however. We do not have the power to remove Zorzel from the throne. Tywali sides down and think. I see. He controls the Imperial Army, the Centurion tribes, the Knights of Talus, and the Oprichnina, basically, the military and many of our vassals. And now he is looking to forge new alliances with our other enemies. Maybe we have been looking at this wrong, Tywali said. He is smart enough to try and build bridges with old enemies. Tiberius looks to her. Sherry, what happens when you give a goblin an apple? She thinks about that. It is a quick story to help make a point. The goblin will take the apple while he stabs you with his blade. It means that there are some people you can never trust. Correct? Tiberius said and looks back to her father. You don't really believe this is some grand master plan? No, Tywali said. I am just trying to see around the hill. It is best not to assume other motives too blindly. She nods hearing that. While it makes no sense for the Empire to continue waging war, the people in power want to. That is why her father been trying to find new options. Yes, Tiberuis said, that's probably why Baron Monterey has been staying neutral in all this. I have been having meetings with him since the takeover, and I can see that he wants the war to end, but is afraid of Svenhard Lupus Moon. She knows of Svenhard, and she never heard anything good about him. He rules over the Oprychnina, the Empire's secret police. It is common to hear stories of people disappearing who speak out against the state. Noble houses are usually safe from their wrath, but there always is that threat. Just like Zorzel, he keeps around both male and female slaves for his pleasure and torture. She has noticed that Zorzel attracts a certain kind of people. They seem to align more to the god Siflis than Eidos. Some say Emperor Molt had him murder all Zorzel bastard children from all the slaves he had raped. If true, the scary part is that it happened under everyone's noises and no one knows about it. Once someone goes into their lair, they are never seen again. All kinds of hell are said to happen there. From what her father said, he is someone who enjoys his work too much. Anyways, my friend, Tiberuis said, did you invite me here to speak what has been spoken 100 times now, or was there something new to speak of? She looks to her father, already knowing the true intent of this meeting. Ah yes, Tywali said as he sets down his tea. Sherry, what is your opinion of the Otherworlders? She looks at her father, and then at Tiberuis. Well, I think they are brutes, using their strength to change other people's way of life. They think of themselves high and mighty and look down on us, thinking we are barbarians because we believe in the natural order of strength. She takes a breath and smiles. But they are not as bad as they say. I think the princess's head is full of air, but she never would have sold out her country so easily. She is loyal, so she must think they would be best for the Empire. And when they attacked our great city, they came only to save their people. She leans back, feeling pride in her answers. Even now, with all their strength they hold back, striking carefully. Pina said in the Senate hall that they love their people, right? That they help and protect their people. That is something we should learn more about. They attack our city, but they limited to the royal district, and they left once they tool their people. That was a long time ago now, and they haven't attacked since. She then looks up at Tiberuis. From what I understand, they are like you. Like me? Tiberuis asks confused. Yes, she responds. You have made many enemies within the Senate by pushing for your reforms, wanting to create a baseline of right for all subjects of the Empire, wanting to bring more power to the Senate and less expansionist. More importantly, bring more power to the people, like it was in the early days of the Empire. She knows Caesar L. Tiberius is an idealistic man, always trying to represent the will of the people, not just in Sad Era, but all the Empire. He was close friends of Colt Formal, the ex-leader of Italica. Colt wanted to bring basic rights to slaves and bring more law and order to the Empire, just like Tiberuis. It was sad when Colt died in the invasion of the Otherworlders' home, losing a great man. Tiberuis chuckles hearing that. I see you have been paying attention. As you said, people care more about their own power and wealth, and yet, the Otherworlders seem to embrace your ideas. She said, that is just a guess, but one she is confident in. She has thought about this a lot. Normally, when armies invade new lands, they burn cities to the ground, slaughter hundreds to thousands, and enslave the women and children. Complete destruction of a civilization. So far, these Otherworlders have yet to do the most basic of warfare, and yet they're winning. That must mean Pina was right, and they must have some level of care of people. Where is this going? Tiberuis asks, seeing that something is wrong. Please speak truth. Why am I here? I am sorry, my friend, but I had to be careful, Tywali said. He looks over his shoulder. Delico, please bring in my other guest. The Cackerel walks over and bows. Yes, master. She then walks away into the back room. She gets on her knees and looks behind the couch. She sees Delico bring in one of the 3 American spies that she found in a cusho. It is their leader, James Garcia, an agent of what he calls the Central Intelligence Agency. What is the meaning of this? Tiberuis stands up looking at the man, scared. How did he get in here? I invited him, Tywali said. We need new options, and we need to learn more about these people. The reason why the peace process failed was because of a lack of understanding. Hello, Senator. I mean, you know Herm, Garcia said. He then goes to explain who he is and what he is doing here. She has been sitting there and listened to the 3 talks. The conversation went from the basic interdiction of each other and trust building. Tiberuis seemed nervous through the conversation, and she understands why. If anyone found out any of them are talking to the otherworlders, they could be crucified or given to the Oprichnina. I want this war to end, but I won't become a traitor, Tiberuis states. No one is asking you to, Garcia said. But who are you loyal to? The Empire or its ideals? From what I understand, they are no longer the same. She was shocked by how much this Garcia man knows about what happened in Elis. He knows more than anyone else in Sadera. Somehow their little talking box allows him to talk to his friends thousands of leagues away. He explained that they have General Herm Fuelmayo as a prisoner, defeated by Princess Pina in battle. He also explained that many of the defenders of Legrath rebelled against Herm and sided with their people, including the Guardian of Legrath. Her theory seems to be correct. As always, when a new ruler takes power, they remove anyone who might threaten their rule. In doing this during a bloody war, he made enemies within the army. The Imperial Army is known to never disobey the Empire. They live and die for it. Rebellion is unheard of within its ranks. She can see that news shaken both her father and Tiberuis. I am not going to agree to anything tonight, Tiberuis said. I said the same thing and still don't agree to anything, Taiwali said. But I think it is important to build a dialogue. I understand, Tiberuis said as he thinks. Look, we want this war to end too. But we have no issue in wiping out the Empire if they continue this war. I don't care who is on the throne. Your people attacked us, Garcia said, making clear the situation. She looks at the American spy. She can see that he is withholding his thoughts, a part of diplomacy. I think we should take this slow. If we rush this, the Oprichnina will find out. Then we should meet again, Garcia said as he stands up. My intention in this meeting was to make a presence and see where the chips lay. If things went well, then I would give you my insurance pitch. What is insurance? She asks, confused by that word. I will tell you. Next time, kid, Garcia said. Sherry, mind letting him out the back door? Taiwali asked. She looks to her father and smiles. Of course. She gets up and grabs his arm. Follow me. We do not want to go out the front door. They will see you. You are pretty confident for your age, Garcia states. She turns around and looks up at him. His people sound scary when you only read the reports, but in person, they seem far nicer. They don't seem so demonic. Thank you. I am a noblewoman of a proud family. We have been leading the Empire for generations. She takes him to the back door. I will come and get you the next time my father wants you. No, Garcia said. She looks up confused by that. Then how will you know we are ready for the next meeting? Garcia puts on this black cloth that covers his head. He then takes out that black box and hands it to her. This is called a radio. It is set to this channel. Do not change it. He then goes on and explains the basics of it and how to use it. She takes it, lighter than she expected. She looks up and he explains that he doesn't want a girl her age to be wandering around in the city like that. She smiles, thinking that is adorable. Okay, Sir Garcia man. V10, Chapter 120. Fortress Legrath, Elis Region, December 21st, 2025. Major General Charles Stanford is walking through the halls of the fortress. He has spent the last 3 days taking a tour of their prize. So far, he and his staff have been impressed with the place, a place only in legend. His guide of the place has been Baludi, the guardian of Legrath. He has been impressed by her knowledge of this place. Far more history than he expected. This section leads to the third Grand Hall. The dwarves built this part 300 years ago to help expand the garrison during the Second Orc Expansionist War. Baludi explains. We are pretty deep in the hill. I am impressed we can breathe normally without ventilation, Colonel Bobritz said. He glances at the colonel. Britz is the colonel of the Army Engineers unit that is assigned to this fortress. Their job is to learn the secrets of this fortress and reconstructed it as a NATO base for future operations. What he said did raise an eyebrow. He didn't even think about that. That is because of these lining the walls, Baludi said with a big smile. She points the corner between the wall and ceiling. What is it? Britz asked as he looks up. It looks like mold to me. Mold? No, silly, Baludi said. It is a special plant by the elves, and that was enchanted by the dwarves. I do not know how the enchantment works, but once your planet is, it provides air for the troops. How do you think dwarves are able to breathe so deep in their mountains? What are you talking about? A captain asks. That part is digging deep in the earth. That even possible with this tech? We are not on Earth, Captain, Brits corrects. It is digging deeper than on Falmart. True, the captain responds. But the name Falmart just the continent, right? So, what do we call it then? He looks back at them. Knock it off and back to work. We will name everything later. He then looks up and sees this thin green grass-like line. He saw it before and assumed it was just decoration of some kind. Assuming what she said is true, and he has no reason to doubt, this enchantment magic could change how we mine materials. He then looks to the pink siren. She is looking at him and his staff with this baffled look. I thought that one man was the only wired one, Baluti says. Your kind is definitely strange. Like younglings who are spending coin at the candy store. They're just excited, Guardian. They will get over with, he said. It is okay, Baluti said. It's kind of cute. It shows that you are not just these death machines slaying armies. Just don't call me Pinky, one. He never heard someone describe the military as cute before. Sounds strange but funny. And that nickname, he knows the background of how that happened. I must apologize for that. I know who you were speaking of. Fine soldier, but he can get a bit cocky. I will address it. She thinks about that and waves her hand. It is okay. It was a tense moment, and I rather stay on good terms with your people. He found that as a strange thing to say. She told him that she switched sides because General Herm and his people dishonored the troops stationed here, that he disrespected the honor or Mwilk and this grand fortress, and the people who defended it, both imperial and banished. That is something that seems to be true, regardless of what world you belong to. The people in power who toss away their honor and look down on everyone else, you become the enemy. Honor and respect must go both ways, otherwise you get a revolution, just like what happened here. But he can still see she is questioning herself. It is not easy to change your allegiance. Good. He would have questioned her character if she weren't struggling. That would mean she doesn't value loyalty or have any principles. Still, it is important to maintain professionalism, especially during tense moments, he says. As they head to the third Grant Hall, he hears Colonel Brits and his people talk about the possibilities of everything they have seen so far. They seem to enjoy how ventilation works here and how stable the halls are for a 600-year-old fortress that is underground. As they walk into the massive hallways, he sees stone heads of past generals who commanded this fortress. Unlike the other halls, this one seems to be just for the higher officers. It makes him think about the surrender process. It was mostly for a show for the people on Earth. Taking the fortress was costly, 123 dead and about the same wounded. The ceremony was a good PR boost for Earth populations, which many are still in shock that we're fighting aliens. It must have been hard to surrender, a feeling he never wants to experience. He looks to her and sees her smile fade away. She is probably thinking about her fallen comrades that were betrayed. Are you thinking about your friends? Yes, Major General, Baluti replies. But they are the enemy, now aren't they? What will you do with the statues? Well, he said as he places his hand on his chin, I think we won't do anything with them. Maybe polishing them when we clean this area. She looks at him confused. But they were the enemy? But it is the history of this place, he responds. Because we took this place and going to use it for our own purposes doesn't mean we intend to disrespect this place. We respect history. The ones who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I was also thinking that we put both Chrysis and Mwilk out of respect. He then realizes he only knows Chrysis' first name. He does not know if that is his first or last name. That does not matter right now, though. He looks back at her and sees this glow in her eyes. He heard that she favored Mwilk and to his death hard. While there was no chance of them preventing them from taking the fortress, her people revolting did play an important role. He wants to respect that because they did not have to. Really? Baluti asks. Correct, ma'am, he said. It is your choice. But you and the others can continue defending the fortress with us. We could use all of your help. You would allow us to stay and help? Baluti asks. I would love that. This is my home. It is all I know. I would hate to flee it, and I think the others would join me. They have nowhere else to go. He nods. Okay, please go tell them. You mean the Terminator? I like to know what that means, Baluti said. He grunts hearing that. He refuses to call that man the Terminator, even though that nickname seems to be sticking with the troops. Yes, him and maybe later. Any of you who wishes to join us, we will send you to Alnus for training. Then you will come back here, being part of the Legrath detachment. We will need to get you all up to speed on how we operate. Baluti smiles and nods. That would be an honor, sir. I have heard many stories about Alnus. I am interested in seeing which ones are true and not. He did not like how she said that. It sounded like it applied to other things that he did not understand. While everyone inside the NATO sphere of influences knows that Alnus and its allies are safe, he can assume the Empire might be telling a different story to everyone else. That is an area the Empire has an advantage against NATO. We do not have the infrastructure or the network to display our propaganda to counter there. Before he responds, he hears Colonel Brits behind him walk up. Sir, I got word on one of my search parties. They found something you might want to see. Down below. It is in the value she told us about. Is everyone okay? Baluti asks, nervous. There shouldn't be traps or anything. Everyone is safe. But they found something and don't understand how to describe it. Brit said, they sound creeped out, sir. All right, tell them we are on our way. Tell the British to send a team down there for extra security. He say. They all rush down below, taking nearly an hour to get there. Once there he sees this large stone square door. There are these glowing symbols on the stone, covering it all. Baluti said the door is protected by dwarven magic, needing a password to allow him, which she gave them. He walks inside and sees all these gold, jewels, statues, and crystals. Anything you think is worth something, it is here. There must be hundreds of thousands of dollars in there, if not more. Holy shit, sir. I can put my kid through college with all this, Brit said, gazing at everything. I did not hear that, Colonel, he said, making sure he understands he won't tolerate any missing treasure from in here. Just joking, sir, Brit said. He then looks to his men and starts giving them orders. What do you plan to do with all this? Baluti asks. It is all yours by the law of conquest. He thinks about that question. First, we don't follow that law. We believe in sovereignty, and it is not up to me, but I assume some will go to Alnus to boost the economy. Some will go back to Earth as a token gift to my government and our primary allies. The rest probably will go to the people of Elis. Really? You would just give this back to the people? Baluti asks, shocked. We are not here to steal from people. This is their money. We cannot really spend it anyway. Besides, it might help swing the loyalty of the people in this region. He explains. While NATO controls the region, most of the population still is loyal to the Empire. Many did not like how we want to change their way of life. That was a hard lesson he learned in Havkrisen, the regional capital. Not that we really want to, it is just we cannot allow slavery to be within our territory. The digital media and populace back on Earth will flip out by not understand or care about cultural differences. He then looks to the left and sees this engineer enlisted walk up. He informs him that what they reported is over here. The engineer looks a bit creeped out, confused, and scared by whatever he found. Hearing that, he follows him. He heads to this squad-size group, all guarding this chest. The siren woman is right behind him, looking at all the gold coins. He walks up to the chest and looks down at it. His eyes widen at the fight, unable to believe what he is looking at. Baluti walks up and looks down. Her eyes widen from the sight. I promise I did not know about this. Please tell me this is some kind of magic guardian? He asks. While his eyes are telling him what he is looking at is true, his mind refusing to accept the sight. Everything he is looking defies every law he knows of. This is no magic, Major General, Baluti says. What are you two looking at? Have you never seen a talking head before? Ah, Baluti. So, the rumors are true. You did switch sides. Good for you. You picked the right side in this war. Anyway, I demand you tell me where my master is. Baluti takes a heavy breath. I have no idea where your master is, Fryan. Where is the rest of your body? Why would I know? Fryan responds in an annoyed voice. Fort Alnus. December 21st, 2025. Tuka walks into the 75th Ranger Regiment building. She was requested to come here to talk to her friend Sharpe. She has been in this building only a few times. When she first joined Vanguard 7, that was when they were interviewing her. She thought it was silly but went with it. But now she feels nervous. When the team left to go find Selena, she stayed behind. She told Sharpe that she did not want to go save Selena because of who her father is. When she first came here, that little girl was nice to her even though she is Adrian. She thought she could look past that part. Everything has been fine until the truth came out during that meeting in Italica, that she is the daughter of the man who ruined her people. She just could not bring herself to go help her. Once they left, she could not stop herself from crying. The last time she cried this hard was when her mother died. Her people are no fans of Wood Elves. Her father told her the only thing they have in common is their mutual enemy Edris. Her father wants to start a new life here, and she agrees with him. These other worlders are her people's best chance to recover, but she just could not bring herself to go save the daughter who killed her mother. Before they left, Rory walked up and said, "You choose what leg you want to stand with. An old saying about you chooses how you walk in life." She was not able to respond because Rory walked away. The Rose Knight Grey came up to her and asked why she was crying. She told him that she told her friends that she was not going to help because who Selena was. He just asked the question again and then said he was going to follow them. She understood what he meant the second time he asked. If she believed this was right, she wouldn't be crying this hard over it. She would be happy the justice was coming. So, she went with Grey and followed them on horseback. She sits down on the bench, waiting to go into Sharpe's office. She looks around and sees everyone packing their things. It looks like they are relocating. First Lieutenant Sarah Rose walks up. "Afternoon, Tuka. I have been expecting you." She looks up at her. "Morning, Rose. Where are you going?" "We are relocating to Fort Wetzel. It is that place you saw being built. The place a few kilometers away," Sarah said. "We have been growing and this place no longer can store all of us. Can't have the girls, Vanguard and the Knights all separated all over the place." She recalls seeing that when they drove here from Italica. It looks smaller than the Alnus NATO base. Both the military and the Alnus have been growing. "Are you all leaving us?" Sarah smiles. No, nothing like that. Some of the 8th Division has been reactivated, and we've been adding to them. The Knights will be there, and the Alnus militia. It's pretty much a training ground and home base for what we do here. You, Rory and Lelei will be coming with us. Why are they doing that? She asks. Sarah thinks about that. I am just a lieutenant, but I think it's planning for the future. Unlike the other divisions where their home base is back on Earth, this one will be permanently stationed here. Plus, we need to train our allies here on how we fight a war and how to use our equipment. That's just my guess, though. She nods as she thinks about it. She wonders what it will be like there. Maybe a room that is not so overcrowded. Sharing a room with Lelei and Rory can get crowded, but that is assuming she will not get kicked out of Sharpe's rifles. Sarah must have seen her reaction because she put down the box she is holding and sit down next to her. Look, I understand you are nervous. Let him say what he needs to say. It will hurt and might feel brutal, but trust me. She takes a deep breath. She reflects on everything that has happened in recent days. Her mind is telling her that she did not do anything wrong, but her heart is telling her something else. She doesn't want to be kicked out, but she doesn't know what to do. I am going to get kicked out, am I? She asked. I don't know, Sarah said. He has been quiet about it. But let me ask you this. Why did you join in the first place? The others are simple. Lelei wanted to learn our ways and wanted a home. Rory. Sarah stops and thinks. Besides the rated R stuff, I think she wants meaning in her life, wanting to make a difference when she leaves this world, and having a place called home. She then looks to her. But you have a family and home. She thinks about that for a moment. I don't fully remember. I remember my dad pushing me to join. Sarah thinks about that. Well, during that fight with Crisis, why did you go back? You didn't have to. You didn't know him then. She recalls that memory. It feels so long ago now. Even though she is a high elf with a long lifespan, Sharpe helped free her to imprison people even though he knew it was a trap. During the fight, he got cut off and nearly was taken prisoner. She noticed he no longer was behind them and his people were too far ahead, so she decided to go back. Well, he helped me, so I helped him, thinking that he was in trouble, but leaving anyway would have been wrong. See the hypocrisy? Sarah asks with a warming smile. She takes a deep breath, already noticing that point. But she is the daughter of the man who killed my people, who pushed us off our lands, and we endure 8 years of hell. Sarah takes a deep breath. I don't talk about it a lot, but my uncle is in federal prison. He was a drug dealer and got into a shootout with the FBI when they came to shut him down. She looks at her, not fully understanding some of the terms she is using. She has no idea what the FBI means, but assumes it is another organization of their government. Just like all humans, they love to create organizations for everything. It is a black mark on my family tree, Sarah said, then looks to her. So, I am related to murder and a drug dealer. A few people I went to school with are in prison because of his drugs. She then stands up. Look, I am not going to even try to pretend I know what you went through or saying what I said is equal to yours. But if you dig deep enough, you will find a black sheep. Sarah then stands up, ready to go back to work. Before she leaves, she looks down at Tuka. You know, I have noticed one of many flaws in him, she says and smiles. When he sees someone asking for help, he doesn't look too closely for the details. The details rarely matter when someone is in danger. Something to think about, she said and walks away. She watches Sarah walk away and think, I never thought this was going to be so hard. She waits for a bit and thinks about what Sarah said. This greenish-blue fairy flies to her. Major Sharpe is ready for you. Please follow me. She gets up and follows the fairy. She thought about Sarah's question and why she is here. While new compared to Rory and Lelei, she saw the team. These people who she considered her friends work with their enemies, the Rose Knights. She saw what happened when Pina came back. The other worlders have just as many reasons to hate them but found a way to work together. Now Sharpe and Pina have found some form of a productive relationship. As she gets to the door, she thinks about why she joined up in the first place. They all seem like fun. Having each other back, she spent almost a decade fighting, having to become something she did not want to be. But on Vanguard 7, she feels like she does not have to surrender her soul just to survive, that she can be part of something more, to give her people a fresh start. She opens the door and closes it. She then sees him sitting at his desk. The place looks empty, just with boxes everywhere. Sir, Tuka reporting. She gives a salute. She has seen military people do that to officers like Sharpe and figures it might help if she does it here. At ease, Sharpe said as he gets up. She watches him walk around his desk. She can feel the mood in the air. Sharpe is not happy. Maybe it will be best that they part ways, she wonders. Maybe this was a bad idea and should have gone their separate ways? They are so different, and besides, she is an elf, not human. She was about to speak, but he stopped her. One thing she has learned about him is that he is very direct. Nothing ever subtle with him. All right, let me get straight to the point, Sharpe said as he stands a few arm lengths away. You and I have a trust problem. She knows what he means. A team needs to know that they can count on each other, and the leader needs to know that his orders will not be questioned. I know, sir. No, you don't. Sharpe responds and then crosses his arms. You told me about your past and what happened, so I understand all that. When you joined his team, there was an understanding that you were not going to put that before the team. I know, sir, she responds. I just struggle with Dashda. I am not done, Tuka, Sharpe states, looking directly into her eyes. Hearing that she shuts up, she feels nervous, scared even. She can tell he is not happy. I am, Sharpe begins to say as he takes a breath, rubbing the tip of his nose. Look, Tuka, I understand you're pissed at what Selena's father did. I would be too if I went through what you did. But we do not judge people based on their father's sins. Hell, I can guarantee there were some high elves who invaded Earth. By that alone, I have the right to round up your people and throw away the key. But we don't because one doesn't represent the group. She has heard this before. The collectivist versus individualist argument she has heard. One values the group while the other values the person. While she has been interested in the topic, she has not had time to read about it. But from what she understands, the issue is that her people and the Wood Elves blame everyone for what one person did while Sharpe people blame the person who did it. The point is she and Lashin are blaming her for what her father did, even though she did not personally do anything. Lashin's reason was to kill her before she did something. She did not want to kill. She just felt uncomfortable in saving the daughter of a murder. Sir, I must ask, if the roles were reverse, would you do it? Sharpe looks at her. No, I wouldn't. I would have still gone and saved her, even though I might have hated her. She could not believe that answer. How can you just say that? She asks, not understanding. You don't understand the feeling. Feeling your heart pump from the pain. I saw my mother die from her. Sharpe takes a deep breath. Tuka, I lost many people under my command. I have had to make a lot of choices. Not all of them I am proud of. Here is the thing, Tuka. I understand how you feel, watching people you love and care about die. But what does this have to do with Selena? It is just that she is the daughter of the man who purged my people, Tuka said, holding back her emotions. Her father is a monster. Sharpe looks at her. I am her damn father. Do not forget that. Anything that is said, you are also implying it to me. And none of that has to do with a 13-year-old. She was about to respond, but the proper words did not come out. She could not disagree with what he said. She didn't consider that point, but it was right in front of her. She only saw Selena as an Adrian and nothing else. This is what I am confused on. Both you and Lashin. Is this an elf thing, Tuka? Do elves just go around trying to murder children? I mean, what crime did she even commit? I honestly cannot believe I am having this conversation. What is the damn crime? The crime of being born into this world? If that is enough, then we all deserve a bullet in the head. She glances down and thinks. She never thought of it like that before. When she was on the run with her people, she had to do things she does not like to think about. She became a fine archer during those days. Anyone who threatens her people had to be removed. She wonders if she should die for the same crime. Seeing that she will not answer the question, Sharpe continues. I am going to be frank. I don't care what happened with you and Lashin. I was not there, and any interest was lost when he took my daughter and you refused to help. You need to understand this. If we were talking about the king himself, this would be a quite different conversation. I might even let Lashin take him, depending on if the claims are true. She wonders how true that is. He does not seem to be someone to let someone die, unless it is someone like Zorzel, but she does not want to argue the details of that. But it is not. You are trying to get someone who cares about you killed because of her DNA? Sharpe states. You do realize Selena likes you? She thinks you're fun and joyful. What if it was your kid? What if Lashin was after your father? What he said hurt her, but at the same time she must admit that the king is dead, so Selena says. But she knows he is trying to make a point. As she listens, she thinks about the meaning of the conversation. What he is talking about is that children or anyone should not be victims of what others have done. That is so different from what she knows. In Falmart, it is the strongest who rules. Part of that is wiping out anyone who can be a risk, so that includes the children of leaders. It is the most effective way to remove the enemy once and for all. It is something as natural as air in this world. She never realizes how different Earth was until now. It is not just the shiny tall buildings and the powerful military, but how they think. She wonders if this was how Pina felt when they talked that one time. It must have been hard for someone with her station in life. Sir, she says, I understand. I just let my memory of my mother get a hold of me. You are very wise, sir. Wrong, Sharpe replies. I am not smart enough to figure things like that out. He shakes his head lightly and raises his index finger. There was a man once called Adolf Hitler. Lashin reminds me of him. Hitler wanted to wipe out whole groups of people just because of who their parents are, their religion, and in your words, who their bloodline was. Millions of people died. So no, this is not some grand enlightenment. It was a very bloody lesson we had to learn the hard way. She blinks and listens. She heard of this conflict before and understands the basic context of it. Okay, but with respect, I never said I wanted to wipe out millions. I just had an issue with one. Same with Lashin. It only takes one Tuka, Sharpe said. Look, it is so easy to go down a path of hate and revenge. It is insane how easy it is. Shit, even Hitler was an okay person at one point, but he went down that path. It just takes one moment and then you become a monster Tuka. My point is, we've been down this road before. Sharpe states. That elf Lashin reminds me of that man. So full of rage and cannot see anything else but killing a defense girl because of some past deed that she had no part of. And you were okay with that. He then glances away. And honestly, let us say he did kill her. I know for a fact I would want revenge. I do not have a lot of people I consider family. It is that easy, and the cycle continues. She closes her eyes knowing that to be true. She knew what could have happened when she chose not to help. All she wanted was to revenge her mother's death. Tuka holds out your hand, Sharpe said. She opens her eyes and sees his stare. Not wanting to anger him more, she holds out her hand. She then sees him reach to his upper arm and rip something off. He puts it in her pawn. She looks at what he puts there. It is a V7 patch from his arm, the unit name and number. All the rangers have it, including Rory and Lelei. She looks up at the major confused. Major? I don't understand. Sharpe leans back onto his desk. When you told me when you were not coming, I would be lying if I said it didn't hurt. When I decided to help you and your people, I do not expect anything in return. But maybe I did a little, so that is my fault for expecting something in return. I assumed we had each other backs, but… She glances down at the patch again, not understanding why he gave it to her. Rory said she had to earn this, that he could not just hand it to her. She looks back up to him. Whatever happens at that point doesn't fully matter, Sharpe said. At the end of the day, you did show up and turn the tide. You did save Selena, and I think you know why. Everything I said you already knew. You just had to make a choice. Usually in life, you have two choices, Sharpe continues. You go right or left. Lashin chooses one route, and that led him to a life of revenge and rage. He can't see anything past that. When you came, you made your choice, and that is why I am giving you that. You could have taken the easy path, but you took the right path. And what is the right path? She asks. I still miss my mother. That you didn't want to live that way. Everything I said you already knew. But you needed a moment to truly accept it or not. Sharpe said. And your mother? You don't want to stain her memory with more blood. Maybe a day will come when we run into the man who killed her. We will then deal with it the right way together. She tears up a bit. It is just so hard. I miss her, and everything has been an ordeal. I understand, Sharpe said. What I value most is action, and you acted. Not in the way I prefer, but that's life. Selena is safe, and thinks the world of you right now. Now I will not be telling her what really happened. She might find out one day, but right now all she knows is that you came in and helped. But that is a lie, she replies. She won't like me if she learns the truth. The truth is what you make of it, Sharpe responds. Now you have a choice. You can go along in life and seeing her as the enemy or as a friend. If you choose an enemy, you will end up seeing all of us as the enemy, because we are friends with her and others like her. That path will take you to Lashen, or you can pick the other path. And what is that path? She asks. You can stick around and be fully part of my team, Sharpe states. As I said, you didn't have to come and help. You were safe in Italica, but you choose to come anyway. That takes true strength to face your own decision and evaluate. Most people will run away from their choices and hid from them, but you faced it and decided to put your friends first over your desire for revenge. That is why I am giving you my patch. That is not an easy feat to do. She begins to cry, thinking she understands what this means. Are you saying you forgive me? Sharpe takes a breath as he collects his thought. It is going to be a bit before I can trust you again, but yes, I forgive you, and you can stay on the team. Now dismiss. She tries to hold all her emotions back. Hearing dismiss, she turns around and starts heading to the door. She then stops. Tuka. She turns around and then tackles him, giving him a tight hug. Thank you. I promise you that won't happen again. She feels him give her a slow, reactive pat on the back. She then stands up and gives him a salute. After that, she turns around and walks out the door. As she leaves the ranger building, she looks at the patch. While she does not feel like she has earned it, she intends to meet the standard that it holds. It might not be easy, but she knows she must put aside past grudges and hatred for her to go forward. Otherwise, she will lose everything that she wants to gain.